We are right.
Yeah, right.
Does that mean we're live?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Hello, Greg from Balloon Market here, and welcome to BMTV Live. Or should I say, the TUFTEX Experience? I should say that really, shouldn't I? TUFTEX Experience. I just have.
You did.
TUFTEX Experience. We're very excited. It's going to be quite a long day. We've got some amazing, amazing celebrity balloon artists here to show you all sorts of exciting things. And also, this lady beside me, if you're not familiar with who she is Allison, the owner of TUFTEX. So, Allison, hello.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. I think I've got my volume on my phone.
I thought.
So I wondered where it was coming from. I'm just going to turn that down, everybody. Throughout the day, by the way, I've got my phone. I'll be looking like this at messages. And if anybody's got any questions or comments, that's why I'm looking at my phone. I'm not checking WhatsApp or anything else. But anyway, Allison, thank you for coming all the way from the USA, Ohio.
Yes.
But you're not too sure what day it is or what time it is.
It's Friday.
Well done, because you've been here for all week. You've done a couple of in-person TUFTEX events, and then you came to us last night, and we went out for a lovely dinner. So
we did.
That was great. But today, it's all about TUFTEX. It's all about creativity.
Yay.
But there's a few people out there that might not know about TUFTEX. So very quickly, do you want to tell everybody a little bit about TUFTEX?
Sure. TUFTEX is a premium latex balloon brand. All of our products are made in Norwalk, Ohio in the US. And the factory has been there in its original location since 1915. So the company is 108 years old. The original family sold the business and the factory 6.5 years ago, and my husband Mike and I were lucky enough to buy it.
Yeah.
We knew nothing about balloons, nothing about party industry, nothing. So
I know I've said this before because we had a chat last year when you came over, but you had a very different career, didn't you, before this?
Different than balloons,
yes.
Different than balloons.
Do you want to tell everybody what it is that you did, just very briefly? I just find it really interesting.
Yeah, I am a funeral director and embalmer. So that's what I know, that's what I knew. And it doesn't really translate with balloons.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little crossover, but very tiny.
Is there really?
Well, I mean, you can celebrate a celebration of life with balloons as long as you don't release. You know, we don't endorse releasing them, but you can. They're so there's that tiny crossover, but not much.
Yeah.
Very different industries.
Well, I find it fascinating that you went from that to this. You're enjoying this now, aren't you?
I love it.
You're loving it. So I want to talk to you a little bit more later on in the day. So we'll sit down on a sofa and have a proper chat. But I think we should really get our first guest on. So would you like to tell everybody who that guest is?
Yes. First up today, it is Anharid. Some people call her Annie. Annie, however you say it, Anharid, with Anharid's Party Art. And I had the pleasure of meeting Anharid for the first time last year when I was in the UK. We had spoken and messaged and things on Instagram, but she is just a lovely human. She is fun to be with. We get along really well. We've been together since Monday.
Okay.
So she picked me up in Manchester.
Yeah.
Then we went to Leeds. Then we went to Coventry. Then we went to Liverpool. Then we went to Stoke. Now we're down here in BMTV land.
Yeah.
And we've had such a great time. So she is officially my adopted daughter, but not legally.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But anyway, Anharid is going to be using one of our newest colors, which we just released on Monday while we were here. We released Perry, Malted, and Taffy, our sweet stuff collection. And she is going to be using Perry today.
Okay. Fantastic.
So.
All right. Let's get Anharid on.
Woohoo.
Good. Allison, if you can come.
Thank you, Allison.
Good. Do you want to turn me off?
Yes.
Thank you. If you don't mind.
Big Beast 123 is actually Kelly, and she says, "Yeah, Yanni, I'm on my son's account."
Okay, and Howard, you have everything you need. You're prepped. You're ready.
We're prepped and we're ready.
Fantastic, gentlemen. Might give us a countdown until we're back in.
Okay, 2 seconds.
Just a 3, 2, 1.
All right, well, we're back in then. Excellent.
Ta-da!
It's like doing the clicky finger thing without the clicky finger
Yeah.
thing. It's like, Alison, and
I just pop
Howard.
up. Hey!
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back
Yes.
to Behind the Table.
I know.
How's life? How's everything going?
Great. Busy. I'm going to be glad to get back into it now. Little one's going into nursery well, so I can work full time again.
Yeah. Excellent. And you've
But
done a
great
few
stuff.
miles, according to Alison there.
We've done 600, and then I've got 200 to do to go back home.
Yeah. You're going to be tired, aren't you?
Probably. I said sleep Monday. That's when I can sleep.
Well, no, you got the weekend off, haven't you?
No, absolutely not. No, busy weekend, very busy weekend, and then, Monday off.
Sleep Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll need it, I think.
Cool.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think you possibly will if you've been on the road all week. Anyway, you're going to be creating something today.
Yes.
And it is with a new colour.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me speak. But I am going to try and ask relevant questions.
Yeah.
Everybody, if you do have any questions, I'm going to check on my phone. But before we do that, we do have some competitions. So
Yes.
we've got a competition on Instagram. So head over to Instagram, and there is a question for each of our guests today. They've answered the question. If you know the answer to that, you just put the name of the guest in the comment with your answer, and then we'll be picking a winner later on in the day as well. So please do that, and we'll be giving some giveaways away. Giving giveaway. We're giving
away
Can't speak.
a giveaway.
Can't speak. We're giving away a giveaway. So to the winners. So go over to Instagram and do that, and you will see on Instagram today it's called BTS, behind the scenes footage and photos, because we've got the lovely Lara behind the camera there taking pictures. So
Lovely.
anyway, okay, right. What are you going to do?
So we're going to do a Christmas tree.
All right, okay.
But it's going to be completely adhesive free. On a really cheap lampstand.
Yeah.
So you can do it at salons and stuff like that, and it'll be really easy for you to just take it, leave it there.
Okay.
But with it being adhesive free, sometimes, if they've got it up for over a month, they can kind of call you back and go, do you know what, one's gone down. But because we're using no adhesive, it'd be really easy to just replace one. And then if you were up for doing that. So an adhesive free Christmas tree. And I'm doing that because my demo in Liverpool didn't go to plan with my Christmas trees. So we did a big Christmas tree competition in Liverpool, and it was awesome. But the floor was like sandpaper, so I think 3 of my balloons they were just popping, and then another one popped, and another one popped. So I'm just proving a point that I can make one.
But it's really interesting that you said that, and I like that you've said that, because that's the reality of going to a venue, doing balloon decor, because stuff like that can happen.
Yeah, I think somebody in the front said, well, it's great to see a professional doing it happening to me, and it was happening in front of 65 people.
You know what? It might go horribly wrong now.
It might
we're completely
do.
Live. But
don't make me swear.
It's about how you deal with that, and those things do happen in the real world.
They
so
do.
everybody, they see your Instagram life, and think, oh, that's just so perfect.
I just throw it together.
But there's so much more. What I find interesting as well, we've got the everybody else that's coming on this afternoon. They're in the green room, but they're all on their laptops, and that's the reality of running a business, isn't it? It's not
everyone's
just about
working.
putting balloons up and admiring it, taking a picture and putting it on Instagram. There's all the other stuff, and that's. I think sometimes people forget that running a business is running a business.
Yeah.
So
I've had to juggle quite a few things this week with being on the road, so I've had to put more faith in others.
Yeah.
For whilst I've been away, but we've got to Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only early on Friday, but
it's all been going okay.
It's all been going okay.
Touch wood.
Wood.
Anyway, this has been specially cleaned
Yes.
foam, so hopefully it's going to be smooth enough.
Yeah.
All right, shall we get to it?
Yes, let's get to it. So we just bought a lamp stand, B&Q, others are available,
Yeah.
IKEA, you know, and we're going to go with like a short sort of like table topper kind of size. So yeah, we've just used 1, 2, 3, 4 of the poles. Now, if you can do a Christmas tree without using one of these, but if one of the balloons at the bottom does deflate, then your Christmas tree is gonna go. So it is better to have a bit of a spine through it. Then if one does go down, your whole tree is not gonna fall over.
And for what these cost, doesn't matter. You can include that in the cost.
You can include that in the cost.
Or you can go and collect them if you're local or if you want to do that.
Yeah, definitely. So, and we haven't used all of the poles in this, so then you'd have some poles left over anyway. So you just cut out the wire for the light, and then we've just left the top exposed, so we're not putting anything on the top there.
Okay.
But they're nice and weighted at the bottom.
All right.
So yeah.
I'm going to check and see if we've got any questions yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've not got my glasses on my head. Carry on.
Oh,
Carry
okay.
on. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Right.
Emma says she's so excited for today.
Brill.
Debbie says, good morning, joining from Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Oh, wow.
Hello, Mississippi.
That would be quite early in the morning there, wouldn't it?
I don't know. What time is it, Debbie? Leave a comment. What time
Yeah.
is it over there in Vicksburg, Mississippi? And Andrew. Hello, Andrew. Not seen you for a while. Oh, it's already asking a question.
Oh, wow. Okay.
What would you recommend as additional weights at the base of the stand if required?
Oh,
Good
okay.
question.
Yeah, that is a good question. So if you buy like other sort of stands and they have a round sort of water base plate, then these are quite good that they do go through the hole in that, so you can add that on there. Or if you use some water weights, you can tie the balloons together and you can wrap them around to make sort of a cluster of water weights. Or the balloon weights.
I've seen people use, weightlifting weights.
Yeah.
And just putting those on as well.
Yeah, I use a big kettlebell for my sailboards to go at the back of there.
Okay.
Yeah, a big 12 kilogram one, because I don't like the thought of anything falling forward. So I take this kettlebell around with me in the van. And I'm like, it's not for working out, it's just for my stand.
So there you go, Andrew. Hopefully that's helped.
Yeah.
Sammy. Oh, it's 4 a.m. Debbie says.
wow.
4 a.m. What are you doing up at 4 a.m., Debbie? That's ridiculous. Go back to bed. Sammy says, can't wait for Christmas.
Oh, no.
I know, I love Christmas as well.
Do you know, we put on, so the Christmas tree competition in Liverpool, I said, right, everyone, they were all itching to get started. It was a very competitive room. It was absolutely buzzing in there. And then I went to the PA system, put on Mariah Carey. And everyone said it feels so wrong, but so right at the same time, because it was cold and crisp outside, so it was lovely.
On the 1st of September, Anna in the office, our head of operations, she came in and just decided it was Christmas. So brought some, you get the 4 pound
I'm
tubs.
here for it.
4 pound tubs of chocolates that everybody gets at Christmas. She brought one of those in and told me off for eating too many. I only had like 3, maybe 4. Anyway, and put Christmas music on.
Yeah.
So, and I walked in and it's like, why is there Christmas music on the 1st of September? Anyway.
Right.
Actually, that is Anharad's question on Instagram, by the way.
Yes.
What's
my
is your
favourite Christmas song?
Christmas song? So it's going to be a guess, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, go over and leave a comment on Instagram. Right, I'm going to go back through some of these messages. Go on, carry on.
Oh, okay. Right. So at the base, we're going to do it in 5s. Now, I was thinking of what is the technical word for a 5?
Quin something.
A quintuplet?
Yeah, I mean, that's when you have 5
Is
kids.
it? Yeah.
Can you imagine having 5 kids at once?
Well, we said quad plus 1.
Okay,
so,
do a quad
plus 1. So we've got 5 balloons. These are sized at 14 inches.
They're huge.
Yes. Well, Allison likes a fat tree, so we've made this a fat one.
Okay.
Just for her.
Okay.
So yeah. Now you can either twist it all into a 5 outside of the pole, or we can place it on, and then we can just squidge these in and twist them on when they're there. So I'm just going to press this down like that. and not a single pop. That was where it was all going wrong on my demo before.
That's what happens when you've got a nice clean top.
So, yeah.
All right, I'm just going to go back up to the top. Andrew said that's an interesting view because we were on the GoPro earlier on before we started. Big Beast 123, who we have later found out is Kelly on her son's account. Do you know Kelly?
I know a few Kellys.
Okay.
Kelly, let me know which Kelly you are.
Kelly, let us know which Kelly you are. And she says good morning from Love Bubbles. Christine said good morning. Howard's event said can't wait. I'm going to try and watch all day.
All day.
A marathon.
Yes,
Excellent.
that's what we like
Excellent.
to hear.
Andrew said thank you for the advice on the weights.
Oh, you're welcome.
Marianella, hi from Honduras. Honduras.
Oh wow,
That's amazing.
That's in
South America.
South America, yeah. Wow.
Amazing. Oh no, wait a second. Kaz, hi from Ballarat, Australia. All over the world. BMTV
Wow.
Live, all over the world. That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Oh, keep it coming, everybody. Keep it coming.
Yes. Right. So
We've been going 15 minutes. That's all you've done.
I'm squeezing every minute out.
I'll stop talking.
So yeah, I mean, we've all just got to say how amazing this colour is.
Yes.
Because it's on every picture, without even a smidge of editing, it is so gorgeous.
What's it called?
Perry.
Perry.
Yeah. And it's so saturated, and that's what we love about the TUFTEX balloons, is that it looks like it's double stuffed without it being double stuffed.
That's the thing that people say the most, is the thickness and quality of the balloons.
Thickness and quality. Oh, I should have said that this was a 17-inch balloon blown up to 14 inches, and this is another 17-inch balloon, and we've blown it up to 12 inches. So we've gone down 2 inches for the next row. So again, we'll just pop it on. We'll just secure that in.
That's funny that you said that, because Sammy said, sorry, did I miss what size the base was blown up to?
Oh, wow.
There you
Yeah,
go.
there we go.
Lisa says, love the colour of these balloons from Glasgow. Enjoying the
I'm
live.
going to just move it over a smidge. And then I'm going to need a stool, because I'm short. I'm only 5'2", and it's bigger than me. So for the next one, I'm going to need a stool.
Or do you want me to hand things to you?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
This one, I'm guessing.
So yeah, so we've gone down to 10 now. So we've got 14 out of a 17-inch balloon, a 12 out of a 17-inch balloon, and then we're going into the 11s, and it's a 10-inch balloon. But
so 11-inch balloon.
Yeah, but we've inflated to 10. But the great thing about no matter what size you blow up a TUFTEX balloon to, it doesn't lose its colour or gain any colour by not doing it. It's the same colour no matter what size you blow it up to.
You do like your TUFTEX, don't you?
Do you think?
Yeah.
Can you tell?
I think, yeah, you seem like, oh God, be careful.
I'll be fine.
Don't want you to fall off. First injury on BMTV.
I mean, that could be the one.
No, don't talk about it.
That could be the one.
We were talking, I'm going to tell it.
Yeah, tell everyone.
We were talking earlier on about, what would go wrong? Things go wrong on lives all the time. And then Allison said, well, one of us could die. And I thought that was great.
Yeah.
But absolutely true. Absolutely true.
I'm just going to.
You don't know when your time is up. Cheery thoughts, isn't it, everybody?
No, we're talking about Christmas now.
Cheery thought, yeah.
We're going to talk about Christmas. So, is everybody excited for Christmas? Because I am so excited for Christmas.
Peter is in Australia. Yes, it's just started. This is the first demo.
Well, what time is it there?
I don't know. What time is it there? Where in Australia are you? Oh, and Shemar has said, newbie to the balloon industry, really appreciate this live. I hope you enjoy it.
Amazing. So I'll just talk about how I've tied them for these as well. So I haven't actually gone really tight together with my ties for this, and it's purely because you do need a little bit of give when you're wrapping it around the thing. If you did do it too tight, you would find that the pole would, try to go with the way of the balloons. So you tie a 2, and then you tie another 2, and you tie 1 onto the 2 to make your 3.
So that's a 2 and a 1, if you're looking at the 3 and a 2.
Yeah.
It's a 2 and a 1.
2 and a 1. Or,
And then you put the 2 into
so
the
then,
3.
yeah, yeah.
2 and a 1 and a 2.
And then it's a quad plus 1. So we're going up again. So I'll just twist that one in, just so it's nice and secure. So yeah, the beauty of this is if say one does go down, you know, it's going to be really easy because you've not glued it onto anything. Because we know if you glue something on and then you're trying to take it off, it does tend to pop.
Absolutely.
So and then.
Oh, you're supposed to be getting me.
Oh, sorry.
Never mind.
So we've got 14 out of a 17, 12 out of a 17, a 10 out of 11, an 8 out of an 11. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
So what's my next one?
A 6.
Yes, out of
an 11.
An 11.
I'm good at this.
Yes.
You did put me on the spot there. I was a little bit scared I was going to get it wrong. I was looking at it, thinking, are they just 5-inch balloons slightly overinflated? Okay.
Right, so we'll
Careful.
go up. I just want to shout out though and say that all of the Christmas trees that everyone made at Liverpool were just, the creativity that you can go with these, and they just added so much stuff on.
Yeah.
And I've even taken a couple of bits from ones that I've seen, and I'm going to
Okay.
recreate them on here.
Inspiration.
So,
from
yeah,
other people in the industry.
inspiration. I just don't think you could ever not be like know everything anyway. Like you just
There's no such thing as an original idea.
No.
Everybody's had an idea, and sometimes people you'll see something, you won't even register it, and you'll
Yeah.
just think, oh, I'll try that. And it might have come from something that you've seen.
yeah.
and not
I mean,
registered.
people's brains work completely different.
Yeah.
So something that someone else does, and it's like, oh yeah, that's really really cool. So we need another.
Oh, you want?
It's
Okay.
under there.
I've got one. There
Yeah.
you go.
So this one is
5-inch, gone down to 4,
no.
3,
What we've done.
2,
this-
2.5, 5, 4, 3.
So this one is actually, we've done an 11-inch down to a 4.
Why?
Because I couldn't find my 5-inch balloons.
You know what,
I
though?
did find them though, but I mean, here we are. We have a 5-inch. So there's absolutely no difference in the colour.
What I was going to say was exactly that. You stole my point.
Oh.
But look, that's an 11-inch.
Yeah.
And that's inflated, that's a 17-inch, sorry, inflated
Yeah.
to 14, did you say?
Yeah.
And look, the colour,
And that's a 5-inch.
that's really good.
So every bit of it is the same.
Very good.
I'm showing that too
Yeah,
much.
don't do that.
Right, and then we're going to put this one on. So this is a 4 out of an 11.
Okay.
So we've gone down 2 inches every single time, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. So,
I feel very nervous with you climbing up on that step.
see, I feel quite confident up here. I think it's a good sturdy stool, to be fair.
It is, IKEA's best. Right. Peter has come back and said, I'm on the Great Barrier Reef.
Oh
It's
wow,
so cool.
I've been there.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you swim?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Yeah, I
cool.
did. I snorkeled, but
Yeah.
I'll get panicky if I'm underwater and I can breathe. So I only
it
did
is
a
a
little
bit
bit of snorkeling, and then I just took it off and just swam.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
It's 7:30-ish in Australia at the moment.
Oh wow. Oh, at night.
Yes. PM, yes, at night. Yeah.
PM.
The King of Amazing has said, hi, I'm watching this from Stevenage, and I'm so excited for the live.
Oh,
Hi,
amazing.
King of Amazing.
Amazing.
Oh, wow. Debs. Oh, Deb. Adelaide, South Australia, and 7 PM there.
Wow.
Really looking forward to watching the live. I'm looking for ideas. How to make a Christmas tree.
Yay!
What are the chances? Petter said Airlie Beach, actually.
Yeah.
So, Airlie Beach. Have you
Yeah.
been there? I don't know. If I've
No, it was. We went. The island that we went to was called Lady Musgrave, so I don't know if
Okay.
that was off. Off we stayed in Queensland, so and then we went off. I know it was a long drive that we had to take until we got to where we could take the boat over, but yeah, it was a
Cool.
great experience. But yeah, so this is only a small tree, but you can still use the same method, just go a little bit bigger at the bottom and add on a couple of rows, and it will be the same.
Balloon as well.
Yeah.
I mean, just a couple of layers of that will really
Yeah,
make
so
a
you
difference.
just need to do, well, you'd probably need to do like a 16-inch with your 17, and then you'd probably want to do an 18-inch with your 24s, because of, or maybe do both of them with a 24 if you were going to continue with this one.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, or if you wanted it a bit thin, you could just go down an inch. As long as you've got an equal gradient going up, it'll work out the same. So we're going to do some decorating with it. So this is put the baubles on.
Baubles?
Yes.
Real baubles?
No, balloon baubles. So now to get away with the gluing and the non-gluing. Oh, they've all fallen.
You do some non-balloon stuff as well, though, don't you? Like your door frames.
So yeah, the door garlands. I like doing them. It's just a bit cold when I'm doing them.
Put a coat on.
Yeah, a coat on. But the only thing with them, no, because you need your fingers to put all the detailing in. So
if people want to go and see some of your door garlands, are they on your Instagram?
They are, but you do have to scroll back a year.
Yeah.
So I'd probably need to repost them.
Okay.
To be fair.
Yeah, if you want people to.
Yeah, and I haven't done my highlights.
All right.
So
That's
I need to do that.
Isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Anyway, if you are happy to scroll back, just go to Anne Harrod's Instagram, which is, where would they find that?
Anne Harrod's Party Art.
There you go. Anne Harrod's
And then
Party
I
Art.
have got a different Instagram, which is my Party Art School now. So I've separated the two, just because I wanted to give a little bit more on my Instagram page, but you don't necessarily want your client to see all of those tips and stuff, like how you can save money or, you know, something like that. So I've split the pages so I can still give little tips.
So you actually do classes at your unit?
I do, yeah.
In-person classes? where people
In-person
come
classes, so
and
I've got a
learn.
big classroom.
Yeah.
Big, huge classroom, which was a pottery kiln.
Yeah. Oh, we should have had that as a question, shouldn't we?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, never mind.
Next time.
Next time.
Next
well,
time.
nobody knows now.
If you'll have me again. Oh, I'll leave them ones there. Right. So to get away with the non-gluing, we can...
Kelly, Big Beast 123, has managed to get the live on TV. So
oh, amazing. So we're like massive on TV.
It is good. I watched BMTV yesterday on the telly, and it's really good.
Amazing. Right. So, I mean, it is a bit big for me to wrap out. I'll be able to wrap it round from this side, and then we'll spin it.
Okay, we'll spin.
Yeah, we'll spin it. So basically it's a case of getting all of your little decoration bits on a 260, and then we can just wrap them in. Then if one does go, you can just take the 260 off and you'll be able to replace. So we're just going to wrap this one around. We're just going to fill in some bits. So we'll put one there and one there. We'll spin, and it holds it in nicely with like a full 260 around these base ones. So it's like a bit of stretch in it, but not too much. It's not disturbing the position of the balloons that are already in place. It's just nicely lying in the gap.
Okay.
So then we've got a mixture of big baubles and little baubles. So do you want to put a bauble in?
Oh, you want me to do something?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can put a bauble
This is
in.
where it's all going to go wrong. You're not talking about things going wrong.
Just don't pop any.
Oh, pressure. Where do you want me to put it?
You decide. You're decorating the tree as well.
Can I go up one level?
Yeah,
or it
yeah.
doesn't really matter?
It'll go wherever you want it to go.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, don't laugh.
We're gonna...
That makes me feel I've done it wrong
that's fine. That's
But you still have to
absolutely
adjust it.
fine. No, that's
This
fine.
is why I don't get involved.
So this is the front. This is going to be the front of our tree, so we're not going to be able to see that one.
Is this like Monica's Christmas
So
tree?
yeah, we'll.
So the side that I decorate, you
yeah,
just
we'll
turn it
just
round.
turn it round.
Friends
Oh, I
fans.
forgot that you loved Friends as well. We'll just be like this. And thank you. We're done. So yeah. So now I'm a bit of a when I'm decorating my own tree at home, I like to go big baubles at the bottom up to the little baubles at the top. So I'll let that one slide that one's up there, but we're all right because I'm letting you decorate the tree.
I mean, yeah, feel free to change it. It's your Christmas tree.
It's all right. It's all right. So we can put that one in there.
Can we please post Anne Harrod's Instagram? Can somebody please put
Oh, I
that
have
in
got
the
a
comments?
funny name, haven't I? So
Yeah.
I have got a funny,
Yeah.
funny Welsh name. That's where it's from, if anyone's wondering where my name is from.
It's Welsh.
It's Welsh.
Okay.
And it's a silent G. So that's where the confusion normally lies.
Janet has said she made a stand out of a broom handle and a wooden base,
Yes.
which was fab, but she pushed the balloons down together on the pole too close, which tipped it.
Yes.
It was hard to space them apart at once.
Yeah, that's a good tip actually. So if you do put too much pressure on the necks of your balloon, on the base one, and you push it down too much, the way that the latex grips onto the centre pole, that's not going to move. So if you push that down, the balloons are going to push your stand up.
Yeah, yeah.
So you do need to make sure that you're not pushing the centre bit down, that you just push the balloons down.
I see, okay.
And
yeah.
then so it's just like level. Sometimes if you have pushed it down a bit too far, you can go underneath and you can just push the necks up slightly.
Okay.
And you just want to make sure that your base is touched. Look, mine's lifted off the floor, off the table a little bit.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I can just go in, lift that up, and it's down.
Oh, yeah.
So it is just a quick case of doing that, but you don't want to put too much pressure on because then they end up like spewing out a little bit. So you just want to make sure that your neck's line centre to.
That's really interesting, because I would have thought, push them down, they're going to be more together. It's going to look more.
It's just
That's
your,
really
your
interesting.
base plate. So if your base plate came out to here,
Yeah.
then you could do that because you're putting pressure against the
Okay,
base
yeah,
plate.
yeah.
But because you're putting pressure against the surface of the floor or your table, that part is going to
see,
raise
yeah,
in the middle.
yeah,
So that
yeah.
was a good point actually.
So if you're using an aeropole or something like that, with the
big base plate.
then that's absolutely
If
fine.
the pressure point of where the balloons are going to touch is on the plate, then you'll be fine.
Cool,
And
cool.
you can just push down. But to be honest, you don't really need to. You'll end up needing to use more balloons the more compact you do them.
Yeah, yeah.
But we're like filling it in with little bits of detail. Do you want to put another bauble on?
No,
No?
thanks for the offer.
So for the top ones, I've used half a 260 because we don't really need to use a full 260 up at the top because it's only going around a smaller section.
It's amazing how just adding a few more balloons like this just changes the whole look of it.
Yeah. And I like to add in like actual Christmas decorations. So I go and buy like the fabric bows and stuff like that. And I like to make it look like it's an actual Christmas tree for my clients. I did it with like red ostrich feathers one year, and they were sticking out, and that one looked very, very glam. So let's have a look. So this is our front. So and then
So how do you choose where you're going to put them? Is it literally just trying
it's
it
all
out?
about balance, really. It's all about making sure that you're not just gathering all of them in one area. So you've just got to make sure that. I always find if you're looking for balance, if you do stand away and you blur your eyes a little bit and look at it, as long as it looks like they're all spaced out.
Blur your eyes a
I
little
do
bit.
blur my eyes a little bit because when you're working on something so close up, or like you lose your focus on it, and I do it with all of my displays really, is take a step back and I kind of look at it with a bit less focus to just see the shape.
Yeah.
The overall shape.
What a lot of people say is take a photo as well,
Yeah.
because you might see something that's not quite right on the photo that when you're looking at it in real life you don't notice.
Because when you're up close and you look at it's not all in the frame of your vision. So if you step back and you just blur your eyes a little bit, like I can see that I've got nice distribution of them.
Got very nice distribution of those.
Very nice distribution. And then we've got some little stars.
Oh, look at those.
So these little beauties are very cute. So this one's an all balloon one. So I've had to make like ornaments sort of things out of balloons. So we'll just pop these ones on. And the great thing about not using glue is if I want to move that, I can. You know, we can move it all around.
So you use glue sometimes?
I do use glue if I know it's going to permanently stay there.
Okay.
But most of the time, I like to work with no glue.
Yeah, yeah.
Just because I am very indecisive. I mean, you saw me with my menu choices last night. I have to get everybody's opinion on what I'm going to choose to eat. So it's the same with where I put things. So I always like to do things on elastic so that I can...
How was the risotto?
Yeah.
It was risotto, wasn't it?
Yeah, sea bass risotto.
Yeah. My calzone was lovely, but
Lovely.
it was too big.
It was like that big, wasn't it? It was huge.
It was huge. It was absolutely enormous. Okay, Howard's Events has asked, if you were doing a normal balloon arch, would you size your balloons or do them by eye?
So is this for a classic one, I'm assuming?
Oh, I guess, yeah. So if you're doing a classic one, you'd probably want to size them.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're doing organic, you can...
Yeah, organic I would never size.
Yeah, okay.
I'd do that all by eye. But I'm just going to turn it around so people can see what we're working with.
Very nice.
So this is the tree so far. We're just going to add another little bit of colour in there. But yeah, a classic one I would always size. I used to do my classics by eye.
Yeah.
Because I've always been I teach myself, so I always look at something and I've got quite a mechanical working brain, so I like to just have a go and think, well, if I can make it look like that, then I've found a way of doing it. So it's not always the right way.
Yeah.
But
there is no right way.
no, there is no right way. So I always make that point out, like, this is the way that I worked it out. There might be an easier way of doing it. I don't know, but yeah. So I used to do all my like rainbows by eye.
Yeah.
I hold balloons in front of me, and I looked at the size of them.
Okay.
And 3-foot balloons. Here's a funny one. I've got a huge mirror in my unit, and to get them the same size, I'd kneel down with them and hold them in front of the mirror and just let air out because I could see the size of them in the mirror.
Yeah.
So you can imagine
I
that.
liked it when I first learned about inflating a 3-foot balloon, just in between two chairs.
Yeah.
Measure 3 feet or 2.5 feet or whatever you're inflating to between two chairs, and then just inflate it in between the chairs. So,
I've got a sliding size now
Have
for
you?
my giant ones,
Yeah,
because you can go all the way up to 3 foot with them, can't you? So I do use that for my big balloons now, because it's just a bit easier than me having to think about it.
yeah, sorry, I should be promoting the slide and size that we sell rather than two chairs.
Or a mirror. Or a mirror.
Howard's Events has said, love the stars.
Yes.
Sat doing balloons now for this weekend whilst watching.
Oh, brill. I'm going to be sat doing balloons this weekend as well.
I know, you've got a busy one.
Yeah. So I'd never made these before until today.
Okay, okay.
But one of the Christmas trees in Liverpool had them on, and they were so cute that I really wanted to make them.
Oh,
so I just had a
very
little
nice.
go, and I thought, how cute are they?
You've done very well.
Well, I reckon there is probably an easier way of doing them, but there we go. So we're going to put this on.
Is it rocking around the Christmas tree, your favourite?
No, it's actually not. Do I have to reveal it on when am I revealing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you've got to reveal it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've got to reveal it,
we
haven't
are
I?
going. So if you want to be in with a chance of winning the goodie bag thing, it is the goodie bag, isn't it, that we're doing?
It's the
goodie
Annie
bag?
pack, isn't it?
Oh, sorry,
It's
I
the
got it
Annie
completely
pack.
wrong. It's the select. Don't look at me like that, Mike. Things are going wrong. It's the selection of the balloons that Anne Howard is using to make this. There we go. That's what you win.
It's called the Annie pack, isn't it?
The Annie pack.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. I'm just going to have to turn this around just so I can make sure that my positioning is.
But yeah, enter now
Okay.
because by the time, in the next, what, 7 minutes or so, which is roughly about how long you've got, by
Is
the way.
it? Oh, okay. No
We
pressure.
will be revealing what Anne Harrod's favourite Christmas song is.
And then that gives them an entry, doesn't it? If they get it right. If they've got,
Yeah, if they've got
that.
it, if they've guessed it right,
If they've
then
guessed
they
it
get an
right.
entry, and then somebody will be picked from everybody that's got it right.
Yeah. Okie dokie. And then
Oh,
we've
the
got a little
star!
star to put on the top. So just looped a 260 for this.
Yeah.
And we're just going to wrap it around the top quintuplet.
Yeah,
The quad plus one.
quad plus one.
And and that's always the favourite bit, is putting the star on at the end of the tree, of
Absolutely.
decorating your tree. So, and like you see, I can move everything around if I'm not fully happy with
And if you
where
wanted
it
to,
is.
you could include like real life tinsel, or would tinsel burst
Yeah.
balloons, do you think? Or would it
I've
be
not
alright?
used tinsel. I've used like beads.
Yeah.
So I've draped beads on, and then I've done, like say, the little bows and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
What else have I used? I've used some silver sort of stuff. One of the Christmas trees had tulle,
Okay.
like
yeah,
on it.
yeah,
That
they're
was,
nice.
yeah.
ones.
I'll turn this around. And that is a cute little
Cool.
Christmas tree.
So, obviously, you've used the colours and
Oh yeah,
the
and this is
pairing.
taffy.
Oh, taffy, that's
Yeah,
a new
that's
colour
another
as
new
well.
colour. Yeah, so that's taffy.
Oh, Alison would have been going crazy watching this because you didn't mention it's taffy. That's a new colour.
Yeah,
Sorry, Alison.
That's the other colour, taffy.
Taffy
Yeah.
and Perry. So
And
they're two
Perry.
new colours. And but you, of course, you can use whatever colours you like, and you can use
Yeah.
more traditional colours and all of that. So I think now we need to. In fact, do we need to tell people? We need to tell people what your favourite song is.
Oh, okay.
Favourite Christmas song.
My favourite Christmas
Actually, what's
song?
your favourite song? Let's forget Christmas.
Oh, favourite song.
It's hard, isn't it?
It's a bit niche, probably. I
Oh,
don't know.
did we talk about this before? Because
Yeah.
yeah, okay. That's rubbish if we talk
Well,
about it. Did we
my
actually talk about your
favourite. So my all-time favourite song is it's David Bowie and Placebo with "Without You
Okay.
I'm Nothing." That's my
Alright,
favourite
nice.
song. Well, yeah.
Favourite Christmas song then? The moment has
Favourite
come,
Christmas
everybody. If you've not
song.
entered on Instagram already, it is too late because Anne Harrod's favourite Christmas song is.
It is "Under the Tree" by Kelly Clarkson.
I don't even know that. How's it go?
Oh, I'm not singing it. It's too like, woo!
Under the Tree by Kelly Clarkson. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how it goes.
It's quite bouncy. It's a newer one. I don't think it's been out that long. But
Okay.
yeah, it's a solid staple in our house
All right.
on Christmas.
Okay.
That one is.
All right. Well, there you go. Any last questions from Harrod? Let me
Yes.
see before you go. We're kind of on schedule. Look at this. This is
Oh, we're on
amazing.
Schedule.
Yeah.
I'll get a gold star then.
Love those bows. They are super cute from
So cute.
Janet. So, all right. Any other questions? Any other questions? Final questions for Anne Harrod before we send her on
and
her
I can
way.
put this in the comment, the formula. I'll just
Okay.
put in the what sizes I've used for this.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
I'll put it in the comments.
All right. Well, nobody's asking any other questions. So I think, GG of G's says, ooh, I love that song. So
Yay!
that's cool.
It is a good song.
Everybody, our next guests have just arrived. They're sat on the sofa over there. They've just come from the green room. They're going to be coming on very, very soon. But we're going to say thank you very much to Anne Harrod.
You're very welcome.
And yeah, if you've got any questions for Anne Harrod, put them in the comments anyway, and she will get back to you. But thank you.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Hey, my pleasure. Our pleasure. Absolutely. All right.
Brill.
See you in a second. Are we back? We're back, everybody. So professional. Are we back? I don't know if we're back. We're back. Allison, what did you think of that?
Oh, Anharid, I love Anharid, you
Yeah.
know, and she pulled her Christmas tree off without a hitch, which there
I
were
know,
hitches the other
I
day.
know.
So I was a little, my confidence was a little shaky. No, I'm just joking. She always does a great job, and that's why I love Anharid. And I do want to take this little bit of a moment to thank her for carting me around this lovely countryside and showing me all of the best service stations, like some yum-yums. Yesterday we had yum-yums at Greg's, I think, and
yeah, Greg's
things, you
is
know,
a
she
great
made
place.
sure we got a chippy
Okay.
in Liverpool. So she's been just a wonderful host, and
Yeah.
as an adopted daughter should be. You know?
Absolutely, absolutely.
yes.
Well, I'm glad she's been giving you the UK experience.
She has.
Anyway, I've kind of given it away a little bit as to who our next guests are. But do you want to give a little introduction to who they are and
Yes,
how you've,
sure.
what you've experienced with them?
Sure. So next on we have bubble gum balloons, and we have Megan, Laura, and Sally. And to be truthful, they were, when I first got on social media, first started seeing all of the organics, they were like a dream.
Yeah.
You know, I would see the bubblegum posts, and so it's just amazing that I got to know them. I've gotten to know them. They came to Cleveland
Okay.
to the TUFTEX Experience.
Yeah.
They taught a couple different classes. I think they had a great time. I know everybody there loved them. So it's been wonderful to be with them this week. They were with me in Liverpool, with us in Liverpool. And and traveled down here, had pizza with us last night.
Yeah, yeah.
And, but they are just, you know, their business sense, everything about them is spot on, you know, and they're just brilliant. So without further ado, I think they're coming up.
Let's bring in bubblegum.
Alison, coming first. Thank you.
Thanks, Alison.
So now I
Good
thought
luck,
she was
have
going
fun.
through.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Greg.
Hello. Hello.
are
We're not
you?
on yet. We're not on yet.
Oh, good.
We are.
Thanks, Greg.
Stopping and doing all of that. Okay, I messed that up, didn't I? Hello, guys. Well, it's nice to see you again. I know we had pizza last night, but it's nice to see you again after we visited your place. I don't know, when was it?
February. It was Valentine's time, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, just
we
last
did
year.
Valentine's.
Last year, so a year and a bit. Yeah, of course it was.
Wow.
I
You've
helped
been
seal
trying to get us
boxes.
here for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Where have you been?
It's
Anyway,
nice to
welcome.
be here. Thank you for having us.
In the studio. So for everybody out there that doesn't know who bubblegum balloons are, who's that? I don't know who that is. Do you want to say just very, very quickly a little bit about the 10-year journey that you've had? Because it's 10 years this year, isn't it? So.
10 years,
10
yeah,
years.
this is it. Yeah. So we've just briefly about where we are now, and then we'll just very briefly go over a little bit of the background of where we got, how we got to here. We're now obviously started out with the three of us, had our 10th birthday this year, which was really exciting. We've now got a team of nearly 50 people, which is made up of marketing team, sales team, accounts, production, which is the in-house and the online team, and our events team.
Yeah.
And we've got our makers who do the decals, the personalisation. So yeah, all together, we're about 45, 50 people now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're based down in south of England, about an hour and a half out of London. Predominantly we work in London, which is where our events team go all the time. And we're setting up events 7 days a week. Anything from, I don't know, on a quiet week, 15 odd events up to 20, 25 plus events at busy times.
I think what you've done is amazing because you've taken something that I think people didn't really think was scalable, and you've scaled that massively, haven't you?
Yes,
You've done
it's
so
grown.
well, the event side of it and the delivery side of it as well.
Yeah, the delivery side of it again is huge, and for us became bigger during COVID. But we send up to about 1,650 boxes a week.
Yeah.
Goes out with our courier service. So we've got a team that are blowing balloons 7 days a week, sending those out in boxes. So that's one huge part of the business, and then the events is the other. It sort of naturally divides.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We didn't
It's
really
grown.
know about the events industry when we first started the
That's
business.
what really
So
surprised
naive.
me.
Yeah.
When you said that when we last met and you sort of fell into it.
Yep,
It
clueless.
was,
It
I
found
thought you'd
us.
started
No.
as that.
The
And,
main aim was to
Our aim
start
was
in
to
the balloon
send
in the
10
box.
balloons, 10 balloons a day, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That was the original
that was
aim.
the challenge.
that was exactly our goal
Yeah.
when we started the business.
Oh,
It was
that's
the
so
balloon
imagine.
box as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, of course.
Exactly the same goal. And look where we are now. But that is a fantastic what you've done, how you've scaled it. And
Yeah.
I'm really impressed. And obviously you know how impressed I was with the business side and your process and all of that. I was so impressed that I went away after filming and brought my managers up.
Oh yes, you
Yeah,
did.
right,
You
yeah.
did.
So
Came to visit
Yeah,
again.
of
it
course.
was. I absolutely admire what you've done.
Yes.
If you've not seen that show, everybody, then you can go and have a look at which camera am I on. I'm on that. Oh, I'm on that camera now. Let's move. It's like real live TV. I love it. Yes, you can go and have a look at that show. It's BMTV. I don't know what number it is, but it was from February, March last year. So
Yeah,
go
it's
and
a
have
good
look
one.
at it. And it's a you would say
tour.
that, wouldn't you?
It's a good one.
It is
When
really
we were
good.
over in America, you know, a lot of people said, "Oh, we saw you on BMTV," and I was
They
like, "Wow,
watched
that's
it, yeah.
amazing!" So they're watching it over there too.
But what I loved about it, and what the fact that you guys have done it, because you started at home like most
Yep.
people,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you've done the impossible almost, and it just shows that you can do it. So yeah, if people do
Nothing's
want to have that
impossible,
aspect.
is
No.
it?
Nothing's impossible.
Nothing's
No, no.
impossible.
It requires a bit
And
of
it-
work.
Yeah.
You know what? We had the blessing of time with COVID, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending which way you look at it. But when COVID came about, that gave us the opportunity to stop, reflect, and see what we could do to improve the business to help us scale even more.
Yeah.
So that it was
More
the systems
smoothly,
are in
yeah.
place. We bought in a new system.
Yeah.
We did the 5S like you saw on all the stations, and we
yeah.
did so much to then try and make it a slicker process for everybody. working smarter, not
Yeah.
harder,
Yeah.
was the kind of saying.
Yeah.
And we did all that through COVID with the time, didn't we?
That's and each sort of step of the way is that enabled us to scale that bit further from each premises we've moved to. Then we had COVID, which gave us time, and we've been able to make all the processes slicker, which enabled us to then grow again. We've got capacity to grow again now, both physically in the building and with the team. So each time it's allowed us to take it up another level.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. Because how many units have you? I've been to, I think, 3 of your
Yeah,
premises.
you've been to all
Been
three.
to all of
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
There were houses before that on our
Yeah.
lounge floors, and then it was
Yeah.
the first, the small one.
Did you come to
Road.
Church Road?
Yeah, the first one.
Did you?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And I
That was
remember
busting
coming
at
in
the
and
seams
there was all the little different
Yeah, little
rooms
offices.
and
Yes.
stuff, and it was just
Yeah.
really like, whoa,
Crazy.
chaos.
We left that building. We had 12 people, including us. And then when we moved to our next, just to give you an idea of how quickly we scaled from there, we moved into our next building, and we went from 12 people to about 30 people in about 6 months.
Wow.
So we knew what our goal was, and we
We knew what we
recruited
needed.
quickly. And some of the people that joined us then are still with us. Some of the people from Church Road, in fact, most of the people from Church Road are still with us, and still on that journey. And so they've seen all of those stages. But it was a big recruitment drive.
So was that driven by you? So you knew your goals and you thought, okay,
Yeah.
we need 30 people, or was it just driven by demand?
Yeah, it was
Demand,
driven
where
by
we were.
demand. The reason we moved out of the Church Road one was just because we were literally bursting at the seams. We were in the car park blowing up balloons with our headlights from our cars shining on us because we'd run out of food space in the building. It was
Everything was in the
ridiculous.
corridors.
It's just
So
things like that people don't see when they're on your Instagram.
You don't see that part, but it happens to the best of us. But yeah, so we knew that there were these specific positions we wanted to fill, but we couldn't fit them in the building. So we
Yeah.
had to wait till we moved to the bigger premises. And we waited until we found the right place. So you know how important it is to have light in your warehouse
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
not live in, we're creative people. We need to have the right space to be working in. You can't work in one of these ones with no windows or anything.
yeah.
So to find that space and find it at the right price and all of those kind of things took us a while. When we eventually did, we were literally ready to go, right, these are the people we need, let's go, let's get it sorted. And it was, fast and furious for a while,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
And you continue to grow as well after that. So, like you say, 50 people now. That's
50 people.
And we
So
moved in
impressive.
during COVID to the building we're in now.
Yeah.
And that we had more space. We knocked out walls, gave us even more space, put a mezz floor in, gave us even more space.
Yeah.
And now we've got a very happy warehouse guy on Steve, who's got lots of space in his
Hey, Steve.
area.
How
Love
you
Steve.
doing?
Hi, Steve. And everyone's got their stations and their places, and we all know what's what, but we've got the space. It would have been hard to have achieved what we do now in our old building.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I feel that pain and the joy of a new building as well. So.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just start
it
fresh.
is.
It's like a line in the sand, and you get to kind of put all the new processes in place and be like, right, this is how. It was almost, we'd gotten to such a, not a bad place, but we were in chaos in the old place. To kind of try and sort that out and get back to ground zero was just so difficult to do. COVID obviously gave us that time, and then the new place was like, right, this really is the line in the sand.
Do you think you've got a time limit where you are now with your plans?
A time limit in
with
that
growth
building.
and-
Yeah.
Oh, well, you always say we're never going to move again. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Updated.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
One
I
of
know,
the
it's
things that we
crazy.
did do during COVID was add on our click and deliver range, which is a little bit about what we're going to talk about today. So the click and deliver is, they call it grab and go in America, you guys know. But our click and deliver range is where you can actually go on our website and order a garland, a 2-meter garland. You don't have to speak to anybody in the sales team. You just choose one of the colourways that are online, or an arch, or an asymmetric arch, or some new products coming up for Halloween. And you just literally click a button on the website, purchase it, and then it will be delivered with one of our drivers. So we kind of cover a specific area with our click and delivers.
Do they install that as well on site?
Yeah, it's literally given to the customer
does.
to
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
the install.
Yeah.
So the arch is delivered in like 3 parts, and the garland's just delivered on a cord, ready for them to hang wherever they want to hang.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to talk about today, because it's kind of like the place that we would suggest you get to really understand before you then start quoting for the larger jobs. You
Yeah.
start kind of at the beginning. Now, I don't think that we ever really did that, so we're trying to
never
tell
did.
people to do it better because
Yeah.
it was so fast and furious. And one of the things that was difficult for us in the beginning, because we didn't make lots of balloon friends, we didn't really understand that the industry was there, if I'm honest. We were
Yeah.
just kind of in our own little world.
Yeah.
And we didn't have people to kind of ask advice for on pricing. So one of the questions that we'd often have when we were asked about a bigger job is, how do we even begin
Yeah.
to work that out?
But isn't that interesting? Because I think sometimes doing it yourself, even though there's a lot of training now, you can learn about pricing and all of that. Sometimes figuring it all out yourself is the best way.
I think it helped us at the
because we did
start.
exactly
It
the
did
same.
massively.
Yeah.
So,
Learned, made mistakes, improved, constantly improved and evolved and changed. I think the best thing for us was we just didn't have anyone else's input and direction. We did what was right for us, and we've now got to a place of what works for us.
but you changed the rules. That's the thing. You changed the rules. The rules, the unwritten rules of what a balloon decorator was not 50 people working in a 12,000 square feet you've got warehouse. That was not what balloon deco
we
was.
didn't do that intentionally, because it sounds like we're really smart and stuff. We just did that by accident.
And you've just spoiled the illusion.
So how did we manage that? There was no intent. We had no business plan. We totally winged it. Everybody back at the office will know we winged it.
This is how you do business, ladies and gentlemen. Don't have a business plan, have no idea what you want to do. And just
But the point is we love it. That's the point, isn't it? We love what we're doing. We love the big installations. They've always been
Just
the thing
say
that
yes,
really
keep
keeps
learning.
And we changed when we needed to change. I think that, and we've always had, and we always will say that the power of three has helped us hugely with each other's confidence
in each
and all of
other.
us doing things. If one of us is having a wobble, you've got the two others to push you.
Yeah.
And we've changed with it growing and learning about the industry as we've gone, but we went into it with our own ideas and our own dreams, if you like, and adapted
we
where we
still are
needed.
learning about the industry, you know.
Yeah,
we're
massively.
absolutely
Absolutely.
amazed.
Yeah, you don't stop
Like
learning.
there are so many niches within the industry. You don't just do balloons. You know, you've got Annie with her specialities, and you've
It's
also
amazing.
got Saud, who you're going to meet later, who does his incredible installations. And it's like that's his niche. And in America, when we were over in Ohio with Allison and TUFTEX, that each of the balloon people that were there had their own niches that they were specialising in. It was like, wow, I hadn't really thought of it like that. And I guess kind of this is our niche, this is what we're doing, but we hadn't really broken it down to that level. So
Not with that thought.
no, give it very little thought.
No, we should really get on and do something. But,
Yes,
but
sorry.
before we do that, I've got to mention your earrings. Fantastic. Where did you get those from? Because I'm sure
It's
everybody...
a shout out to Creative Heart Studio over in America.
Creative Heart
She
Studio.
sells all sorts of balloon accessories, earrings, their little
Fantastic.
she's
aprons,
amazing.
etc.
Love
She's very
them,
good.
love them. Anyway, you've sort of alluded to what you're going to do. Because there's three of you, I'm just going to let you get on.
Yeah.
But I'll be over here asking questions.
Yeah,
and just
do,
being a
definitely.
pain, but
So
what are you going to? First of all, TUFTEX. What colours?
Oh yeah, we've got the new taffy, which we think is potentially one of our favourite
That
colours
is
now.
lovely.
It's just
Seeing
beautiful.
That, and Hara just used it, obviously, in the smaller balloons in her bit. But that looks absolutely gorgeous in that
it is.
size.
Yeah,
It is, and then this is the baby pink, and this one, Meg,
They're hot pink.
is the hot pink. So we've got taffy, which is this one, which is just beautiful. Hot pink and baby pink. One of our favourite TUFTEX colours will forever be empowerment. Wow, did they get that right?
Yeah.
That might be your favourite. We've got
Okay. All right.
So, yeah,
Over
what
to
are we
you
gonna
guys.
do?
What are we going to do? Like I say, I'm just going to stand here. I'm going to. If anybody has any questions, I'll raise them. But you just go. What are you
I'm
gonna
going to
do?
ask the guys if they could pop up a slide. We've skipped past a couple, but if you can pop up the slide with a picture of the garland.
Just twist them into thingies
Because I'm just
first.
going to waffle a little bit about our kind of formula, yeah? So we at Bubblegum Balloons, I talked to you a little bit about the fact that we do a 2 metre click and deliver, grab and go garland. So we're just going to show you on the screen the formula for our 2 metre garland and talk a little bit about why we found it important to find the formula for a 2 metre garland and how from there we continue to kind of grow. So in our 2 metre garland, we use 8s a lot of bubblegum balloons. I don't know if that's what everybody else does.
There is one.
No, there's an 8. So we love 8s. We don't know why. It's just what we've always done. So in our 2 metre garland, we've got 7 clusters of 8, and 5 of the clusters have got a 17-inch balloon in, which Sally's just made there. And 2 of the clusters just have 11-inch balloons in.
That's
And I'm just going to show you because it's we're not teaching you how to make a 2-metre garland. You do it your way. We're just kind of showing you this is the way that we do it and this is our formula, because what we really think is it's important for you to find your formula, because from a 2-metre garland you can scale to do all kinds of sizes of installations, but essentially you need to know the beginning, the formula at the beginning to kind of get you there. So we're definitely not telling you we do it best. You do you, but this is how we do it. Now we're actually tying our balloons together really kind of loosely. Greg, do you know much about this kind of stuff?
Yeah. I do know. I've seen that. I do understand.
Lots of people tie them quite close
really
together.
tight, but
we
loose
didn't really
is
realise that, but we're actually quite unique. We like them quite stretchy.
Loose is better.
Yeah, exactly.
Always said that.
It enables us to twist them up and mould them into what we're doing, because obviously a lot of what we're doing is organic, nothing is sized, we're just chucking it together. So we build the 8s, and then once we've got all the 8s built, we get our garland cord. The girls are going to get it. Oh, you got it there. Well done.
Yeah, I'm on here.
We're actually using Dacron line today.
You twist it on.
Yep. And we just twist the clusters of 8 on. So we start with a cluster of 8 that doesn't have any 17-inch in. That's our first one. And what that does is it gives the garland a nice kind of shape. So it starts a bit smaller, goes a bit bigger, and then it kind of ends on a nice shape at the end. And then we're going to put on the 5 clusters with the 17-inch in. And the important thing here for us is that you push it really hard. What Annie was saying was she was talking about how the balloons grip onto the pole.
Yeah.
What we're wanting them to do is to grip onto the cord, and then we'll twist that in to make sure they stay in position. Because we're wanting to create a garland that can be delivered with a driver. So this garland is going to go in a bag, it's going to be chucked onto the back of a van, it's then going to be dragged through somebody's front door. It has to be robust and not be wobbly and floppy. It needs to be...
Nice.
Yeah, but you know what, it has a process. It's not being done and then put straight into position.
So you've just put that on there quite loose, and then you slid that up there, and then you.
And now I'm trying to tighten it.
And that is the most important thing. So this is obviously one of the first things you learn if you come to work at Bubblegum, to be a ninja with the girls.
Speaking of people working at
Are
Bubblegum.
they messaging? Because they're all
Okay.
online.
First of all, is my microphone working now? Is it all okay? Because we had a few comments saying, turn Greg up.
Oh.
I thought people just wanted to hear more of me.
It's on.
It's all right.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm making too much.
But we've had Helen Henton.
Hells, you know Hells.
Okay, Hells.
Is she using clean?
Bubblegum, the whole team are watching. Can you ask the girls who is their favourite staff member? Okay. Causing problems.
Yeah, I was going to talk a little bit about our totes. Obviously, you know our tote
yeah,
system,
I do.
so I was just going to kind of talk about that. Because with the fact that there's a specific formula to a 2-metre garland, there's therefore a specific number of balloons in a 2-metre garland. So when you place an order on our website, you shove it in your basket, pay for it, then that order goes into our stock management system, and our stock management system then generates something for Steve, which means that Steve in the warehouse has to go and pick that order. So he puts all of the balloons that are in that order into this tote. So you can see everything that we would need to make this garland comes specifically down to the
Do
team.
you add a couple of extra balloons in case they burst?
Yeah, there is a few, and the girls have bins downstairs with all of the balloon colours that we
I
use.
see, okay.
So if one does burst, or you just
Yeah.
need a few more, you can just grab it from
So
the...
Steve does the exact right amount, and then if any do burst, then
We've got a little bin
you've got
system that-
backups
Yeah,
effectively.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That's how we do that.
Yeah.
So the exact kind of quantity is in there, and again, that's all kind of part of us where we had to standardise it a little bit in order to grow the events team, in order to grow the business. There had to be an amount of standardisation, which took us a while to get our head around because we're creative people. So you kind of go, well, you just make it look epic. That's our slogan. Make it look epic. But to do that and make sure that you could get it looking epic every time, there actually has to be a little bit of structure behind it. Is what we found. So that's the important part of it.
And I think that's what you've done so well, is you've made a process out of
Yes.
this, and it does look organic.
And even if you were one person, you know, you can get a process in place, because then you're not having to think about it every time. You're walking up to that, you know exactly what you need to grab in terms of 11-inch balloons, 17-inch balloons.
Yeah.
There's less thought that goes into it, so therefore you're just quicker. Even if it's a process just for one person, we think it's important.
So even if you're not doing this, you know, with delivery drivers that you've got, you're not out there doing this yourself, you're handed it over to delivery drivers, but even if you are doing it yourself, you get your formula.
Yeah.
You know exactly how many balloons, you
How
can
to
cost
charge.
accurately,
Yeah.
and all of that.
But
So there's
from
great
that-
benefits to it.
Exactly.
And
Even
from
just
that
for one
one, you then,
person.
that's how you grow, and you can just make that bigger
Yeah.
because you're just multiplying it up. So
Yeah.
So we're adding our
Starting point.
5-inch balloons, which is always the last thing that we add in. We like our 5-inch balloons to stay in quads or duos, and we just twist them into the garland. You want to bring that up, Sel, so
See
you
if
can
we've
see.
got any
So
questions.
we're
If
not-
anybody's got any questions, by the way, please put them in the comments.
Favourite style?
Claire Dunning. Go girls. Don't forget Prosecco Friday. We do have some Prosecco available for the girls.
We have Prosecco Friday every week for the team.
Lee Campbell says, this is amazing. Well done, boss. Boss apostrophe. Does that mean bosses? Bosses, sorry. Oh, good grammar there.
So yeah, we're just twisting our quads of 5-inch in. This is it's just people do this differently again. The reason that we do it like this, Greg, is because it has to remain in the position that we're putting it in. If you start putting it in on a 260Q, or you put in it in a different way, it can move around when it's being put into bags. And we actually just like it scattered through the garland, like the icing on the cake at the end of the build of it. And it just fills any gaps, makes it look beautiful. We love mini balloons. Especially in the new taffy colour.
They are beautiful colours.
Yeah,
I think that's the thing with TUFTEX as well. The colours have always been
great.
just the big selling point, but also how solid the balloons are,
Yeah.
how strong
tough.
they
They're
are.
really good to work with.
Yeah.
They are.
And
You should put that in the name, shouldn't you, Tough?
And we do obviously a lot of outside installations, so
Yeah.
it's important the kind of quality of the balloons to know that you can trust it to then last for your client's event. So yeah, they're great quality.
So what is the question that you've put out there that everybody has to answer about you guys?
What's this?
The favourite colour?
Did you answer yours? What was your?
TUFTEX.
Don't answer it, because
No.
we're asking people to go to
We might have answered
Instagram.
it
And,
earlier, but
I spoiled it. Yeah, you did. I did it. I'm
our
sorry.
favourite TUFTEX colour.
what?
I didn't put mine or yours.
No.
So what is
So the
the...
question is our favourite TUFTEX colour, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay,
I've already said
is that the one on Instagram? Okay.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Just go to Instagram and just say what is the favourite TUFTEX colour of Laura, seemingly.
So
Oh, wait, hold on, we've got some questions.
oh,
Please make the slide larger. So I don't know what slides we've got, but I don't know if Mike can do
DM us
that.
and we can pass it over to you.
Okay,
Don't worry
so
about
you
it.
can
I
get
don't
the
think
slides.
it's possible to make it bigger. So yeah,
Yeah,
just give
but
us a shout.
if you want the slides, you can either get in touch with us afterwards
Yeah.
or get in touch directly with you guys.
Yeah,
and you can
exactly,
do
Greg.
House of Balloons has said, where are you based and do you offer training? You're based
question.
in Fleet.
We
Yes,
are.
we are. Farnborough in Hampshire. Fleet
Farnborough.
Yeah.
Fleet, yeah. And do you offer training?
We get asked a lot, Greg, so it isn't something that we've done to date, and you know that, obviously, because we've been busy doing our own
But
thing.
watch this space.
Oh,
This
yeah,
space,
we had
exactly
such fun
that.
doing it. You know, we had a great time in the live in
fun.
Liverpool with
Yeah.
interacting with people. We loved kind of being with people. So
Being over in
there's-
Cleveland was great fun.
Watch this space,
Yeah.
we'll see.
Okay.
So in terms of the 2-metre garland, once you've built the core 2-metre garland, from that what you can do is figure out how many balloons you've used to do your formula, and with that information, how long it's taken you to make it, to make sure that you put in your hourly rate into the cost of the garland.
Yeah.
And then you can figure out what the cost of that garland should be for your client. And then to elevate that garland further, you can then add other things into it. So that we have a price for a core kind of 2-metre garland, and then if you start adding in things like the smaller foils or one of these super fun TUFTEX cowboy boot balloons, which are really on trend at the moment. We've just got a new range coming out on our website which includes the cowboy boot, so we're excited about that.
So if people are on your website and they're ordering the 2-metre garland,
Yeah.
can they add these on as well on the website?
Yeah, so we'll have the pink kind of garland as a core product, and then there'll be another one that will be literally themed like a Peppa Pig garland, and
Okay.
that's a higher price because it's got the
I just
foils
wonder if
and
it will
the
go up.
clears added in there. So each time you're kind of adding more value to the customer, if you like, by adding in extra
Interesting,
things.
yeah.
And again, you've got your core price for the 2 metre garland. You just now need to work out what it costs you to add these additional bits in. Like Annie with snowflakes and
Yes,
things,
yeah.
like what would it cost to add those in? So it helps you. So all the time, you kind of coming back to when you're given a brief that will ask you for like an 8 metre by 8 metre cloud, that can be really daunting the first time that you're asked to do something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just have to pause and go back to basics, go back to what's a 2 metre garland and how many 2 metre garlands would I need to build that, and that's how you get to the price of it. So
Right.
all the time we're kind of, but
And that's
obviously
for anything, isn't it? You can use it for the walls, you can use
Yeah.
it for like the garlands that go around the sailboards or whatever, you just multiply the
Yeah.
metres.
Yeah.
it's the
Okay.
same kind of thing. So if we were doing a wall, we would have our base plates that would be included in the price. But essentially, we're thinking about it in terms of how many garlands we would need to stack to create.
So it just becomes mathematical.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why do you
have-
make it
you-
so easy?
Yeah,
Exactly.
And that's the point.
But
it
it
has
takes
to be,
out the
though.
guesswork. Each time you're doing a job, each time you're pricing a job, you don't have to go back to counting and how you do this, how you do that. You've got the
Or just
start,
the unknown, yeah.
and then you just make it
Yeah,
bigger. Just
yeah.
multiply it up, and then you can.
And,
it
and
makes,
that's our secret, really. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
And any time we've gone wayward, which obviously you do in the business journey, you know that's where we try to overcomplicate something.
Yeah.
We made it too difficult. You just got to keep it simple, and that's how we go about our pricing. That's how we go about creating new products. That's how we create the website. You know, all of those things. Just
think-
keep it simple.
I think it can be seen as quite complicated though. You're talking
Yeah.
about totes there and,
Yes.
and Steve picking and it going and whatever, but you've done all of that to keep it simple.
Yeah,
Because as
exactly.
you've grown, you do need to put process in place, and you do, and
Yeah.
process helps if you are
Before-
even on your own.
Before
So
COVID, our warehouse was
Oh, it's
obviously
handwritten,
different
wasn't it? Lists.
things. Yeah, we were literally handwriting out what orders were coming in off the website. There was no system.
It's crazy.
And then
Wow.
when the girls were going out to do a setup, it was just a case of, well, let's go in the warehouse. First off, hope that the balloon colour is there, because we didn't necessarily, there was no stock system.
So we
Yeah.
had
So we
loads of
just
stock.
loads of stock, loads of bins, and then they would just grab. And then you wouldn't know how much they'd grab. Nobody knew. There was no quantities. It was just grabbing handfuls. Then the
And
next
you-
job would
yeah.
come in, and you wouldn't know if that colour was then back in stock or not, because nobody
and
knew to
the
order
stress
it.
it caused poor Steve in our warehouse.
how-
no idea of
It
the
was
stock
chaos.
levels.
But
It's just
also,
crazy.
you never knew if they were turning up to do, if one of our events team would turn up to do a 2.5 by 2.5 arch, one would have a different quantity of balloons to another one,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
there was no thought behind it at that point in time. So you would, I mean,
It would always
they're
look
all
great.
fantastic, so they would always look amazing, but it could end up being particularly different things, you know,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
for whatever reason.
One's a lot
So
bigger
when
at the
you
bottom,
have some
one's-
thought into it, it just helps it become more standard, so that you can always achieve the epic.
Yeah,
You know, you can
yeah.
kind of get to that place. So yeah, there's thought behind it now.
yeah, each client wants a different thing. So as it, you know, if a client's wanting something that's bigger, it's more, it's this. You still go back to your basics and you create what they want using the formula from the basics. So it just always enables you to break it down again.
But I think very much like you, what can we do to keep things as simple as
Yeah.
possible? And I found that things start to get complicated if you start to bypass things or start to make a process that isn't designed for whatever it is
Yeah.
you're using. You might need to change the software, you
Yeah.
might need to change a process to make it
Or
simple.
you're
we
in
have-
danger sometimes of putting a process in place because you think you have to put a process in place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you strip it back and right, what are we trying to achieve?
And we
Yeah.
have the input of the team a lot as well. We've got Liz back at base, who's brilliant with being able to put processes in place. It's how her mind works very well, and we take the input from the other people within the team.
Yeah.
Where's your jump hurdles that you've got to jump here? Let's try and get rid of these. Let's try and make this easier. Take the footprint away, make it more simple.
Yeah.
So trying to get more out of the space we've got and the team we've got, and the amount that we can put through on the online side now, comparison to what we could put through prior to these processes, is amazing.
Well, when I visited you that day, just before Valentine's Day, I want to say the courier, but it was an articulated lorry too.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
a double-decker articulated lorry, and you had 800 going on the floor at that time,
Yeah.
and they came
Yeah.
early, and we were
Yeah,
taping
yeah,
them all
taping
up.
them all.
That's
already.
right. Yes.
But
yes.
it was, that's amazing. 800 from 10 a day was
Yeah,
the
that
goal,
was the dream.
to 800 just going out. And I think you had another collection later on that night as
Yeah.
well. So it's just bonkers what process can do and how it can make things so simple. Yeah, sticking to the
I know.
bullet.
Yeah.
Right, I think we've got a question or two.
Okay, brilliant.
So Do you use elastic bands to attach the 5-inch balloons?
Oh, that's a good
No.
question. Definitely not.
Sorry.
We don't. It's not
Answer
something we
quickly.
do. We use elastic bands. We always have elastic bands in the office.
To tie the
but
bags.
We don't, yeah, to tie the bags
Where you
with the
get
weights
that?
at the bottom. But we don't use them to put our 5-inch balloons in. We are literally twisting our Sal, do it. So we're literally twisting our 5-inch balloons directly onto the balloons that are already in the garland. So we're not using 260Qs or elastic bands. They're literally twisted directly in onto an 11-inch balloon.
Yeah.
Not like that.
Don't do that.
Or a
got another one.
17-inch balloon. So yeah, no is the answer, Greg.
Yeah, okay. That's good. Love you ladies, my inspiration, House of Balloons.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Andrew is asking if a client orders a garland to pick up, do you supply attachment hooks or advise on attachment?
We do have advice on it. So there is a video, a QR code that can take them to advice, and
Okay.
also to how to put the arch together, because they have to slot the arch together. But we don't provide that. That isn't something that's added on. Because often there'll be fixing points in their houses. You know,
Yeah,
people
yeah.
know. I mean, we always have command hooks on the van, so if it's one of our drivers and they need a hand, then we can obviously grab something for them. But generally speaking, it is a deliverable item that they can then install themselves.
I love the fact you've done a video. Oops. You've done a video and a QR code.
Yeah.
It just gets stuck on
I
the
just
bag.
love
so when
QR
it's-
codes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
people can just do that. And say,
Again, it's
okay.
easy, it's simple.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Make it as simple as possible.
Yeah,
Okay, I
that's
see.
a good question.
Any other questions? Come on, let's have some more questions. Andrew also says the KISS principle. Absolutely. Oh, how did you? This is Chelsea. How did you attach the large foil to the garland?
Oh, yeah, we
Sorry,
didn't
I
talk
already
about
did
that.
Look, pass me that one.
So there we are actually using a 260Q.
Okay.
So we've used gaffer tape here to attach the 260Q in a loop onto the back of the foil. We use either the stretchy balloon tape
Yeah.
or the gaffer tape to attach the 260Q on the back, and then we tie it in. Because we don't want to attach it from the bottom, because we don't want the boot sticking out the top of it.
Yeah.
We want it in there,
Okay.
so that it's kind of nestled into the garland. So
It
yeah,
doesn't
that's how
matter
we're
that
doing
it's
it.
gaffer tape because it's
Can't see it.
No, that's the point. It's the back. It's the
you put the boot
mechanics
on
that
that
make it happen behind it. So
Yeah.
260Q with gaffer tape or balloon tape.
Excellent.
Another one in.
We love these cowboy boots. Greg, are you
very
stocking
cool.
those yet?
Sorry.
Are you stocking those yet? The cowboy boots.
I think so. We did have some.
Yeah.
You know my answer to this question. I don't know.
Doesn't know what's going on.
Jenny, if you're watching, or
out there now.
anybody, customer support, can you please comment and say if we stock these or not? If not, I'm sure we will be very soon. Can you show how to hang on the wall slower, step by step? So
Yeah,
what did you
of course.
actually
We're
do?
happy to.
What we
actually
can do with, should we show?
So when we build the,
I can undo it, probably.
garland, we actually have the cord running all the way through the garland. You saw us twisting the balloons onto the cord. We then leave a metre of cord at the left-hand end and a metre of cord at the right-hand end, and that's what you would use to fix it to something.
Okay.
So in my house, there's like this banister that I always tie the garlands onto for the kids' birthday balloons.
Yeah.
But in this instance, obviously, you've got a beautiful white flat wall that doesn't have anything on. So we actually used command hooks. I don't know if you stock those, Greg, but you definitely should if you don't.
I don't think we do, but I don't know. But we. Oh God! I will start to stock those. Thank you very much for the tip.
So
Or the
yeah,
instruction,
The
the
reason that
being
we
told
use
what
the
to do.
command hooks is because they're damage free. So you can put them onto a painted wall, and the way that you remove the tab afterwards actually means that you're not going to take the paint off of the wall.
they're great.
So we've got ones that are a bit stronger that we use on windows and things. But yeah, that's it.
There's outdoor ones as well that I
Yeah.
discovered
They are,
that's
yeah.
specifically for your Christmas tree lights and all that sort of stuff. Or
Yeah.
Christmas lights, and yeah.
They're amazing.
Just literally tie them on. So ours are stuck on the wall that way, facing inwards to each other. So the cord, as it pulls down, is pulling away, so it won't slip off the end.
Okay.
And then you just literally tie it on, loop it round as it's on the wall. Ooh.
And there are a few different kind of types of command hooks, and all of them work. We have ones with a metal hook that flips both ways because we find that we can thread the cord through the metal hook.
Oh, yeah.
But you can use these white ones as well.
These
So I
ones
think
are
it.
holding it up nicely.
Yeah,
aren't
it's
Yeah.
doing a great job.
And that
so
one
it's
just
literally
hold it on
just
the
two
wall.
command hooks, and that's holding that on the wall for the duration of the party,
Is it just-
depending on how raucous the party is.
Is it just this size that you've used up there?
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
the one
that's
we've
exactly
used.
what it
Yeah.
is.
So they're just
So they're just
little
facing
ones.
Yeah, they
inwards.
are.
They're facing
Because there's not much
that
pull,
way, so they're going to pull against
light.
each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's
it.
very cool.
They're good, very useful. They're always in our kit bags. That's our top tip.
Standard
Command
kit.
hooks.
We don't stock at the moment.
Oh,
What, the
we need
boots?
to.
I think it's the boots.
Oh,
okay,
maybe it's the
we're going to get the boots.
You're going to get the boots.
All right, we don't have a choice now, do we? So,
Boots and command hooks.
and command hooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be more interesting. So what's the future hold?
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? Do you ever know? The future holds, I mean, this is our first kind of year where we really feel like it's kind of come back to being really what it was like for us on the event side pre-COVID, because the events industry probably took the longest, because the scale of events that we're doing are often like 1,000 people in Battersea Evolution, and you needed to get to a certain place before you felt comfortable and also had the money again after COVID to do those kind of events. So we really feel like this is our first year, so we're just going to enjoy the year and hopefully have a fantastic year with the team and with all the big events that we've got going on.
We've got
and then
room to grow still where we are, the premises that we're in. So I think at the moment the focus is on just growing again, and building up the events team to be as busy, if not busier, than what we were before.
Yeah, yeah. Is there anything else you want to show from a doing it point of view?
I don't think so. Do we want to talk
so
about
we're
the
ahead of schedule?
We
so
can
more questions.
We can talk about this part of it, I guess, if you like. That the way that we put the clears and the orbs in, because that's always useful.
Absolutely, yeah, go for it.
We use a 260Q at this
cut it off and
point.
tie it on?
Yeah. So
We haven't got another 260
unlike with the foil balloon, where we needed to stick the 260Q on the back of it, with the orbs and the clears that we've added in, we just roll it around the neck of it. So this is what we would do.
So once you've blown out the clear, take your 260Q, roll it down the neck of the balloon, and then just tie that on, double tie. Try and keep the air out of the 260Q, and then tie the end of these. Oh, I'll do it that way.
You're just creating a loop.
Just create a loop, and then you can stretch that around the balloons to hook them in.
Okay.
Nice and easy.
Cool. Let's see if we've got any more questions. Do you keep, from Emma, do you keep the 5 inches all to one side or evenly distribute them through the garland so the customer doesn't know what's front or the back?
For the garlands,
That's a
I
good
think
question.
We cover it, don't we? Either.
Yeah.
So if it was going out to a client, we knew where it was going, what space it was in, we would just decorate the side that was the front, if you like.
Yeah.
But when you're sending out the garlands or half arches to a client and we don't know which direction it's going, then we would cover all of it, so it makes no odds.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if
But
we're
you've got the
doing-
same number of
on.
balloons.
If they've yes, and if they've got the foils on, then it's obviously that's the front where it
Yeah.
might be more
Yeah.
heavy with mini balloons as well,
Yeah.
with the 5-inch.
Yeah.
It's a good question, though. On the arches, we do actually have a front and a back to the arches, because it's got to go that way anyway. So there's like front left, front right, and front middle.
labelled up like the way for the
And
customer.
then we cover
Okay.
the front of it with the mini balloons. So
Okay,
it's-
so
yeah.
if you're just doing a normal
Yeah.
arch, it wouldn't really matter. But if you're doing something that's got a theme to it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you obviously have to have a
Front and a back. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think we might nearly be there. And that is how it's done. Perfection, Lee Campbell has said. So let me see if I've missed anything. No, can you show it? Yeah, done that, done that, done that. All right.
Brilliant.
Well, thank you all very much. We are, what?
Alex has a question.
Alex
Go on,
has a
Alex.
question.
Collectively, what is your favourite TUFTEX colour? And what do you like about TUFTEX?
Well, we
The
said
colours, I love the colours about
and the
TUFTEX.
toughness. The toughness. They are
they're
robust.
Great to
latex,
use.
aren't they?
Yeah. They are. They last well. They're good to use.
Collectively, what's our favourite colour?
Colour.
This is where we see a fight.
Did you answer?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We never agree on that.
BMTV.
What did we say? What did you say?
Mine's empowerment, definitely. I love empowerment.
Well, I am a fan. Any green colour, I'm always a fan of. So I will go with empowerment because
but
it
also
is.
we love lace. The introduction of lace kind of changed it from everybody,
Yeah.
didn't it? Lace
Yeah.
is just
Yeah.
Lace is
incredible.
amazing.
We use it in loads of things now. The lace colour, and this new taffy
Cameo's-
is going to become
Cameo's
one of
beautiful.
our new favourites.
But
So
for the answer to the question,
the answer to the question, we'll say empowerment.
Very
And
good.
why do we love them? We love them because they give us what we need. That
Yeah.
we need durability, we need them to be strong, we need them to
Modern
be
colours.
reliable,
The colours
we
that
need the
work.
colours to be fresh. So yeah, those are the reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, thank you. Alex, is there anything else I should be saying or doing? Do you want to come on camera? Come on, just this is Alex, everybody. Alex is the boss of the video
I need
department.
to be this side, right?
There you go.
And we've got, it seems a bit unfair to have you without mics.
Come on, Mike.
I don't mean without mics, so I think, Mike, you've got to come on.
Yeah?
Both mics.
This is going to get very crowded.
Well, there's three of them, so we need to win.
We're going to pack out this side.
These are the
Tall
people.
on the other side.
These are the people behind the cameras.
We've got you in front of the camera now.
So I just wanted to quickly introduce you to mics. We've got the two mics.
Hello.
Not mics, but mics, and Alex is the boss. Right,
Working
you
magic
go back. Thank
behind.
you for coming on. You've had your moment of fame.
This is throwing the schedule completely.
I know. So, guys, you did it really, really quickly. So, what else can we do? Juggle. Can you juggle?
No.
Instagram. We need to tell people, keep going to the Instagram.
Keep going to Instagram. I mean, shall I just give you the mic and you can just do it? You can do this. I'll try and do a camera thing, and you can just do that.
If everyone out there, any of the demonstrators and the wonderful guests that we have today, if you want to get a selection of the products that they've used today, head to our Instagram.
Head to Instagram.
There you go.
Instagram.
Just
Okay.
answer
Yes,
their
head to
question.
There you go.
What time are we supposed
Do
to
it. He's
talk?
better at this than me. All right. Okay, you can go now. Thanks. Anyway, thank you, Bubblegum Girls. We didn't even say who was who.
Yeah, no, we
Just
didn't
Laura,
even do the
Megan,
introduction.
Sally.
See, we're going to move
It's the Bubblegum Girls, isn't it? You're just known as the Bubblegum Girls. But yeah, thank you very much for that. And our next guest, we're going to have a sit down. I believe it's going to be a sit down with Allison.
Oh, fantastic.
But it's going to be a few minutes because we've got to get rid of this and put the sofa out and everything. So we will be back very soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi, buddy. Just been sitting here on the sofa. Somebody just came to grab, Loretta just came to grab me and said, Greg, you've got 30 seconds to get back onto the sofa. So I've been running, so I'm sorry. Anyway.
Okay. I've been sitting here patiently.
Yeah, on time. I am out of breath. Just give me a second, everybody. Give me a second. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? That one. Right, I've got cushions. Got new cushions, so you can cuddle a cushion if you want to. We used to have these on because we didn't have cushions. But there we go. Right, I'll get my breath, sorry.
That's okay. I do not want to perform CPR. I don't even know how. I'm not certified. Maybe someone else.
I'm just out of breath. I'm not gonna fall over. It's fine. Right, Allison. Let's talk a bit more about TUFTEX.
Sure.
So, you obviously said you bought it 6.5 years ago.
Yes, that's my husband Mike and I. Mm-hmm.
What made you do that?
It was my husband, his idea. We own a couple other businesses, and neither one of those. He's very entrepreneurial. If I'm saying that correctly, it's a hard word to say. And I am not, truthfully. But he wanted to buy or start a business that produced something. Like it's a good. It's not just selling something or distributing something. He really wanted to make something. So came up with our accountant from our other business that this balloon factory, which we didn't even know existed in a town nearby, was up for sale by the original family had owned it for over 100 years, descendants of the original owners. And before I knew it, there we are, signing the papers, signing my life away for a balloon factory that we knew nothing about, basically. So, as I said before, I'm a funeral director and embalmer. I had never worked in a factory. I knew nothing about balloons or that the industry even existed, truthfully. Besides going to the grocery and seeing some balloons at the end of an aisle floating, I didn't know too much about it.
Yeah.
So it was a big learning curve, and here we are, learning every day.
You said earlier on, though, that you do enjoy the job. You do enjoy owning the business and running the business. What is it specifically that you're enjoying about it?
I think my favorite part is just meeting different people.
Okay.
So we are from a small little area in Ohio. So northern Ohio, Midwest. We're surrounded, the town that the factory is located in has about 17,000 people. Takes you about an hour each way to get to a big city. And truthfully, just the way that kind of our culture in the area is, you don't really go to the big city too often. It's not like, some of these big cities where you're like in and out of the city. It's only an hour away. For me, it's like, oh, it's an hour away. I'm not going to drive all the way there.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, just getting to know different people from all over the world, really, it's been very just satisfying. And everyone is so different. And you can get into it, how different people are with their balloon styles, but then it obviously kind of tumbles into just different types of people. And it's wonderful to meet all the different types of people and see, just every day talking to them. Even in the UK, I have people in Liverpool. Now we're all the way down at the other end of the country. It's just the countryside. I mean, I'm getting to experience things I never would have been able to do if I weren't right here today.
And you stayed in the heart of the New Forest last night, didn't you?
Oh my gosh, it was
Brockenhurst.
Gorgeous, like out of a movie. This morning when we were driving from the forest into to Balloon Market, just seeing the mist and the countryside. We went by the most beautiful little cemetery, and on Harrod, I'm like, oh, I want to stop, but we were running late. So she was like, oh, if we pull over, I won't be able to prep. So I missed that opportunity, but maybe another time.
It is lovely, and if you go through the centre of Brockenhurst, you'll see the ponies walking around on the road and stuff. They just get everywhere. It is really, really nice. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the experience. So, TUFTEX, the balloons themselves, everybody's already talked about them, the quality, the colour. And that was quite an eye-opener with Anne Harrod there, when there was the balloon that was only inflated that much, an 11-inch balloon. and it was just exactly the same sort of opacity as the ones that were inflated almost fully. That's amazing. What is it about, for you as a manufacturer, what is it about TUFTEX balloons that are, what's the unique selling point? What's better than the other balloons out there?
Well, I think that I always call it the recipe, but our recipe, was developed using the 17-inch balloon. That's what TUFTEX, if you ask people who've been in the industry for a long time, especially in the US, they know that the 17-inch balloon was developed specifically to float at automobile dealerships in a promotional aspect.
Yeah.
So they were, they're made to withstand the sun, the rain, the wind, even snow,
Wow.
So that's what they're made from. So the rest of them obviously use the same recipe, just in different aspects for different sizes. But I think, they're very tough, hence the TUFTEX.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's why they called it that back in the day, but they also, the color density, I think, is just there. As you inflate the balloon, it's the same at the top as it is down at the bottom.
Yeah.
And when we, back in 2019, because of the helium crisis, we started seeing, a decline in sales. We had just purchased the business about a year and a half before, and we all came together as a team, and with our strategy was kind of developed to go after the decorator business. And when we did that, we decided we needed to make some new colors to grab attention in the industry. And when we did that, I specifically said, I really want an opaque balloon so that when it blows up to full size, it looks like it's double stuffed.
Yeah.
You can't see through it. Now, I will say I love a crystal balloon. Our crystal balloons are some of my most favorite. We don't make them very often because they're really not as on trend as the opaque matte.
Yeah.
But we have that line to be able to see through. These new colors, I want them to be ultra dense in color.
Yeah.
So that's what we do when we make actually my son Doc hand makes some balloons. When we try to make a new color, he'll bring them in. We take them in different lighting and fully inflate them, look at them. This one, it's not so dense, it's not so opaque.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is key, because you want them to look like a quality balloon in my mind.
Yeah.
And when you start losing that color, it falls out.
I think during COVID and everything, the colours were the thing that people really wanted. They were in-demand colours, on-trend colours. And that is what I think, made TUFTEX a name in the UK. But where do you get the inspiration for the colours that you're going to create? Because you brought these new colours out just now. So where does that inspiration come from?
It comes from different things. Sometimes we just see things paying attention to different industries. So you see things like in the fashion industry or the makeup industry. They're usually pretty, they're leaders in color. Also the paint industry, they release colors of the year. You kind of see what all of the trends and forecasts are.
Yeah.
But besides that, what's been most useful for me is just looking at what are the artists doing?
Yeah.
What are they using?
Yeah.
What are they double stuffing to make?
Okay.
Back
so the colours that are missing because people are double stuffing, you think, okay, we'll make that.
Yeah, because
Cool.
Double stuffing is wonderful. It can give that really creamy, rich texture. But for most people, especially for those starting out, double stuffing is two times the product.
Doubles your cost.
Yeah, it doubles your cost. It also probably doubles the time for inflation by the time you have to, put the one inside the other. So, the more that we can provide those tools to make balloon artists' lives easier, I think that's the key. And you're still going to have, some artists who they'd rather just double stuff because they like that
Yeah.
You know, that background that's given by that second balloon. And, you know, I love it. And we'll see some of that later today.
Yeah,
I love it, but for most people, I think, especially for those who really want to just, you know, they're here to kind of like hone down the timing. How long can I make this arch and then move on to my next job? Providing them with color dense, you know, high quality products. That's basically our mission.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, before I ask you any more questions, we've got to talk about a giveaway. So this is one of your shiny bags, and we've got some treats in here, everybody. We've got TUFTEX color chart. We've got a TUFTEX foil balloon. We've got a TUFTEX sample pack. Do you know what all those colors are?
Not off the top of my
Okay.
head. I can tell you what they are, but I don't know exactly what's in there.
Okay, all right. We've got a sample pack there. We've got a balloon market pad, balloon market post-its. We've got a very bright TUFTEX pen. That is the brightest pen I think I've ever seen in my life. And what else? Did I do that? The little car air freshener balloon market, and I think. Oh no, we've got something else in here. What's this? What's that? A little TUFTEX.
Oh, I don't know what you call those little doohickeys. It's like an ID
It's a
badge.
doohickey. It's a doohickey. I like that. It's a doohickey.
It's like an ID badge, you know, but what balloon artists can do is they can put it on their apron and hook their scissors to it.
Yeah. Scissor keeper. Maybe let's call it that. Okay.
Sure.
And got a little balloon market keyring there as well. So, what do you do to get one of these goodie bags? What you've got to do, you've got to order some TUFTEX balloons from Balloon Market, and you've got to order £50 worth before the VAT, and then in the comments you've got to hashtag hashtag what, Alex?
Team TUFTEX.
Team TUFTEX. I'm really rubbish. Anybody would think I'm a professional. I'm really not. So Alex is behind the camera telling me what to say. So Team TUFTEX. Order £50 worth of TUFTEX balloons from Balloon Market, and in the comments on your order put hashtag Team TUFTEX, and then it's a first come first served. I'm not even too sure how many of these we have, but we will. How many have we got? Shall I say? We've got 20. So the first 20 people to put that on there. What's so funny? What's so funny? Everybody's laughing now. It's all going horribly wrong, isn't it? I don't know what they're laughing at. 20 is 20, Mike, isn't it? So, you'll get one of these in your next order. And the other thing I've got to remind you all of is, where am I looking? Over there. You've got to warn me when you're changing cameras. I don't know. You've done it again now. No, stop it. Stop it. Not funny at all, Mike. Not funny. You can go to our Instagram and your Balloon Market Instagram, and there's a pinned post at the top, and you have to answer the questions. And did you answer a question? Did we have a question for Alison?
No.
No. Oh, that's a bit rubbish. We didn't ask you a question.
That's okay.
We could think of a cool question for you.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Okay.
It's really okay. I'm fine.
What's your favourite name of a TUFTEX balloon?
Oh, and you come up with all the names as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Should I answer that?
You just answer it now, yeah.
Yeah, definitely Cameo. So that is one of my most favorite parts of the whole process of making a new color, is coming up with its name. I actually have a Google Doc with names, potential names, and sometimes I try to jam one in there. But I do have a list of names, like, someday I'm going to use that name. Cameo had been in my mind for a long time, and when we were making that color, my son was making it, the minute I saw it, I thought, that's Cameo. And I actually had one of our customers say, what's a cameo? People aren't going to know what a cameo is. What is Cameo? But now I think everybody knows what Cameo is.
Yeah.
And, it's just like that baby name when you hear it and you're like, I wouldn't probably name, my child that, but it kind of, all of a sudden that baby is that name, and it fits them, it suits them. And so Cameo, definitely. like in my early 20s, I was a waitress at a local pizza place, which is called the Cameo.
Okay.
And we still go there pretty often. I won't say how many times a week, but we get pizza from there pretty often. And then I also love Cameo jewelry. So
Okay.
it's just a name I like.
That's cool.
And I like the balloon too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. One that gets me is empowerment. I mean, where does that color come from? Where does that name come from?
You know, I think I'd just seen it somewhere along the way. And, you know, we already had a mint green, which was kind of like everyone's standard mint green balloon. And when we decided, it wasn't very opaque. So it was on kind of our list to get a redo. And, you know, empowerment is very creamy.
Yeah.
It's very, you know, matte and lovely. And I don't know. Of course, I didn't want to go with mint because that's just kind of like the same old thing.
Same as everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was just somehow came upon it, and that's, you know, it's actually one of my least favorite names because when I go to type it out in messages, it's really long and it has a hyphen. So I don't know why I did that. It's kind of long to type out.
I'm getting signals from off camera from Alex to look at my phone. So I'm guessing there's some comments here, but my phone, oh no, it's gone all.
They're
all funny.
probably about these little doohickeys here, you know, the little furry friends.
Yeah. Okay. How far away are we from latex balloons that float for a few days without high float? That's an interesting question. Is that something that you could really do? I don't know. You'd have to have really thick latex, I would have thought.
I think it would. I mean, yeah, the thicker your latex, definitely the longer they're going to last without any kind of assistance. But, you know, what that comes with is a higher cost, of course, because you have more latex. It also probably comes with lots of scientific problems that I'm not the one to answer, you know, upon. But it also might affect how they float, you know, for those who use them with helium. I definitely would affect that. So the thicker the balloon, you know, sometimes we have those in our process where we continually are weighing balloons. At the end of a production line, we have what we call a takeoff, you know, our takeoff team, and they all day long have to be measuring the weight of the balloon because that's how we kind of know. It's one of our quality standards, I guess. You know, they're blowing them up, they're measuring size inflation and all that sort of thing. So I would think that the thicker the latex, you know, you might have some problems along with it, but then also some benefits.
I guess as well the size of the balloon. If you want it to float for longer, just use a bigger balloon. So, but that uses more helium and whatever. It depends what you want it for, I guess. But your float time, what is your float time on average? Okay, there you go.
I have it on a paper. You
Okay.
know, I'm not great with numbers, as all of my team knows, my memory, and I don't know if it's so much just numbers do not stick in my head well. So I would have to refer to my handy dandy little chart.
Okay.
So,
If anybody out there on our customer service team has got a, where am I at? Has got a, what do you call it? A handy, what do you just call it?
it is a float time chart.
No, but you just called it something else that I quite like.
Oh, I just said handy dandy chart.
Handy dandy chart. If anybody has got the handy dandy TUFTEX chart out there with the float time for an 11-inch balloon, if you could put that in the comments, then, or anybody, it could be anybody. It doesn't have to be one of the guys in the customer support. If you know out there what
Meg, if you're watching,
Meg,
my teammate, but she
Meg,
may not be watching. She probably should be working, but this would be considered work.
What time is it? Where she is?
It's 7:16. She's at work.
She's at work at 7:16 in the morning. Oh
Yeah,
my word.
we drive a tight ship. We're like, you get in there. No, she actually
She
gets
sleeps
in
there,
at,
yeah,
she
no.
gets in at 6:30.
Wow.
Yeah, she likes that early schedule.
But does she leave early?
No,
Oh, wow.
no. Yes, she does.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, she does.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. Well, if anybody's got any questions, by the way, for Alison, please just put them in the comments, and happy to ask Alison those questions. But I've got one question about the stock availability in the UK. It's not been great. What are we doing about that?
Well, you know, I just want to mention, as you can imagine, anytime you have an entire ocean, it can present problems. And, you know, we've been trying to figure this out for a couple years, and we've, you know, tried some different things. And so we're hopeful that we've found the best solution, you know,
Okay.
and that we can, you know, kind of work from this point on. But we do have a new, I guess I would say, master distributor
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
on in Europe. Not just the UK, but also in all of Europe, and that is Unique, which is a large party goods provider.
They're one of our suppliers as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and they, you know, I think it's going to be a nice fit. They're a very large company. They're based in the U.S. So what's nice about that is, you know, they just have a boat on the ocean continually. Once a week, they're sending their other goods, you know, like I said, other party supplies that they manufacture as well as distribute. So we'll be able to send them weekly product. They'll, you know, they have the wherewithal to order in very large quantities and stock them, and then they'll distribute that, you know, amongst our customers in the UK. So we're really hoping that this is you know, the fit that we've been kind of searching for. And, you know, we want to just make sure everyone knows, you know, we're committed. I love the UK, and I think a lot of people in the UK love TUFTEX. I'm hoping that they want to, you know, to get all the colors, because it's been a little bit more of a challenge, you know.
It has been, and we've had a big delivery this week actually. So a lot of the colours that were out of stock are now in stock, but there are still some that are missing, and we just need them. And we get people asking us every week. It's like, have you discontinued them because they're out of stock so long? And it's like, no. So I really hope this is the answer, because I think are they relatively in the US local to you? They're in the next state over or something?
Actually, some of them are quite far, you know. You know, the US is very large.
I know it is. I know, yeah.
But our supply in the US right now is really good.
Yeah.
I mean, as all brands, manufacturers, I mean, really across all different types of industries, we all had some problems in the last 2 years, just keeping up with demands and keeping up with freight difficulties and, you know, postal difficulties, everything, supply chain difficulties. And we're past that. We actually have committed to 2 brand new lines. We have one of those lines that's just working really well. The second one, we're hoping by the end of the year will be going just as well. That one actually, we are still waiting on parts that about 2 years we've been waiting.
Wow.
And that is still the lingering effects of supply chain.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because COVID, you say it's still affected by COVID, and people just think that was over ages ago, but you still can feel the effects, as you say, across all industries. And it's not just you as a manufacturer that's having a problem with stock even now, it's others as well. So, but that's good. I hope it works with Unique, and if they're getting that weekly container from the US over to, so you're going to piggyback that container effectively. So they're going to, you're going to put your product in that container, and they're going to bring it over here. And
we ship it right to their port. You know, they have a facility right on the Atlantic Ocean. And then, like I said, they have at least one shipment going per week. You know, sometimes they said multiple, depending on different things that they have going. And so I believe this week we are actually beginning to pull product for them, or that may have actually happened last week.
All right.
And so we're hoping, our conservative estimate is like 3 months' time, they'll have almost all of our range stacked here.
Good.
And I think, you know, so I think in the next maybe hopefully 6 to 8 weeks, you as, you know, as kind of the middleman going between and being able to offer it to your customers, I think you'll start seeing a difference.
Good. I'm looking forward to that.
So are we. So am I, at least.
I think it's going to do crazy well. It's just, never had any issue with the balloons. People love the balloons. They love the colours. They love the quality. They love using them. Just can't get hold of them. And that's the shame, really. But as you say, hopefully in the coming months, fingers crossed.
Fingers
It's going to
crossed.
be a great Christmas. So, okay. So what's the future for TUFTEX? What are you planning?
Well, I mean, we always have things, planning. Always have things we're working on. Always, new colors on the horizons in our minds, at least. And I think for me personally, it's just that commitment to the industry to continue providing people with the tools that they need. And that is, in our arena, that is just quality balloons.
Yeah.
That are, and another part for me, and this has always been a discussion, across for anyone, is the cost. I want to make sure that we are providing the highest quality we can at a really competitive cost for the consumer, because, as much as I like to think of our brand as kind of a boutique brand, because we are, I think sometimes we're kind of pushing the edge of what colors, we're coming out with different colors, a lot of the times. And I like to think we're kind of on the leading edge of that. But I don't want to be the highest priced. And for me, it is, sometimes in the UK that can equate to something different once you have all of the freight costs and everything. I know that. But I do want to make sure that we're competitive in all aspects, know.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
And so just continuing that, working on, refining our quality measures and everything.
Continual improvement, effectively. Yeah.
All the time. As I'm
Fantastic.
sure your business is like that.
We all try, because everything changes all the time. So you've got to keep up with those changes. Got to try to improve constantly.
Yeah, I do think too that we'll, hopefully in the near future we'll have some products that are new to us.
Okay.
Maybe not new to the industry, but right now we're focused on round balloons only.
Okay.
And so at some point we may have some other products available.
Well, like modeling balloons and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, possibly. At least in my mind, that is a natural progression. Like, what other sizes can we offer? What else can we get into?
Because you do foil balloons as well, which is something that I only learned recently. Because it's always been about the latex, but you do foil balloons as well. So are they going to be over with Unique as well, all the foil balloons or not?
I'm not exactly sure, not at the get-go.
Okay.
We don't manufacture our foil balloons.
Yeah.
We have them manufactured by Conver in Mexico.
Yeah.
So we just design them.
Yeah.
And
they're great though, look. I love these boot ones.
well, they're just, truthfully, it's something that my coworker Meg and I just have fun with,
Okay.
And she does balloons on the side, and obviously both of us are always looking at different installs for all different types of balloon artists. And sometimes we'll just see something and say, oh, I wish, or someone will even tell us, there's nothing like this on the market. That was the case actually this summer. We came out with a 24-inch squared, we call them the squared balloons, one side gold, one side silver. And they've been, that was Confetti Castle actually had told me, which is a balloon artist based out of Charlotte.
Okay.
She said, I'd love to have a balloon somewhat like this. And it was funny because she's trying to send me things, and then I'd try to send her questions back, and kind of refined it from there. But she had kind of given us the idea to have something like that. And Conver is a nice foil balloon.
Yeah.
It's good quality, and we just have fun kind of introducing something. And
Cool.
yeah.
Cool. Well, hopefully there'll be many more. I'm just going to check and see if we've got any more questions. Okay. Oh, somebody's just answered about Jack Attack's question. It's Pam. Hi, Pam. Last time I timed one at the unit floating with helium, it was 26 hours for an 11-inch TUFTEX with high float, without high float, which is very impressive. Kiss, kiss. Thanks, Pam. 26 hours. That's a long, long time. Because we advise customers 8 to 12 hours. You normally get a bit more than 12 hours, but 26 hours. That's really good.
Well, these are some good balloons, Greg.
Yeah, they are.
I'd
yeah,
say they're
they
the
are.
best balloons.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, we've got other guests, Alison, and we're kind of back on schedule a little bit, so that's good. Look at that.
That's really good.
So thank you for chatting to me, and thank you for bringing everybody together here for this event today. It's great.
No, it's been really fun. It's been fun. I was nervous about today, but I mean, your team is just phenomenal. I mean, and truthfully, Alex, working with him over these last couple weeks, I've just met the Mikes, you know.
Yeah.
And but everything, you know, is just top notch. So
Well, thank you.
I'm impressed.
Thank you. And I've got to say a thank you to Anna for helping out with the catering and all of that, and Charlotte for doing all the YouTube stuff, and anybody else that has been involved in a way. And Laura, of course, doing the behind the scenes stuff today. So yeah, they're all right. They're not a bad team, to be fair. Yeah, we like them. Oh, Mike, stop it. But yes, anyway, our next guest. Do you want to tell everybody who our next guest is going to be?
Well, I think it's Loretta, correct?
Well, she's sat over there, so yeah.
Yes, it is Loretta from Perfectly Popped Balloons. That's hard to say.
It is.
Try to say it like you were doing that thing before.
Perfectly popped, perfectly popped, perfectly popped. Yeah, that's quite.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tongue twister.
Yeah.
But Loretta from Perfectly Popped, she's going to make a premium, like a luxury little spooky display.
Okay,
So I'm
cool.
excited.
All right. Well, we will be back with Loretta very soon.
Bye.
Oh, and we're back, everybody. Oh, I've just had to get a chicken dipper and just quickly eat it. It's like I'm eating lunch in installments. So
I haven't even had mine yet.
I know.
After.
But it's very tasty, I have to say.
It looks good. It looks good.
Loretta from Perfectly Popped. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to BMTV.
Thank you for having me.
This is really exciting. I
Yeah,
mean, normally we have
first
people
time.
on a normal BMTV, but you've come straight in to do a live.
I'm a
So
rock star.
it's good that you recognise that. Okay, fantastic. Before we start, what we normally do on a normal BMTV is, well, find out a little bit more about you and tell us about your business. So we've got plenty of time.
Yeah, we do.
So tell me about your journey, how you got into the industry, what you do, how you ended up, doing this.
Well, we definitely don't have enough time for that.
Yes,
So-
we do. Come
We
on.
definitely don't. So my story I've told on my podcast, if anyone wants to listen to it.
You've got a podcast?
Yeah. I do. Yeah.
Where is it? Go on, promote it.
It's on Spotify. It's
Yeah.
Imperfectly Me,
Okay.
and I do
Imperfectly Me?
Imperfectly Me.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I'm just imperfectly being me.
Okay, like it.
So I started my podcast a little while ago, and I have students come on and tell their stories because I like to business coach. I'm just a big cheerleader for the women and men in the industry. But I mainly got into it 3 years ago, and these premium balloon bouquets are my thing, but my story is huge. So it's a big story, and I did tell it very emotionally on my podcast, if anyone wants to actually go into it and listen to it.
Okay, well, tell me some of how you got into it, even if you don't do the big thing.
Okay.
People can go, just give me a
Let
quick
me
version.
start just prepping something whilst we talk then. So I started it because my husband was out of work, not because of the pandemic. Everyone in his industry all just went a bit funny, and basically we nearly lost our house.
All right, okay.
Couldn't eat, we had to sell everything, and when I say everything, it's everything.
Wow.
Like sleeping on the floor type stuff, and we were 1 month away from just losing our beautiful home, and
God.
this business saved us.
Okay.
And yeah, it's just literally an amazing story of inspiration, I suppose, really.
So what made you, first of all, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
but you seem to be doing all right.
Yeah,
Just
doing
business-
good now, doing
But
good.
what was it that attracted you specifically to this?
Yeah, that is the question. We were sitting on the sofa, the one piece of furniture I had left in the lounge, and I was scrolling through my phone, and I saw a balloon course, and I was like, oh my God, I'd be good at that, because I'm very creative. My last job was very creative, and it just went from there. I did a basic course, and then obviously anyone that follows me will know basic is just not me.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't exist in my world, and I just went full on with it. And
Yeah.
I had a lot of time on my hands during lockdown, because that happened at the same time.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
just went full pelt into making these.
So what did you do before that was creative then that made you think
I was a celebrity nail artist.
a celebrity nail artist?
Yeah, I was in magazines, I was on all sorts of stuff, red carpet,
Oh,
big
wow.
events, weddings, and
So
yeah.
celebrities would come to you and have their nails done.
Yeah, big, yeah.
That
was my
I mean,
thing.
sorry, I'm going back a bit further.
I know,
How
that's
on
what I
earth-
mean. This story is so big.
I know, but it's really interesting.
I know.
But how did you get into that?
Oh, again, that's another humongous story. I told you we don't have time for this.
Okay.
I have to come on just to talk about that.
Oh, right. She wants to come on BMTV.
Yeah, we'll just have to, we'll just have a chat rather than any of this.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a huge story as well. I wasn't very well. I mean, it feels
All right,
like there's a sob story to everything.
I don't want you to start crying. So
No, there's a sob story to it all.
What are you going to make?
Another
So you're what you do is these amazing. What do you call them?
I call them premium bouquets.
Premium bouquets.
But I'm actually going to make this slightly different sizing to what my girls would buy from me and what I teach, just purely out of respect for them, not to give it all away for free, you know?
All right.
So I'm doing something slightly different so that everyone feels like they're getting something different.
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
I'm doing like my thing, but sizing's all going to be slightly different for everyone.
Okay,
Is
that's
that
good.
good?
And then we've got to talk about your teaching as well.
Yeah.
At some point. But
We better
better start doing something with these TUFTEX balloons.
Absolutely. So today with the TUFTEX balloons, I'm going with burnt orange, grey smoke and stone.
Okay.
And I've used all 11-inch balloons here.
Okay.
And I've blown them up to, what did I do these ones? 9 and 6. But I also think 8 and 4 would be good. And then my perfectly popped ones that I train in are completely different sizing.
Okay,
So if they want to know what that is, it's all available to them on my website. But these are still nice sizings. I've played about with these sizes before as well.
Okay.
So let's put the base together.
Let's do that.
And then we will start putting things on it.
So put the base together, put stuff on it.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right.
we're going to do.
Let's
So
do it.
I'm going to use a 260 to put everything together, just because it's my favourite technique out of all of them. So I've turned my 260 into a ribbon by pulling all the air out.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at your inflator holster thing.
Oh, my pink
Is that, where did you get that?
Amazon.
Amazon?
Yeah, I think you need to be stocking yourself some of these.
All right. I mean, are they designed? Why is everybody telling me what I should be stocking today? It's
That's
terrible.
because we know.
What's, I mean, is it designed to be for the balloon industry?
No,
or
it's
what's
for
it?
tools, isn't it? It's like a pink
Well,
tool
but
belt.
That's perfect for you.
Yeah, it's perfect for the pump, isn't it? I love it. I can't do
Jenny,
that.
pink tool belts.
Yeah.
Just add it onto the list.
And also everyone loves my pink and white pump, and
Okay.
the girls that come into my world, I make sure I post them one. Okay. I love them. Right, but I'm going to put this 260 around my first quad. I mean, we could talk about the inflation of this, but there is so much. Sorry, guys, I literally.
It had to happen live, didn't it? It had to happen
It
live.
had to happen because I wasn't going to show you how to inflate them.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's your punishment.
That's my
That is
punishment.
karma.
Yep, I'll do it again. There you go. We'll do it right now.
Well, you have to inflate one, don't you?
So what I'm going to do is inflate them to 8-inch. No, I did 9-inch, didn't I? Which I need my box for, which is over there.
Could somebody please bring
The box.
the box?
So how I like to inflate my balloons. Thank you. See, I was going to do this at the end to show you.
Yeah.
Right, there's the 9.
That's a very nifty balloon size. I don't know if we stock this at Balloon Market. If we don't, I guess we're going to have to now. So
I'll go and have a look, and then I'll put
Okay.
the link up on my stories, yeah?
If we don't, then
Yeah,
then
if not,
you'll
we'll
be able to.
figure
I
it
like
out.
this.
Yeah, it's nice and sturdy, isn't it?
It is. It's very nice. Anyway.
But I'm going to do 9. And what I like to do is, when they blow up, I don't like them being this egg shape. I like them to be nice and round.
Yes.
So I like to get rid of the air,
Give them a squeeze.
give them a squeeze, and then let the air through there. And that's the difference of how it looks.
Yeah.
But I'm not afraid to let the air out. A lot of people I know are like, oh, they just kind of do this without letting any air out. So let the air out, and then I like to tie them nice and tight.
Okay.
I do wrap, tie. It's just a habit that I'm in.
I love the terms people use.
I
So
know,
it's obviously
wrap,
something
tie.
you were just probably thinking in your head. Wrap, tie, but
Yep.
it makes absolute sense. Do you
Yep.
need this again? Or should we
No,
I'll put this
I
down
think
here for
I
now.
think we're all right for a minute. And I'm just going to pop this one, okay? We'll do it on purpose this time.
All right.
And
I'm
then-
going to check if anybody's asking questions. If anybody wants to ask Loretta a question, please do.
I'm going to put my quad together like this.
Danny Saunders has said, yes, Loretta, let's go. Who on earth is he?
Wouldn't have a clue who
No
that is.
idea who he is.
No.
He's not sat in the other room over there, is he?
No, must just
No.
be some random stalker.
Random
Yeah.
stalker. I think he likes you, though.
should hope so. Right, so I'm going to put this one over the top. I'm literally taking my 260 up, and I like to have a certain amount of, it was funny at one of my training days, I said to them, is taught a word? Taught, and then now it is the thing of the day. Like we talk about this word, and you need a certain tautness.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go in with this one in the middle. So this is the grey smoke, and I literally just go under the one that I've just done and bring it back up. And again, I like to have a certain amount of taut so that it's nice and put together. It's touching. They're slightly pushing on each other, but they're not squishing them.
Okay.
And then we're going to go in with this. Straight up, give it a pull. Same with this one, but I normally, if I was at home, I would do it on the floor so you can feel it and like do it as you can feel how much pressure you're putting on it. And then I can feel there that is nicely inside. Nice. And then with that bit at the top, you should have loads left. Bring it down through the middle of the spine, find the middle balloon, neck like this. And we're going to tie them both together.
So that's just the end of the balloon with one of the necks of the middle.
Absolutely, yes. I'm just going to knot them, and I'm going to. There's my simple base right there. And then I've prepped earlier the toppers, which I've just used 5-inch balloons. And what I like to do with the 5-inch balloons, if I show you quickly, we've got some here. These ones are black from TUFTEX. When I blow up my balloons, I like to put the neck on that nozzle all the way down. So when it blows it up, it's a nice round shape, which you've probably seen. And I do 2 pumps of air. My 2 pumps of air is 1, 2.
Yeah.
Rather than that. You know, like when people have that as one. Sorry, you just did
exactly the same. What?
So you know, like some people count their pumps of air like this. 1.
Oh, right,
2,
I see, okay.
3.
I see. Yeah.
I do it as 1, 2, 3, 4. Some people are different, aren't they?
Some people are different.
Some people are very different. But that's how I do that. And then I literally, to attach them on the end, this is where I feel like it really keeps that bouquet nice and together. I tie them neck to neck in there.
Okay.
So just literally on the end, pick a long neck out like this. Don't drop it.
Still just Danny. Anybody else got any questions? Where are we?
Stalker.
I'm looking at a camera. There you go. Any questions for Loretta?
Hopefully
Anything?
everyone's
Seriously.
not been...
She does business coaching and all of that. Any business questions? Put them in the comments.
I know. I've literally told all the girls in my group, like, come log on. But I bet they're all working. And they're like, can we watch it later?
Well, what's the point of that?
We need it now. We need it now.
Live, everybody.
So I've just put the ends on.
Yeah.
And then also what I would do now is put a weight on it. But obviously I didn't prep a weight, so we will worry about that afterwards.
I mean, I'm sure we can get you a weight.
Yeah,
can we get Loretta a weight
you can get me a weight. I can put a weight on somewhere. So next we're going to use the TUFTEX foils, which is cool, isn't it?
Yeah,
because
it is cool.
I was the same as you. I did know that they'd done foils, but I didn't know that their range was quite as big as it was. I actually didn't have a clue.
And considering Allison is doing it for a bit of fun, apparently.
I know.
It's like, just designing 4 balloons and
isn't it just fantastic?
Sending them worldwide and
No skin off it. It's just easy, isn't it? It's just easy. But we're going to be using the Ghost and then the Happy Halloween.
Oh, here's our runner crawling.
Amazing. I'll add them on in a second. But these are the ones that we're using, which look like this.
Thank you, Alex, for those weights.
Which I really like the colour on this.
I like that. I like the tech. It looks like it's glowing.
Yeah.
It actually looks like it's glowing. That's really cool.
Doesn't it look really, really nice? And I thought when obviously we were talking about colours and what we were going to be using, I was like, oh yeah, this is going to work. This is going to look good. So we're just going to do like I'm just going to see what happens, really.
Quite cute. You could personalise him if you wanted to.
You could.
Or her.
You could, yeah. Oh yeah. Why are we calling him? Could be a girl. I'm just going to use a 260 to put. I would normally use. I have to admit, I would normally use a water weight.
Yeah.
Or sand.
Yeah.
I'm going to use 2. I'm going to put 2 together just so it's that little bit heavier.
So why would you use water weights or sand weights as opposed to
Because
weights like that?
I just feel like they're just heavier and they're soft because it's I double stuff the 12-inch or 11-inch balloons, whatever you're using, and it just feels softer than this.
Yeah, and they could burst something.
Yeah, and
maybe
it's
some of the metals,
cheaper.
And it's cheaper.
It's cheaper.
Yeah,
So
okay.
yeah, I kind of feel like I just like the feel of how it sits and the friction of the latex of how I can sit it in there fits better for
All
me.
right.
So that's why I prefer to use it. But if I'm going to put this weight in, I'm literally going to go straight in the middle, underneath like that. So when you make a perfectly popped base like this, they should look the same every way around. So you don't have a side where you're like, well, this is the best side. They should all be your best side if you've made it properly.
So you put that weight right in there.
Right in the middle there. So I'm just going to go right in. I'm gonna, should I do this bit like this?
No,
I don't,
however you want to do it.
I don't want to chuck all our bits on the floor. I'm just going to tie it in. And the same, I would do the same with the the water weight.
You can find Loretta on Instagram, everybody. Perfectly popped balloons.
There we go. It just gives off a little bit. Can you see how nice and sturdy that is? Yeah. And then if we move on now to the gap fillers, which are these, I've done the same thing, using the same colours, doing the 2 pumps of air.
Yeah.
And made my quads. And then I've put 2 60s on them because I like to be able to move these around rather than tying them in.
Yeah.
I like to be able to use them to my advantage when I'm putting them in the display. So let's put, I don't know if I should do this the other way around for the camera. I'm going to have to do it a little bit awkward, I think, so you can
I'll move
see.
out of the way.
Yep. So I'm going to wrap around the very first top balloon like that, and then I'll bring the other one down and wrap around that smaller balloon, making sure that 260 is really getting in there and under, and they are going to be my little gap fillers. And then you can like decide what colours you want on show, but I usually like to put that one balloon to sort of wedge it between to keep it in place.
Very nice.
Hide the necks, whatever, but we use them throughout the display, and then I do the same this side. So I'll wrap like this, and then I'll wrap that one, making sure it's staying all the way in there.
So you would do that on both sides?
You
so
can do it on the other side if you want to. I don't always because it's not normally seen, but depending on how heavy it is and what I'm doing up here will depend on what I need to put at the back.
Yeah.
So every bouquet is like, I could teach you something new on every bouquet that I do.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, for today, it's going to look like this.
Very nice. It looks nice already.
Yeah, there you go, we're done.
Yeah, okay, well there you go, everybody. That is Loretta from Perfectly Popped, and now you know how to do that.
Yeah, there we go, all done. Let's get these put on. I think because they're quite diddy, I think I would normally put possibly some 5-inch balloons here just to raise them up a bit.
Okay.
But just for today, for quickness and timings, and we want to fit it all in, I'm just going to put it straight in with a 260.
We've got loads of time. You didn't tell your long story, so we've got loads of time.
well,
We've got loads and loads of time. Well, you do have quite a lot down there.
Yeah, I'm trying to fit a lot in,
right,
but
okay.
maybe we can just make a quick little, let's chat whilst I make a quick little quad.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
You asked me a question. I think everyone's gone to lunch.
Okay. They've not. We've got lots of people watching, so
They're just not asking. They're just not asking me.
asking. Oh, ask the questions. Oh, what's the question you put for your Instagram thing? There you go. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. That's a good point.
So go to Balloon Market Instagram, and there's a pinned post at the top, and it's the one that everybody asks questions. So, what is your question?
My question was, what's my favourite TUFTEX colour?
Okay.
So now you want me to give you the answer?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No, people can carry on going on Instagram and
Not yet.
put Loretta's name and what
Okay.
you think her favourite colour is.
Yeah.
And then we'll give the answer in a bit.
Maybe
In about 20 minutes.
What do you think is my favourite colour?
Burnt orange. No? Cameo. Empowerment.
Well, I can't actually answer.
Red, pink, orange,
What
green.
would you say? I'm more of a kind of
Black,
black heart.
white, lace. I don't know.
Yeah. You have said it.
Have I?
You've said it. There you go. It gives everyone a clue.
Oh, wow. I've said it. It's black, isn't it? Black. Is it black?
Is black? Would you say black's even a colour?
Of course black's a colour. It's a colour, look.
It's a shade.
It's not a shame.
It's like a shadow.
I can't believe I'm having an argument with somebody the first time.
I'm not having an argument, I'm having a discussion.
Okay, all right.
There's a difference.
Well, you're
right.
losing that
Yeah,
discussion.
I'm gonna, because everyone's gonna be like, what is she talking about?
Yeah, absolutely they are.
Well, get some commenting. That's why I did it. So we've got the 260 holding this, or no, it's not holding this. What am I saying? I've rolled it in because I now want to make a connection to put it into my display. So let's put. I think I'm going to like level him up a little bit.
Okay.
And see, even now I'm calling him a him now.
Yeah.
It's a him. What should we call him? Casper.
John. Eric. I don't know. Casper's. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Alex, you should be in front of the camera. What's this guy's name? Leave your comments. I was going to say down below on Facebook and YouTube, but it's not. It's leave your comments on YouTube, yeah.
On
the
YouTube.
chat. On the chatty thing.
I'm going with Casper.
In the chat.
You're going with John.
John.
Right, I've tied this
Don't
in.
laugh at John, guys. There's nothing wrong with John. What's wrong with John? I apologise to any Johns out there that are offended because...
Yep. I'm literally just tying this in with the 260 like this. I've leveled him up a bit, elevated him so that we can, he's not so stuck down there. He's up a little bit.
All right, so I've got a question for you. Who was your favourite celebrity to do nails for?
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Oh, really?
And Beverly Knight.
Who's Beverly Knight?
Oh, as if.
Well, I don't even know what that... Who's Beverly Knight?
Beverly Knight is a legend.
Oh, that's not helping me.
Does anybody else know who Beverly
Anybody
Knight?
know who Beverly Knight
Come on.
is?
Beverly Knight, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I can't sing. Don't make me sing.
Oh, she's a singer then?
Oh yeah, she's
All
a
right.
singer.
Well,
She's
I don't know.
Sorry.
You don't know what you don't know, do you?
You will 100% know when you hear her music.
All right. Can I just say, Janet says she likes Eric for the name. Thanks, Janet. Eric.
Thanks,
Eric.
Janet.
Oh, Chelsea has said, can you... Oh, Andrew has said, spook the ghost.
Spook.
I quite like that. Spook the ghost.
Like it.
Chelsea, can you repeat the size of the latex balloons, please?
I did 9-inch and 6-inch.
And these ones are...
These are
2 pumps.
5-inch balloons using 2 pumps.
Okay. There you go.
Is that okay?
Where are we? Over there. Okay.
Here's something I made earlier.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I did a quick in the green room, but if this was for a client, I would fill this whole bit up, okay? But I didn't want to spend too much time, and I wanted them to get as much as they could.
So what balloon is that? That big one?
So we've used a big one for this one. Did I have the pack?
This is 17-inch.
It was, yes, they provided me with the bigger one. This is not the normal 11-inch, so
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have had the pack here.
Yeah, don't worry. It's
But yeah, it's the 17.
17 is how you say it. 17.
You've got it. And then I've literally used the 5-inch, and I've done 2 pumps in some, 1 pump in some, just to give off that different look, to create like some sort of cauldron.
And have you used the 260 to tie those all on? Or?
You can use a 260 to tie them on. I actually just tied the necks of them today.
All right, okay.
Because I wanted to move them about as I put it on. And then for it to sit where I wanted it, I have used these.
Glue.org. Oh, yes.
Yeah, U-glue dashes.
Is it U-glue or U-glue?
I call it U-glue. What do you call it?
I don't know, but it's an interesting question, isn't it?
Okay,
U-glue or U-glue?
Yeah, I call it U-glue because
U-glue.
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 U-glue sounds a bit like igloo or ugly.
Okay.
So I'm going with U-glue.
U-glue. Okay, U-glue dashes.
U-glue.
Everybody? U-glue dashes.
So I glue.
Beverly
So
Knight, MBE, is an English singer-songwriter, actress, and radio personality. She was around in 1995 and had such hits like Everything's Gonna Be Alright, Shoulda Woulda Coulda, I Wanna Be Your Lover, and Gold.
she's amazing.
What does she look like? Show me what she looks like.
She looks like
You'll know her music.
Beverly Knight. I'm just finding out all about Beverly
like
Knight.
this.
You'll know her music.
Oh, yeah. Me and
She's-
Bev, we go way back.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. She's amazing. Like my mum's a big fan. She's incredible. One of the nicest people I've ever met. Done her nails for a wedding.
Oh, really?
Went to her wedding and met all sorts
Did
of
you?
amazing people. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep. But Catherine Zeta-Jones is also incredible. I loved her. But back to the balloons.
Okay, yeah,
That's
sorry.
how I made that, and I've also used a 260, so I've got a way of putting it
Attaching it,
on. Yeah. And then the 260s are just to make it look more like a cauldron, stuck on with the U-glues. and a handle as well. And then I would also maybe put some pearls in there or some spider's web.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like it.
So we're going to just plonk this in here, or not plonk, place nicely.
Plonk is a very technical term.
Plonk is my word, and I'm just going to put my 260 nice and gently around that very top balloon. I'm not doing anything specific right now because I want to be able to move it like this.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah, okay, go for it.
Chelsea says thank you for the sizes.
You're welcome.
Sarah says, hi guys, Loretta, do you use high shine on your bouquets?
I don't on my bouquets
Okay.
because I have before, but I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't want to use it.
Okay. all right.
I kind of manage the expectations of my clients and say, like, when it's hot, they're gonna oxidize. I think my main thing is when I use a high shine on it, it can leave a little bit of an oily
Yes, it
residue.
can,
And
yeah.
you know, 90% of the time I'm making them for kids, so they're touching them all the time, and I just don't want them to touch and stick
Yeah.
their fingers in their eyes and their mouth.
I think you can get carried away with, if you start to see some high shine or shiny balloons,
Yeah.
thinking that's the way they've always got to be. But
Yeah,
for
they don't.
years, they weren't. We
Yeah.
didn't have high shine.
Yeah.
And I think they look fine. They
Yeah,
look
and
absolutely
I think how could this, because everything's so like intricate, and if I put high shine on it, it could start looking a bit ropey under here.
Okay.
And like say a child started to move them around or whatever, I just feel like it could start to look, it's not quite the same as a garland, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
I can't quite get every area, and I don't want it going on the foils, and I don't want it touching the U-glue because that will just, the oil affects the U-glue and then they just
Yeah.
come unstuck and
Yeah.
it ruins all the work you've just done. So for me on this, no.
So it's just personal, really, isn't
It's
it?
a personal thing. I avoid it because I know that this is rock solid. I can tip it upside down, I can chuck it about because it's not got anything slippery on it or oily on it.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't.
That's good. All
People
right.
do, I don't.
There's no right or wrong answer.
No,
but thank you.
exactly. There is no right or wrong. You're absolutely right. So anyway, what I would do here is I trust the process. So I get the cauldron on, I've got the ghost on, and then I'm going to start fiddling about, and then when I'm happy at the end, I make sure it's all stuck and sitting straight.
Okay.
It's a trust the process when I'm making my bouquets.
Got another question.
Yeah, okay.
From Howard's Events.
Yep.
How long does it take you to make a premium bouquet?
Yeah.
And what do you recommend to charge? Well, there's a question. Isn't
Oh gosh! Oh, once you get me on that pricing bandwagon, I don't
Okay.
stop.
Okay.
Okay. So I
Talk and work, maybe.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, all of these bits I want to talk you through.
Okay,
So
all right.
let's quickly do that, and then I'll move on. Yeah.
Okay.
So I can take at least 2 hours making one of my premium
Wow.
bouquets at home, but you've seen the detail I put into them, yeah?
Yeah.
So I can take at least 2 hours doing them. My most popular ones I can probably get done in like an hour and a half because I've done that style. I know exactly where everything's got to go and I've done it 100 times kind of thing. So hour and a half is probably my quickest, and then 3 hours is probably my longest. But
okay.
again, it depends what I'm putting with it, and
Yeah.
then I charge for that.
Yeah.
But I'm £100 minimum.
Okay.
It starts at that price because I know what I've spent and how hard I work, and I know they're getting a fantastic product, and I know how long it's going to last them, and I know how amazing it is, and I totally trust and believe in myself,
Yeah.
and I charge an hourly rate for my
Yeah.
time.
The thing is, we've got our interactive pricing tool, and the minimum, I mean, it was a few years ago we put it out there, and a few years ago we were saying the minimum you should charge for your time is £25 an hour.
Yeah.
It's probably considerably more than that now as a minimum.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, if you're doing 3 hours, say you're charging 35 quid, well, that's over 100 quid straight away.
Exactly, for your
So,
time.
Yeah.
And
so-
I think people get really, really scared, and this is something I teach on my business coaching, is most of the time it's your money mindset surrounding money,
Yeah.
and it's also surrounding would you spend that on balloons for your kids? And if
Yeah.
they go, well, I wouldn't spend it, I'm like, well, there's your problem right there.
Yeah.
If you don't believe in what you're selling, how could you sell it for that price?
Yeah, yeah.
So I have got a lot of opinion on the pricing, and
Yeah.
I'm helping women transform their businesses for, going from
Moving on its own. Oh my word! What's happening?
From earning.
Oh God! Did you see that?
I know, I was like-
that was frightening.
It was
spooky.
What was it, John or Eric? What did we go for?
I
Eric.
think Eric.
Everyone's alive.
That is spooky.
Right, we
it's
are
all
Halloween.
happening. Balloons are falling off the wall.
We are in Halloween spirits.
Yeah.
Okay, we've had a
I
pot.
think Eric.
Yes, we've gone Eric. So Eric moved that on his own.
Okay, well done, Eric.
But yeah, with the pricing, I could literally talk about this all day. But yeah, I'm helping my girls go from earning this to earning this, not because they're greedy, but it's because of what they should be charging. Otherwise, they're not going to have a business next year.
And that's the thing. People, like, you look at that and you probably look at what it costs you in balloons and think, oh, I'll add a few quid on. But if you've not accounted for your time at a reasonable rate, you're just never going to make money, really, ultimately.
And a lot of people don't believe that they can charge themselves £25 an hour.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
but it's not really £25 an hour, because it's not like an 8-hour-a-day job.
No.
It's, you know, you might be doing 3 hours and of actually creating it, but what about all the other hours that you do? And that's what you're making up for.
Exactly that, and it is a subject I do love to talk about and encourage.
We should do a show just on that.
Yeah, I love to encourage. I like to show everyone that follows me that it can be done.
Yeah.
I love to say to them, if they're like, yeah, but I wouldn't spend £100 on balloons or £150 or £200. And I'm like, well, there lies your problem to start with. But I like to encourage them that people will pay it, because they're like, yeah, but I live in an area where they won't pay it. It just doesn't matter.
I've had somebody say that to me before, actually, and you just really don't. That it's the wrong sort of mindset.
Attitude,
because
mindset.
it's just not. First of all, you're not your customer, so don't judge what you do. But also, you don't know until you try. Oh, so people in my area wouldn't pay for that. And there's somebody I met at Spring Fair years ago said, oh no, people wouldn't pay for that in my area. I said, have you tried? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you don't know.
And this is the thing that I always say to my girls is, I actually only have a couple of clients in my area, and I actually do live in a nice affluent area. But I never used to. I never used to live in an affluent area, and I didn't think twice about whether the people in my area were going to pay. I just knew somebody would. And they'd travel for it. So that's having that self-worth, and that's what I work on, mindset and all of that in my coaching, to get women working and being like, oh my God, I've changed my life. Because I had to change my life with the situation we was in, and now I'm just passing that message on. So
do you want to deal with women then? Do you not deal with men?
Well, yeah, if there was a man
so she's talking about girls and women, and I'm a little bit upset.
I'm sorry. Would you like to come and join maybe you should come on and do a little chat with my girls.
Maybe I should.
They can all ask you questions. But I haven't had a man sign up.
I'm being told there's messages or questions.
Messages.
Oh my word, yes. Kelly from Love Bubbles.
Hello,
Know
Kelly.
your worth. You're an amazing instructor. Learned so much on your course.
Did she come? Did she come to one of my courses? Kelly.
Seemingly.
Oh, I think I recognise her business name more than her actual name. How funny is that?
Got to be Spook the Ghost. That's Andrew. I know that.
So
Andrew,
you've got loads of men popping up on there, haven't you?
Well, Andrew, he does like to comment.
Pop up.
We love that Andrew's here in these events. So thank you, Andrew.
Can I carry on
You
and
carry
tell you
on.
I've made a broomstick out of 260s.
Okay, I've just got to read this.
Yeah.
Lily Luck says everything Loretta touches turns into magic. Wow.
Yeah, I know who she is.
You make us believe our dreams can really come true.
That's because they can.
And Janet has said the display is amazing, especially the cauldron. You've
I'm
not
glad
even finished yet.
I know, I'm not even finished. Obviously, with that cauldron as well, please put some vinyl on it. I don't obviously have time for that today, but we could put like Happy Halloween or put their name on it, whatever, just to make it even more amazing. And you've got a broomstick here we could put on. In fact, let's put pearls on. There's quite a few things left I want to show you, so let's crack on. Have you ever made pearls before?
I've had people on the show make pearls before. I've never actually made them myself.
Oh my God, can we?
No, I refuse.
No?
Because it will go wrong.
But I'm a really good teacher. Like, there is not one person. No.
I don't know. I'm a really bad student.
No,
All right.
No.
So we're arguing
Challenge.
again. This is not going well.
Challenge.
This is not going well.
Me and you, later.
We don't have time now, do we?
I would absolutely make.
No, we don't have time. We don't have time. Mike,
I would
we don't have time.
get him making pearls. I challenge me. I am up for it.
It's not big, it's not clever. Okay, challenge her. She wants to be on BMTV again. I'm not so sure that's a good idea.
Oh, it's not going to happen now. I've just ruined my chances, haven't I? But
I'm joking.
I am taking.
I'll accept that challenge at some time.
I'm 100% doing that with you.
All right.
Yep, it's happening, guys.
Okay.
Watch this space. Neck to neck with my pearls, but I am going to show you the pearls in a minute. Let me just get them on. Tying that to the neck of the pearls, but when you are handling pearls, never let go of the other end.
That's the one thing I do know.
Well, there you go. Can't go wrong. And then I'm just going to use this end to tie up here. And I'm going to go diagonal just because it's going to make it look just better than a line at the bottom like that. So again, I'm just going to do neck to neck. Just do not let go. It is literally my advice. But let me show you how I do my pearls just quickly so that the guys at home can be watching. But again, trust the process. I'm going to kind of make that all look pretty at the end. I don't do it right this second.
All right.
But let me show you some pearls quickly. Maybe I do it different to some others. Maybe I do it the same. I give it a stretch.
Yeah.
And I only do 2 pumps of air when I do pearls. 1, 2.
Okay.
I do let a little bit out, tie it off. And I've also broken now, so this is not helping for me when I'm like popping
It sounds like you're
balloons.
making excuses already.
I don't make excuses, I just pre-warning.
Okay.
2 finger width. Now, when I say 2 finger width, right, I do it right at the end there.
Yeah.
A lot of people go like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's not right, is it?
I'm like, no, that's sausage fingers, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So we want to go there.
Yeah,
Put 2 finger width on there.
Like
There you go.
that.
Like that. Like that.
Okay.
And then I pinch. So my thumb is underneath. I pinch and then I twist like that. And I twist it at least 8 times so it doesn't come undone.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
And then I go on to the second one. When I go into the second one, this just goes under my fingers for a moment.
Okay.
And then I do my 2 fingers again.
Okay.
Twist 8 times. And then I'm going to do it again. When I get to my third,
Yeah.
I do not let go. And I put the first one in between my little finger like that. So that I've got all of this hand available to play with. Now I
Okay.
haven't got to worry. Every time I do my pearls, I'm just going to keep going like
You
this.
can keep talking.
And I can just
whatever,
chat
it's
and
okay.
just keep going.
It doesn't look difficult, to be fair.
No, and I am a
reckon I
very
could do
good
that.
teacher, and I bet you, I'm going to get you making it by the
Okay.
end of today. How about
By
that?
the end of today, I
Then we'll-
won't have time.
Ah, you ain't got time. We'll make it. We'll make it.
I've got lots going on.
So that is literally how I do pearls, and just keep. And I'm completely. My shoulders are relaxed because, like, when I train, they're like this, and then I'm like, relax, and just have that one pearl in your fingers like that, and you can move your whole hand.
Yeah.
Look,
yeah,
you
I
can
see
do what
that,
you
yeah.
want with this, and as long as you're not letting go of this end or this end, it won't come undone. If I let
Okay.
go of that, it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, either
Got it,
end.
Got it.
But if you want to just stop for a sec, wrap them round each other.
That's lovely.
Okay, so
Very nice.
that is how I do them, and that's how I attach them. So
You know, I
what
said we have
shall
plenty
we?
of time. Keep going. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
keep going.
Yeah.
I was thinking of like maybe gluing that on somewhere here, or maybe we could put it somewhere. I might think of this one at the end. I'd want to put on these extra accents for a moment. I've done this with 260s. Any more questions?
No, but your makeup looks perfect. And you too, Greg. Thanks.
Who said that?
Design shop.
Oh, thank you.
And Lojo versus the world says love Loretta.
Oh,
People like you.
thanks.
I
Are you
know.
shocked?
Yeah. I've only just met you. You're lovely.
It's like people actually like you. That's what it felt like right then. How could they not
I mean,
love
I
us?
rarely have this much abuse on BMTV the first time, but particularly live. But hey,
Well, it's banter, isn't it? It's all good.
Oh,
Right,
a
this
little
we
bit
could
hurt.
put there.
come on.
Do you need a hug?
No, I'm fine. Carry on. Don't mess up with the mics. It's not funny, you
Don't
guys.
mess up
It's
with
not
the
funny
mics.
at all.
So honestly, I could be all day literally just going. That could go there. That could go there.
right, come on.
We could put it. We could
So
put it anywhere,
17
guys.
minutes.
Like seriously, I'm just going to be like turning this into a major. I think this is what takes me 2 hours, deciding where to put it all.
Okay.
But
Well, how do you make this thing?
yeah. So that's what I was going to talk to you about
Okay.
before we moved on to having a bit of a joke.
Okay.
So
No joke.
with the no more joking. With the 260, when I inflated this one, I just bent it all up to give that kind of crookedness before I tied it off.
Okay.
5-inch balloons. I think I did 1 pump in them. Yeah, 1 pump in them. And then I did, I think, 7 pumps in these. But
Okay.
it's not, there's no rules. And then I tied 2 together And then, so these 2 gold ones will be together, the 2 orange ones. Yeah, that's it. And then I put 1 around to keep them all in, and then kind of chopped all the ends off to make it look a bit like this. You can do more, you can do less. Honestly, there's no rules to creativity in my opinion, but I leave this one on here because I do like to tie it somewhere. So I think maybe I'm going to tie it there and then worry about sticking it on again at the end. As long as it's on, I do all my sticking at the end because I change my mind sometimes.
Okay.
And then I'll chop that bit off at the top as well.
Would Dan say you change your mind?
No.
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 Dan, does she ever change her mind about anything?
Or Dan might say...
I need somebody on my side.
Yeah. Dan might say that I take a minute to make up my mind, maybe. He might say that. Right, should we move on to...
Oh, the questions are coming now, aren't they?
Yay!
Loretta, my lovely, what are the most bouquets you have made in a day? That's from Sally Ann Dobson.
13 in a weekend.
Okay.
13 in a Friday, Saturday period.
Okay.
So...
That's quite a lot then.
It's a lot. It was a lot. Yeah, I was absolutely...
If you're looking at 2 to 3 hours, or 1.5 to 3 hours.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I had a whole... Yeah, I recorded how many was in my lounge and I was done. I couldn't even fit them all in. So, yeah, it was... I did a lot.
What was that for? Was that for
just
Valentine's
bookings.
Day?
Just bookings.
Oh my God, that's
just
amazing.
Bookings. That's why I tell people it can happen for them.
Yeah.
And this is all like top pricing bouquets. This is not £10 bouquets.
God, there's loads of people that like you. Loretta, you're my biggest inspiration, from Leah.
Oh, thank you.
The balloon market sell you a pink hand pump. No, we don't. For goodness sake, we need to get a pink hand pump now.
And it needs to have fancy pop balloons on it.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Everybody's telling me what I should be selling. Okay. Jenny, can we add that to the list, please?
It's a good thing, is it not?
It is, it is.
It's a good thing.
It's a very good thing. Loretta, you are my inspiration. Hold on. Loretta, hold on.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Do I know these people?
Oh.
Did I pay them?
Retracted the message. So, no, she hasn't. Message retracted, just as I was reading it.
That's because she's going to put something even better.
Okay. Bubbles by Design, Decor and more. Are you going to put something
I reckon
nicer,
she's going to put something absolutely
maybe
incredible.
She's realised you're not that nice or something. Who knows? I'm joking.
I'm going to need a hug in a minute.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right.
Done.
Yep. Right. Do you like what I've done here?
That is very nice. How have you done that?
I put some eyeballs. So normally in the middle of my flower, I wouldn't normally do a balloon that big, but these eyeballs.
So these are eyeball balloons?
They're eyeballs.
Oh, okay.
I needed to get some eyeballs.
Okay. Yeah.
It just had to be done. I hope you don't mind.
Okay.
So do you want me to show you a flower quickly, or has that been covered and we should just move on?
It's been covered. No, I think we've got time, haven't we? We've got time. If we're quick. How much more have you got?
Well, I'm just going to attach some of these bits. So I honestly, I'm going to attach some helium. So
okay, go on, do it.
Should I do one quickly?
Yeah.
What colour should I use? Anything.
Oh, just change the thing now.
See, look, I told you.
Loretta, you are my inspiration to become a good balloon artist.
Ah, that's nice. Thank you, guys. I like to be your inspiration in a good way. Not your competition, not your comparison, but your inspiration.
Inspiration.
So,
who's inspired you?
Oh my God, that's a good question. I don't know how to answer that. Who's inspired me? In the balloon world?
In the balloon world, in life in general?
Oh God, I'm going to be really boring and be like, I didn't follow anyone in the balloon world when I first started. I didn't even know that this was as big a thing as it is.
Okay.
I had absolutely no idea. It was Dan that started following people on my Instagram, and I'd probably say one of my favourites, who I still talk to, and I want to get her on my podcast, is Feathered Fox Designs in LA. I'm very loving the Americans.
Okay.
Right. I love the Americans.
What's her name? Feathered Fox?
Feathered Fox Designs LA. Melody.
Feathered Fox Design Melody. Get on a podcast.
We're talking. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. I do like a
but
three.
It might help.
Yeah, it might help. She might. I have to get her to watch
this.
this.
Might be a big BMTV fan.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I've just given her a shout out, so she should be now.
Okay.
So three finger width. This is so funny, like talking and trying to show you what I'm doing at the same time. Just having too much of a laugh now.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm going to take
you might be late.
put it through, and I like to do 6 petals rather than 5 because it just looks a lot nicer. I'm just going to fold it over, twist it in roughly the same size. You want to try and get it as much as you can, and I just use my thumb to hold it and push it through the middle like that, and then twist. Again, probably the same as most people with their twisting, but I was never trained how to do these. I just figured it all out myself.
All right.
So I always wonder if my way is a bit weird in comparison to other people's
But
ways.
it works.
Yeah, it works.
I mean, I think it's pretty much the way people do this.
And then 6. And then I don't worry about what this looks like until the end. And
I
then,
like it looking like that, though.
yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
Bit random.
Like this. And then I just squish them all. And then I add in.
Perfect.
But I don't normally do them this big. It's just because
Yeah,
they were
yeah.
eyeballs. But then cut that off. And I like to leave this at the end so that we can use them to tie them in here. So wrap, grab a neck, tie it in like so. And then you can just like position them because they're not
That's so
tied
cool.
in so strictly. You can move them around. So that's how I would do that. Let's move on to what about this one? This one might be quite cool for people to know. So I'm going to make, I'll add them in a second, but I'm going to make what I call a spray. I actually don't know if this is what this is called, but I make up all my own words. But just pump up your 260s. Let me just show you one. Just quickly, for example, say that's how big we wanted it. Tie the end off. Tie it together like this. And then to find the middle,
Yep.
pull it like that, and then together like that.
I like that movement.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Movement.
So then what I would do with these is I put them all
Yeah, I can do it.
like it.
Look at me, I'm a balloon
You can
artist.
do that. Right, let's see if this works on live TV, shall we?
Oh.
This works every time I do it, so do you reckon I've jinxed myself?
Very possibly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go 6. Let's try all 6. Let's see if it works. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Twist them in.
Oh my word. Is it going to work? Is it too tight?
It normally works.
Oh wow, look at that. Oh, love that
You can
technique.
probably do less. So
Never
if
seen that before.
If you're scared, oh, there
That's
you go.
brilliant. That's brilliant.
High five.
Oh, hey. Sorry. Okay, all right.
Thank
That
you.
was rubbish. That's better.
So that's how I make my sprays.
That's very good. I like it.
Okay, wouldn't do more than that. Don't do more than 6. And then again, put a 260 that you've turned into a ribbon through that, and then we can add that on as well.
Okay.
Again, I can finish this properly after, can't I?
Okay, yeah.
Just so that I know that I can show them everything on the screen, for
Yeah.
example. Or if we've got time at the end, I'll start putting it all together. Curly whirlies. These are really tricky to do.
Are they?
I think they're tricky to do.
Did you wrap it around a pump or something, or would you
No,
wrap it
I
around?
wrap it around my fingers.
Okay, all right.
But
Wrap it around something else. It might be easier. So.
yeah, I did. I've tried wrapping it around a few different things, but the wrapping it around my fingers seems to be the one that I get
All right. well,
down.
Okay.
So that's how I do them. I've done a couple of them, and then I've done some more pearls. But what I'll do is I'll start adding everything and get that helium done and
Okay.
stick some
Do
bits
you
together.
do that? I'll just
Yeah, you start.
check my phone for a while.
Yeah, you do that, and then we can. I'm going to start finishing this.
You're a great balloon artist. Love your work.
Thank you so much,
Marianella.
guys.
You're just getting people saying nice things.
Oh, that is so.
Come on, have you got any questions? What do you want to know about Loretta? Anything?
It's probably because they already know it all.
Oh, it's moving again. Look at
Oh,
that.
sorry, guys. I keep turning it round, don't I? Because I can't work on it that way. Why don't you ask me some questions? What do you want to know? You can ask me more questions
I don't know.
about.
Last time I asked you to tell me about stuff,
I know,
it would take too long.
It does
So
take
what-
too long. Well, you can start asking some
just-
questions now. We can just dip into it.
I don't really want to know anything about it, really.
I'm so boring.
What do you like about TUFTEX balloons? Come on, let's do that.
Colours. I love
Yep.
the colour density. Is that the word?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to move it again. I know. I need to see. I'm just going to put this in here because I want to build it up a bit. I love the colour density. I almost love, I don't almost love, I love that they're almost like earthy tones,
Yeah,
aren't they?
I like the burnt orange.
Yeah.
I like the burnt orange.
Yeah.
And that grey one, whatever that's called. What's that called?
This one's grey smoke and that one's
Grey smoke.
stone.
Yeah.
I just wanted to rest that on there a little bit more. So don't be afraid to like build the bouquet to suit your needs. But I'm going to glue that on. It's easier when that is a foil, I have to admit, but I wanted to get creative.
I like it.
And I'm going to finish it off with all sorts. So I would probably put like more things in the middle there as well.
I can see why it takes you quite a long time
So
to
long.
do these.
Yeah, especially because I am a perfectionist with it as well. I take a lot of pride in what I do, and the way that I shape them and the way that I do everything is very particular for me. And I think that's what attracted a lot of people to my bouquets from day one. My style and how I do things.
I think your pride does come out, so that's leading me to ask you a deep question.
Okay. Ask me a deep
this
question.
Is quite deep.
I like deep stuff.
So you take pride in what you do,
Yeah.
obviously. So what are your other values in life? How do you live your life?
I value kindness.
Yeah.
And giving. Like, I believe very much in like giving back and being nice to people.
Yeah.
You know, like showing that you care and showing that you love them. And yeah, I'm just all about, I like making people feel good when they've left my company.
Yeah,
Or they've
yeah.
been around me. That's really important for me.
Yeah.
Massively. Like, it's more important than anything.
Yeah.
And I know what it feels like to suffer. So, like, especially like around money, for example, I'm very giving with it. Because I know what it's like to have it and not have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I like people to feel that they're worthy of it as well.
Yeah.
So that's my values.
So you like to make people feel good, really?
Yeah, and I
ultimately?
like to lift people up, and I like to show people their power, and people that are struggling in my groups, I like to show them that I can help them achieve what they want. They just
Yeah.
need someone to cheerlead them and hold their
Yeah,
hand,
yeah.
because it's just giving them the power back.
I think it all boils down to confidence, doesn't it? And that's
Yeah.
people, as humans, we don't
Yeah.
have confidence in ourselves as much as we
Yeah.
could or should.
Yeah.
And even the most confident of people still have their own fears and everything.
100%. Well, that you could say that was me, because people think I'm this massively confident person, but I would say to you, I just have self-trust.
Yeah.
I trust myself,
Yeah.
and that was something I took a long time working on. I didn't always trust myself. You have to work on that, and you have to know that if you set yourself a goal, that you're going to achieve it, because it's for you. You're the
Yeah.
only one that can't let you down. You're in control of that.
And don't worry about what other people say or think.
Oh, and that's the hardest thing about what other people say and think.
Particularly in this world of social media in which we live.
And everyone in my world knows I'm not a massive social media fan. I love it for my business, but not personally. You won't catch me on a personal social media. I think it's really not great for your mental health.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I'm a massive advocate for just people's happiness, because I know what it feels like to not be. So that's
good.
my thing.
We did go deep.
Yeah, we did go deep. We can really, really deep. But I'm just going to add these heliums on. Can I bring the bouquet down for a moment? Is that going to affect? Is that all right?
No. Oh, we've got this. Do we fit on your box there?
Yeah, we can do that if we want. I don't want to pop anything if it's a bit sharp.
Actually, yeah, it could be.
But
just put it down on the floor
I
for now.
haven't attached everything together at the moment, but I wanted to just show.
Oh my God, I thought it was falling over. Okay.
That you can, with the way that I build my bouquets,
That's amazing.
that you can literally tip it, but once I've glued everything even more in place, it's even better.
Yeah.
But the floor's got nothing sharp on now.
I
Are we
hope
good?
not.
Hopefully not.
That's all right. That's all right.
So I'm going to attach a little bit of helium. So again, I've used the stone, burnt orange and grey smoke.
Yeah.
And with helium, I'm not an expert with helium, but I like to hide the necks here just by blowing up a 5-inch balloon and just turning it into a couple of pearls and wrapping it in and wrapping it round and
That's just the detail. It just,
cutting some bits off.
the devil's in the details.
In the detail, absolutely. Like that.
twist it in. Twist it in.
Small Dreams, Big Memories has said, you definitely made me feel good leaving that training room last week. The kindness and confidence you gave was unreal. And then it's got a little hearty face emoji.
Thank you. That is it. That is all that matters to me. How people feel when they leave my company. I gave like a fantastic little speech to everyone to really build them up on my last training day.
Yeah.
And it was so cute. They all started clapping and I wasn't expecting it. And I was like, oh.
How many people were there?
24 in the training room.
Oh, wow.
So 48 women over 2 days I did.
Listen, we've not talked about your training. What training do you do? Where do people go if they want to find your training or work with you?
I've got my, what I'm going to do with this, I'm just going to tie it in
Okay.
to the back middle. I'm probably going to go middle. It looks good there, right? So I'm going to go middle. So use that, the grey smoke and tie it round, tie it in. And I always like to offer this to my client. I do charge this, guys.
Of course you do.
Because then the client can cut it off and the kids can play with them if they wanted to, rather than this, because then this will last the longest. But if anyone wants to purchase my training, my proper bouquet perfectly popped training, it's on my website,
which is
perfectlypoppedballoons.co.uk, and obviously you can find it in the link in my bio on my Instagram. And I've got an offer on at the minute. I've taken like quite a bit of money off just because I knew this was all happening and I've got loads going on. And when I succeed, I like to share my successes with my people.
Fantastic.
So I've done this big deal on it, and then if they do want to do training with me, I've done some wholesale training as well, but they've all sold out at the minute.
Okay.
They sold out like record breaking.
It's because you're quite good. I think that's what it is.
I'm all right, but yeah, I'm very grateful for the people that come along to that training. It was incredible.
Well, if anybody would like Loretta to come here to Balloon Market and do some training, I've not talked to her about it, but maybe she would.
Put me on the spot.
Yeah, maybe she would, maybe she wouldn't. But if there's
I'll
demand
have a think
there,
about it.
I'm sure she will.
I'll have a think about it.
She seems all right. She seems all right.
Yeah, and you guys seem all right as
Oh,
well.
thanks.
Yeah, you seem all right.
Thanks.
You seem okay. I'm all right. But yeah, what I'm going to do now is, like, you can see that just kind of gives off a whole other like element to it.
It changes it, yeah.
And I think what I would probably do is put some more of these like eyeball flowers up and down the middle here. How much time have we got? Can I faff?
We've got -2 minutes, but don't worry, carry on.
Well,
That's fine.
I'm pretty much like, yeah, I might.
We'll give you a few more minutes.
I might do a little bit more faffing if I can move it back up here. I'm going to move this. But have I shown you everything you wanted to see for now? And then, like I said, I would put something in the middle here to glue it or join it together. But that's where it all takes time, you know. Maybe more 5-inch balloons up the middle would look really good there. And then I would most likely add on, I bought my little TUFTEX bag.
Oh, that's very shiny.
Maybe some of this.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like how cool would this look? Like over the, I'm going to do all of this at the end. I'm going to go into the, take it into the green room and add it all in. But like that would look super cool. Putting some vinyl on there. And also, what else did I bring? Did I bring some bats? I did. Look, some bats. Wouldn't they look good?
They would.
Like something, or you put a bit of a glue dot on there and you could put some bats like around. So
it is just keep adding detail and
Yeah,
detail and detail, which all takes time.
Yeah, I'm like, if someone says to me less is more, I'm like, no. And no one's ever said that to me with my bouquets, like, oh, it's all too much. Like, I don't think anyone's ever said that.
Well, they wouldn't buy them, would they? So.
If they did, then I'd be okay.
Yeah.
Because they're not.
Anyway, we've got to tell everybody what the answer was to your question.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
So, I love Cameo.
Cameo.
And what I like, do you know what I found out as well?
I don't know what you found out. Tell me.
Allison names all the colours, and Cameo is her favourite, isn't it? The name.
Were you not watching the interview a minute ago?
No, yeah, I was. I was sitting over there, but I didn't actually see that bit, but I just knew.
That's exactly what she said. You're just repeating what Alison said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pay attention, for goodness sake.
I just think that's like a really... I just think it's a really cool thing.
It is cool.
That I like Cameo, and she likes it, Allison likes it as the name.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I like. I like Cameo. Anything pink as well. If anyone said like anything pink, they wouldn't be wrong. Girly. I just love girly.
Okay. All right. So listen, I think
We're done.
we're done.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of.
I think you can faff.
gonna faff.
Off screen. But
Yeah.
thank you so much.
I've loved it.
This has been great, and I hope we will do some more after this.
Yeah.
And
Thank you so
I
much
don't mean
for having
today
me.
because that'd be a bit tiring. But it's been great, and that is lovely, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and faff.
Yeah,
But I'm glad you
well,
like it. I absolutely loved being here. That was really fun. That I mean, in a time constraint, there was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, when you come in and film, we can just take as long as you like. It
Okay.
can be like 4 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that'd
as long
be
as you
cool.
like, as long as you
That'd
like.
be cool.
Anyway, you should go and have some lunch.
I can eat now.
'Cause you can eat, and yeah, I
Thank
hope
you.
you enjoyed it.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you
Thank
very
you.
much. You are welcome. Now, the next person,
Thank you.
well, we all know who it is, but I think we need to get Allison back to introduce him. All right, see you in a second. All right, which camera? Because that one's on green. That one's on red. Hello, everybody. We are back. What do you think so far?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Awesome sauce.
Yeah, yeah. The balloons are all right, aren't they?
Yeah.
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 the
They're
balloon-
actually the stars of the show, in my opinion. But
Yeah, everybody else is okay,
Yeah.
but the balloons are the star of the show. So, anyway, we've got another guest, haven't we?
Yes.
Used to be a dentist.
Or an architect. One of the two. We're not sure.
Oh, that's an inside joke. I'm really sorry. Who is this next guest? Would you like to tell everybody?
Sure. So this next guest and I will say, I have these things that I call balloon crushes.
Okay.
You know, like I'm crushing on this artist. They're just so good. And this crush has gone back a long time. So I wanted to pull up. It's about 3 years now.
Wow.
And I think I actually reached out to him and I happened to see a photo and I was like, oh my gosh, is that our blush? You know, or maybe he tagged, I can't remember. And then he basically said, oh, I wish your balloons were more readily available here, of course. And then I just said, you know, where'd you get them, blah, blah, blah. And he said, yeah, everything's out of stock recently at this one distributor that we had here. And he said, if I'm being honest, I only went to them for your balloons. I normally shop at Balloon Market. So he has been a customer for a while. I thought that was cute, and it was, you know, that was before you brought on TUFTEX. So
Yeah. I'm
grateful that you took the dive, and I'm sure that Saud is as well. So of course, up next is the Decor District. I can't speak. I'm sorry. The Decor District. It's Saud, and he's just. Everything he does is just, it's like dreamy,
Yeah.
you know, and he does a lot of, you know, custom colors. And for me, it's the whole setup. You know, he makes everything like it's a dream.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so I'm happy. When we were putting this day together, I thought malted would be perfect because it's like a Saud vibe.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, in that case, let's get him on, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Excellent. Right, I'm gonna put those there.
Yeah,
We're still going.
we're still going. Okay.
Everybody, this is Saud.
Hi.
Hello and welcome to BMTV.
Thank you very much.
Again, you've never been on BMTV, so
No.
this is, you know, the straight in at the deep end, isn't
Yeah.
it?
No,
So-
but yeah, looking forward to it.
Like I said with Loretta, for people that haven't been on BMTV before, I like to find out a little bit more about you. So very briefly, do you want to tell everybody your story and how you got to be in the industry and how you got to be to where you are in the industry?
Yeah, sure. So I started back in 2019.
Okay.
I'd say working full time. I'm an architect, not a dentist.
Yeah, that was an inside joke from last night. Apparently, some people.
I'll just clear it out to the wider
some people
public.
think you were a dentist.
Yeah,
for some
so
reason.
don't look at my teeth just in case. Yeah, so I work as an architect. I've been working full time since up until last September with balloons. I was always had like a creative interest in like events, all kinds of events, and I was looking for something to do on the side that didn't require too much of like a resource or sort of like an investment. And at that time, balloons were sort of coming about, and I thought, okay, I'll try balloons. They come in a packet. I can literally just store them under my bed in an IKEA box. And I think for the longest time, it was just like that, just balloons in a box kind of thing. I had no panels, I had nothing. Then COVID came about. I started working from home, and that's when it gave me a bit more time to get a bit more creative and spend a bit more time on what I was doing. So, and it just snowballed from there, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think, like we discussed yesterday, no kind of real plan or strategy, just one thing after another.
It seems to be a bit of a thing today, isn't it?
Yeah,
we
yeah,
didn't really
100%.
have a business plan. We're trying to tell people, have a business plan and invest and all of that. And
so sometimes I think these things, some of the best things and stuff, they just happen like as they come, and you can't really plan for them too much.
we when we started our business, we had a plan, but it wasn't a plan to get to where we are now. It was just a plan to start and let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
And I think that's how a lot of people do start.
No, 100%, I agree.
So that's amazing. So that it's only been a few years, but now in the industry, you are a bit of a celebrity. Yeah, quite well known, aren't you? And you do some big jobs, don't you? You do some
Yeah,
big-
fairly. I mean, I try and I try not to bite off more than I can kind of chew, so I try and limit it as much as I can. But yeah, there's been a few like things that I've done.
What sort of things do you do, just for people that haven't seen your work?
Mainly sort of backdrop displays is what I specialise in for private and corporate clients. That's kind of like to the extent of where I go. In terms of the backdrop display, it can be sort of as big or as small as you want it to be. I think from that, and then working with some like corporate brands, it's then triggered off a thing about like sort of training, and people have been interested. So that's what I've started since leaving my job last September.
Okay.
So yeah.
So you're full time in the balloon world?
Yeah, now at the moment,
since
yeah.
September.
Yeah, I've always been in that like limbo.
I know, yeah, it's
we were
hard.
talking about, yeah, so I'm not sure whether I'm going to be full-time balloon boy or full-time, so I'm still deciding.
Was it a tough decision for you to make? Because obviously you trained for a long time to become an architect.
I think, to be honest, in all honesty, I probably wouldn't have left. It was only because I changed jobs last April. And I think I went from working from home to 5 days a week in the office. And because I already had events booked in for like May, June, July, it was just everything like one after the other, like 5 days a week, come home, prep, go to booking Saturday, Sunday, Monday again. And it was just, I think when it starts taking your toll, you just think, okay, you know what, this isn't, like something's not right.
Yeah.
And the only thing that had changed was obviously me getting the new job, as opposed to like this was just, I was doing it before as well and it worked perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So I thought I either need to look for a more hybrid job or just maybe take a break and see what happens. So yeah, I've taken that break. It's been a good break, but yeah, still in that 50-50 mindset as to what I want to do, if I'm being honest.
But you don't have to make a choice right now.
Yeah, no.
You're enjoying doing what you're doing?
Yeah,
it's working for you.
Like you said, obviously things come up every now and again, like the training thing I never thought that I'd do, that's come up. Then you obviously get like other jobs that come up during the week for corporate things. So it's good that I'm flexible at the moment, that I can manage all of those things.
Yeah, that's amazing. So what are you going to show everybody today?
So today, I'm like a little bit restricted on time, so I'm going to try and put together sort of a one-panel display with TUFTEX colours. I'm using the new malted colour. I think Allison thought that would be the best fit for me.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to, obviously in true Decor District style, it's not really a display without some floral, so I'll attach that to the side as well. And I'll kind of just go through the process of how I put a display like this together, and just take from that. I'm sure there'll be questions along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come up with some questions hopefully, and hopefully on my phone we'll get some comments on YouTube as well. So
yeah, sure. So I'll start. Obviously, this is just one of the panels that I just set up previously. It's supported with a pipe and drape.
Do you make this panel yourself?
This one I actually have. This one, yeah. Okay. So this one I actually have made myself. A few of them I have I've made, but it's the more intricate ones that I sometimes get. I'll design them myself, and then I'll work with a company who will cut them out for you. But majority of them, things like more standard ones like this, I'll make myself.
Okay.
So yeah, this is supported by, I don't know if you can kind of see, so it's like a pipe and drape.
I've got to look behind.
System here, yeah. Sorry, I don't think the camera
tie.
can pick that up. Yeah. So I've just supported the balloons on that from the top. Again, with 260Qs then, I'll sort of go around, 260Qs and bulldog clips, I'll go around and I sort of attach the balloon display.
That's crazy, because people, you look at it and you don't really think about it, but that's such a simple solution.
Yeah. So I think one of the key, I know I was originally going to actually show about how I made the garland and stuff, but again, time conscious. So with my garland, I use fishing wire, which again, I know is it's a bit of a controversial, I don't know, method or not everyone, but again, with me, I always say whatever works for you. So there's no right or wrong way we're doing something.
Why did you choose fishing wire?
To be honest, that's the first thing I started with. So I'd say I'm self-taught. I think I watched like one YouTube video, because back in 2019, there wasn't really no training. There was no really videos and stuff available. And I think the person, I can't even remember who it was, maybe I think it was a Spanish lady or something, or Italian. And she was using fishing wire, and I thought, oh, okay. So I've either seen people using fishing wire or ribbon at that time. And I thought, okay, fishing wire seems great. Used it. And just haven't looked back since. I know obviously there's loads of other methods. I've never even bothered trying them, to be honest, because if you're happy with it, if it's not broke, what's the point of fixing it, kind of thing. Absolutely. So that's what I always use, and that's how I attach all my garlands and stuff together as well. You'll see random bits of fishing wire sort of hanging right outside of the garland. So this I use to bulk up the garland, to add the 5 inches in, because majority of the garland when I make it just consists of the 11 and 17 inch balloons.
Okay.
So everything to fill it up, to add any of the 5 inches, I do right at the end.
And how, do you put those together in quads as we've seen?
So I do it,
on?
yeah. So I do it in quads. I've actually probably got a quad here I can pick up for you. So yeah, these are how I generally do my balloons. All of my balloons are double stuffed as well. So this is on the inside you've got TUFTEX pink, and on the outside is cameo.
It's a nice shade.
Yeah, it's, to be honest, cameo is actually one of my favourite shades.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Everybody's loving cameo today.
Alison knows how much. I think, to be honest, 80% of my page, if you go on there, you can tell it's cameo. So that's actually, yeah, for everyone who's always asking, that's the colour combo that I use. So I pick up 2 sizes, 17 and 11, inflate them. I don't size them or anything. Make sort of 2 pairs and then twist them together how you would to make a quad, and that's how I build up my garland. Typically, one garland is made up of like 4 or 5 clusters, quads or whatever you want to call them. I'll quickly go through the colours as well, actually. So this is...
Okay, I'll just check this. See if
this is the new malted colour. So this one just has white stuffed inside, and then this is lace, and inside lace I have blush. So all TUFTEX colours. But yeah, they work really nicely together. So I've taken your space now.
All right. Okay. Oh God, I'm on the wrong side.
I think we're gonna have to keep doing.
Really
we're gonna have to keep
no.
working around and making musical statues and stuff with this.
So where did you come up with your name, Decor District?
So funny story, I remember this is when I used to work in one of my previous jobs. I was flying back from Hong Kong, and I had like a really long sort of stopover before coming to London, and I thought, you know what, I need to come up with a name. Sorry, yeah, I will have to come up with a name, and I was just trying to think. I didn't want to associate it specifically to balloons.
Okay.
And I was thinking, what can I call myself? And I thought, okay, the decor thing seemed like the obvious choice because it's like decor related. And then I was just thinking, what do I do? Like, the last bit I was just struggling to. I didn't really want to add my name into it or anything like that. And then I just kept thinking, I kept writing down like things that mean like an area, like around or something. So then district came up, and I was looking for like different. Well, I thought decor district, it's got a bit of a ring to it. So yeah, just like at an airport, just waiting for my flight and stuff. I just managed to come up with it. So.
And you have some quite big clients, don't you?
Fairly, yeah. So sometimes, every now and again, I feel like I do get a fair share and stuff.
And how do you get those high-end clients, if you like?
So when it's like anything brand related, I normally say that they sort of reach out to me from the website. So originally when I first started, I didn't actually used to have a website, it was just an Instagram page.
Okay.
But then when you start doing sort of the bigger bookings and you want a business, like a corporate company, to reach out to you, their first point of call is Google. Yeah. And they'll look onto it, and especially when you're at work, you're not really scrolling through Instagram, you're kind of searching things on Google, and then that's most like 90% of the corporate ones, that's how they always come along. Because you've got like their PR team or their marketing team, and that's generally how they reach out to you. Yeah. Obviously it helps having, I wouldn't say having a website is absolutely crucial, but it definitely does help with these kind of things. I think.
It's interesting because anytime I'm looking to work with a business, I always look at their website because you can learn a lot from somebody's website. Yeah. Just get a vibe for what's important to them.
Yeah,
and
100%.
like that,
I think with websites and stuff, I always say I feel like they're like your lookbook. It's like your Instagram page, but at the same time, it's a more professional kind of way of looking at your work and people being able to like see what it is that you provide, all the services, etc. So yeah, I think that normally works the best way, to be honest. So yeah, you can probably see, I think the camera, I hope you can anyway, all the clusters and stuff that I have. I usually just use the fishing wire wherever I can find it. I use it just to add the clusters on to the original garland, and that's how I build up from it. Yeah. Has anyone asked any questions yet?
Oh yeah, that's a good point, I should ask. Anybody got any questions, please?
Lots of people have been saying hello to Sal.
Hi. Okay.
You got a few fans in the chat.
Okay, we need some questions. Give some questions, everybody. What do you want to know from Saud?
I'll try and answer as much as I can.
It is amazing. I mean, relatively quickly, you've gone from, a few years in the business, and you've gone from just figuring it out to going full time to now teaching what you know. And I know there's obviously quite a few people that have done that. But you're saying the teaching just sort of happened?
Yeah, with the teaching, I think that there's always, naturally, there's, like you said, there's people out there that see your work and they're kind of like, oh, you know what, like I really like what so-and-so does, and they obviously ask you. I think even with teaching, there's a time and a place where you feel like it's appropriate to do.
Yeah.
And you feel like you can actually give like valuable like content or wherever it is to the person who wants to teach, who wants to learn and stuff as well. So yeah, that's why I waited until like I had a bit more free time, because I feel like you need to put a lot more into the teaching side of things when you're doing it. But I always say, well, even I think one of the other like chats and stuff I did, whenever you're doing bookings, if you're starting out, it's always good to try and give like more than maybe sometimes like the client has asked for, because if you're trying to build up your portfolio, trying to build up your own brand, what you do for like the booking you have is what your next client will typically see. And if anything, if it's something that's not going to be like costing you loads of money, and if you can kind of like add it in, you're only like making your own display a lot bigger. So that's something that I like heavily kind of promote if you can. Obviously things like balloons, I understand they're not like reusable or there's like a cost associated with them, but yeah, if there's things that you can, then 100% it's good to be. And then obviously clients obviously understand as well that you're trying to give them more for their money.
So you've got a 260 there that you've
so I've got a 260 here. So this is, if anyone who knows the pipe and drape system, it comes with like a base plate at the bottom, and there's holes in the base plate. So just to kind of secure it more in place, I've like fed a 260Q through there and made like a loop. Similar to how I would like with the bulldog clips. I'd sort of just feed the 260Q through there and then tie a knot like this, so then you can just like wrap the balloon around there. So that's what I've done.
So you've just got one of those coming from underneath.
Yeah, from underneath, just to stabilize it a bit more. Usually it's like it's more than enough to stabilize it, but just to keep it a bit more, especially if you've got a setup that's like outdoors or it's a bit windy, just to give it a bit more stability. I think.
And I think it's good that you've got the pipe and drape system, because that does give it that security.
The pipe and drape system, I also say, even anyone that comes to my training, I always say that's like the first piece of equipment that I would say invest in. I think, I'm not sure exactly how much it is, sometimes it varies in price, but it's so versatile. You can use it for balloon walls, like balloon garlands in the corner. I use it like for my panels.
Use it for
like
shimmer walls,
so many different things.
like that,
Sometimes people have like, you know, the sort of white draping thing at the back. Like they can use it for that, just to cover like up a wall in a venue. Like there's loads of those different ways I think you can utilize it. So I'd highly recommend it, I think.
Yeah, no, that's great.
So I'll get my little 5 inches out. Everything kind of like pre-blown.
Yeah, that's good.
Just to save time and stuff. And then if there's usually any wire in between, usually there is, to be honest, like you can see there's like just bits of wire and stuff coming out. That's what I will use to attach all the 5 inches. So that's why, another reason why I use fishing wire. I don't like to, once the display's coming to shape and it's getting set, I don't really like to fidget around with it too much or like push it out of its shape, just because I'm creating the shape for like a certain reason and I want to keep that. So then that's why this is obviously really good, because I'm not having to like reach in to get a neck or like a 260 or anything like that.
That's good. Right, we've got some questions.
Oh, okay.
The first is that backdrop PVC pipes stuck together?
No, it's not. It's just timber dowels.
Okay. So it's dowels. I've got to have a look.
Yeah, it's like...
so you've got a thin piece of...
Yeah, so I've got like a wood behind it, and
MDF.
I've stuck from like B&Q, you get like sort of decorative moldings and stuff, and you can get that sort of semicircled sort of dowel.
And you've just glued that on and painted it?
Yeah.
So it is just MDF behind.
Yeah. This one, to be honest, is probably not one of my best jobs, because it was like, I remember when the client actually wanted it, I actually thought, oh, okay, you know what, I probably can make that in time. So that's why it's on like 2 pieces of wood, but usually I would just have like 1 piece of wood.
Oh yeah.
I know some people get it like professionally made, and it's, I think like grooves are cut out or something of the backdrop panel. But to be honest, if you can, like, if you
it
can
looks good
do
though.
it, yeah.
I mean, as well, once you're a few feet away, it makes no difference.
This is what I mean. Yeah. I mean, I think with any sort of setup that you do, you're always going to see imperfections when you're sort of like really close up. But realistically, how often are you going to be like that close up to anything?
The thing is,
for you
this is supposed to be, somebody walks into a room,
Yeah, and they
it's
see the
supposed to be the
finished
wow
effect.
effect,
Yeah.
isn't it? So
I
you
think
don't-
that's usually what I always say as well. The whole point of what I do, whether it's like online training or like masterclasses and stuff, it's the finished result that ultimately you're looking for. There's obviously nitty-gritties about like how to attach things, how to position things, etc. Like how you attach your tie your balloons together. But the end result, like especially for a client, whether it's corporate or private, they just want to see the finished result.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately for me, that's always been the key thing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we've got some others. How do you attach your sailboard to the pipe and drape?
So they are done by cable ties. There is this one, to be honest, is just, there's like a hook on the back of it with cable ties. But there's actually another method that I use, which, to be honest, if you want to, that's a secret which I teach on my training and stuff. So
it's a secret. Uses magic.
I use magic basically.
Okay. So if somebody wants to go on one of your training courses, where do they go?
So I've got on my website, thedecordistrict.com.
Okay.
It's linked in my Instagram bio as well. There's a section on there that's called masterclass.
Okay.
So you can click on that. There's various workshops I've done. The next one is in London. Most of them now are always in London. People just happen to travel down. They find it easier.
Yeah.
So that one's on the 8th of October.
Okay.
But I've recently, just this week actually, I launched like an online one, which I've done a whole like 3-panel backdrop setup, and it just shows you how I put the setup together from start to finish.
Okay.
And it's just a bit more of like an affordable thing for like international clients, people who can't come to travel down to London.
Okay.
So yeah, that's another option for people. And I know there's probably a lot of people watching this thinking that I haven't replied because they've like purchased the link and stuff. On the weekend, I'll give like everyone access, whoever's signed up to that.
Well, you're a busy dentist, aren't you? So,
because I keep seeing people pop up in my inbox like, "Oh, purchase the link." So I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you.
Okay, he's not ignoring you. It's not a scam. He'll get back to you.
It's Greg. He's having me work overtime.
Indeed, indeed. Do you use bulldog clips as standard for attachments to the backdrop?
Yeah, most of the time I use backdrops, bulldog clips. Sometimes I'll use like command hooks or like any sort of like adhesive hooks. But usually that's kind of like my go-to. I feel like they're easy to take off. With command hooks, you never know. Sometimes like the tackiness gets lost as well in between.
I'm going to stand back over here.
No worries.
Oh,
sorry,
it feels more comfortable. Oh,
You're
yeah,
back in your element, aren't you?
Back in my right spot, yeah.
Sorry.
Cool. So, so you do your masterclasses. How many people do you have come to those?
So the first one that I ever did, that was about 26 people.
Wow.
That had, I think, so that was obviously really good, but they take a lot more time to plan as well. But so now when I do them, I sort of limit it to about 10 people.
Okay.
They're a bit more like easier to the plan. The space is obviously more readily available when I want to teach, depending on where in London I'm doing it. And then I feel like people get a bit more of like a personal experience and stuff as well, and they get to like speak to you a bit more one-to-one.
So you do it at different venues in London then?
Yeah. Usually, to be honest, it is usually like central London. It's just something more accessible for everyone.
In a hotel or something?
Yeah, hotels and stuff. Like I'll just host them. But yeah, most people find it quite easy to come to, and it's just like a day and stuff that they can.
So if somebody wants to go to one of your masterclasses, how much does that cost?
So my workshops are $475.
Okay.
The ones in London, if it's, I have done one in like Manchester and stuff before, which is slightly cheaper. I think it was like £400 or something. But again, it just depends on like when I get time to travel up to Manchester. And most people end up coming down to London because it's only usually once a month. They'll end up coming down to London and stuff, which works in my favour anyway.
Yeah. No, that's great.
I need to get some 5-inch balloons. Is there anything else you want to know?
Well, do you think I'm just interested in the training side of things at the moment.
Yeah.
So, do you think you'll end up doing more online training?
I think online training is obviously like in demand.
Yeah.
A lot of people do want to know, they want it more accessible and more affordable and stuff as well, which is completely understandable. So I've tried to limit it by doing online training so that it's not going to be like an academy or like a monthly subscription, because like I was saying, I know kind of my limits.
Yeah.
So I don't want to start saying, okay, let's do a monthly thing and I can't really deliver the the content or wherever it is.
So it'll just be,
yeah.
so they just buy the
yeah,
video.
So I've done
and
like more
that's it.
one-off things,
Yeah.
which I think provide a bit more value, so that they've come away and they've got like something to refer back to, as opposed to just, oh, this is how I attach my like signage, or this is how I make my display. Because in that like tutorial that I've uploaded now, it shows you like start to finish how I like inflate my balloons, tie them, attach it like together, then attach it to the backdrop, attach my florals,
So
signage,
absolutely everything.
Yeah. So it
Okay.
gives you, the only obviously difference is it's like a video that you're watching, whereas
Yeah.
I know some people prefer in person because they want to ask you questions, they
Yeah,
want you to
yeah.
come up, like
Yeah.
actually show you. Some people find the actual making the garland thing a bit more difficult. So there's various, everyone's different.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no kind of, again, like I said, there's no right or wrong answer, whatever you find most comfortable, your own way of teaching, I think.
So what do you think the major challenge for you in business is at the moment?
I think it's, I would say, to be honest, things about like the private bookings and stuff that you get, because I think everyone relates to this. There's obviously been a decrease in those kind of bookings, especially like bigger displays, because people are a bit more wary of like what they're spending and when they're spending. I often get quite a few like last minute bookings, or people asking if I can like do an event and stuff for them, but it's usually more towards like after they've had like a payday, or towards the end of the month where they've got the spare money with them, because obviously everyone understands that like they are a bit of like cost of living crisis, and this is like a luxury. It's not really a necessity that anyone needs. So I think with those kind of things are the struggle, but at the same time you can also make it affordable, because that's like one thing I go in, like in my in-person workshops, I talk about these things don't always need to be like very elaborate, very expensive. I think everyone's in this mindset when you're starting a business like this. You see all these things on Instagram with like the lavish backdrops and like all these like balloons and florals and all these kind of overheads that you think you need to cover, but it can be as simple or as big as you want it to be. There doesn't have to be like a set cost associated with you starting a balloon business, floral business, or anything like that, I think. So I think that's quite key.
I think we're quite lucky in our industry in that there are low barriers to entry, particularly now. A lot of stuff is air filled. It used to be that you had to get helium. But even when we started this business 19 years ago, our business, it was very low cost. We built a website, that was the key thing, which 19 years ago was not as common as it is now. And we spent £1,000 on balloons, because we were doing balloon in a box, and a cylinder of helium and some boxes. And that was about it, really. And we started sending them out. So it was, low barriers to entry. Like I say, with air filling now, you can just buy an inflator, buy some balloons, and then just keep investing in the business, I think.
100%, yeah. And to be honest, I always promote like being hands-on, trying to develop like your own backdrops and stuff if you can, because that's like a massive cost in itself. Going out to someone, because when you're going to a business, they're a business in their own right, so obviously they've got their own costs to cover. But if there's things you can do without having to spend like an arm and a leg, then obviously, and I think it's quite opening for some people when we do actually look at the displays you can make without spending like £300-400 on a backdrop. They're like, oh, okay, I didn't actually realise that this was possible. So I think there's various like ways that you can do these things, and which is quite always interesting.
I think as you grow as well, if you invest in the business, like getting a digital inflator or something like the premium twin air, that costs, you know, whatever I don't know what it costs, £1,000 thereabouts. Seems like a lot of money, but the time it saves you is
100%. And even me, like, don't get me wrong, the pink pumps that you get on places like Amazon and stuff, they're like absolutely amazing, and like they do the job. But obviously then if you want to then start sailing up, then you need to look at things like the pumps that you guys sell.
Exactly. If you're going to be doing big jobs and you want consistently sized balloons, it's much easier 100%. And quicker to just use that. So, but I know a lot of people, most people just start. It took us 10 years to get the equivalent of a digital, to get a digital inflator. We got a common one. 10 years we'd been in business before we
even
did that.
To be honest with me, so I'll use the premium one, and then when I go to like jobs and stuff, because I've inflated most of the balloons, then I'll just take like the little pink one with me and stuff. It's just like trying to save your time like prior as much as you can. To whatever you can, like to try and make your time on site shorter as well. Try and make things quicker for you.
Exactly.
So with my floral displays, I use like a clamp to attach it onto the backdrop. They're made on floral cages, and I simply just attach the clamp to the cage, which then goes onto the backdrop. So it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
Literally, like so. Obviously, I'll position it.
Once again, nobody would know how that was done unless you look behind there, and it just looks spectacular.
So that's what I mean. Yeah, obviously there's ways. I don't know if I think the clamp's covered. Yeah, but yeah, there's obviously ways you can fidget around with the flowers and stuff if you feel like it's too like pushing up against the balloons. If I don't know, they're falling out. There's like a gap, for example. There's like some gaps here, but realistically, you're not going to see them again.
Yeah.
So it's just about improvising and stuff where you need to.
Let's see if we've got any more questions.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point you made, though, about payday, because do you think it's worthwhile people maybe upping their marketing towards the end of the month or at the beginning of the month when people have been paid?
I think, do you know what it is? There's obviously various things around it. There's other people, obviously, who I speak to, and they're like, oh, like we don't really see that kind of thing. So I think maybe it does apply to like certain people in the industry who are maybe providing a different type of service to like other companies.
I just wondered. I wondered if
which is I think it would be a good thing to do as well. Like I know some people sponsor posts, etc. So it might be like a way to do it more closer to the time, because a lot of the times people inquire, they see your thing, they inquire, but then they see like loads of other things and then they forget as well. And most people don't really have time to chase the client either, and by that time they've kind of like moved on or like found something else as well. And with these things, it is always about finding like the best price, because again, it's not really a necessity, it's just something you're doing like as part of like an additional event in your or milestone or something. But yeah, no, it's that's just my personal like view on things. I do feel like it's been a bit like that, especially now it's been a little bit slower, but then you get like last minute bookings. Like at the moment before, like when it was like June and stuff for September, I didn't really have many bookings, and now like I've got like bookings every weekend. It's very like scattered. You can't really judge this kind of stuff.
It can be like that in our industry sometimes. I mean, we have busy days that we don't expect to be busy, and then vice versa. And it all depends obviously on what people's jobs that they've got booked in. So it can be interesting to navigate that sometimes.
Has anyone asked anything else?
No, not any more questions. Please do leave them in the comments.
Please
anything you want to ask Saud at all about business, about balloons, about anything.
I should have gone through
my somebody
DMs.
did ask. This is a very serious question from one of the girls in the office. Is what aftershave do you use?
I think it's Ombre Nomad.
There you go, girls.
Ombre, no, I can show you. I don't know who asked that. I'll show you the bottle. I think it's probably in the car somewhere. I'm going to take that as a compliment.
I think it was because you smelled nice. It wasn't because it was horrible.
Okay, so I'll take that as a compliment.
There you go. Whoever it was, I hope you're happy with that now. I had a question in my head. What was it going to be?
I feel like everyone's kind of winding down for the day now. That's why.
I don't know.
We've got 68 people watching right now.
Yes. So 68. We want one question from each of the 68 people who are watching, please.
I should have gone through my DMs and stuff. I'm always getting asked questions about like colours or something. So that's why I'm surprised. I thought a lot of people would ask about like the colours or something like that maybe. But
I have a question.
Yes, go for it.
How do you tend to pick your colour palettes? Because colour swatches is one of the things I really struggle with as a video creator.
Colour palettes. So there's, again with colours and stuff, I think so. I know I'm quite like an anomaly in this where I double stuff TUFTEX balloons. It's I know this isn't the norm either. I remember last year, the first time when I met Allison, and she was like, "Oh, you double stuff them," which kind of goes again. Obviously, I remember what she was saying in the interview that they're quite opaque. But you do get a very, very slight like undertone to the original colour, and
absolutely.
Again, like you said, not everyone will see that kind of stuff, but I kind of notice these things. So I try and look for very like subtle hints and things. So that's essentially how I'm picking like my color palettes. I don't like anything to be like too much of a drastic change. I look for like muted, kind of dusky colors, something that's like quite trending. You can probably tell that I prefer like neutrals and stuff.
Do you dress as you work?
Literally, So like, there's a running joke between my friends that I dress very like in earthy colours and stuff. So I think Malted was definitely the right fit for me.
But maybe it was created for you by Allison. So well done, Allison.
Hopefully,
right, everybody. We've still what?
There's
Oh, there's questions.
there
There's questions, apparently. Thank
Oh,
you.
there's probably 68 questions
Hopefully there's
now.
68 questions.
I hope
We've got
not.
8 minutes. So, how long would this setup normally take without Greg banging on? No, sorry, it doesn't say without Greg banging on. But how long would it normally take?
Something like this, to be honest, I can do in like 45 minutes. Like,
Okay.
yeah, 40, 45 minutes. It wouldn't take too long and stuff. With my actual setups that you see, like 3 sort of panels, I usually ask for about 2 hours on site, including like sort of like unloading time and everything. But that's literally includes like all the kind of time I take to take pictures of the setup, and I just half the time, to be honest, I'm just kind of there, just like looking around to see like any imperfections or what I need to do, taking like 50,000 photos on my phone of the setup. So yeah, generally I'd say like hour and a half to 2 hours.
Oh, this is a good one from Pam. Hello again, Pam. How does Saud's architecture knowledge assist with creating balloon decor? Good question.
So you know what, the balloon decor, I'd say not too much, but the whole DIY side of things, like the panels, like the, I don't know if I did these like wooden animals once. So yeah, they were quite interesting. That everyone really liked.
All right. Okay.
So with that kind of thing, I think being more like hands-on and like with the DIY stuff, I think that's where the architecture knowledge comes from. Because a lot of the stuff, so like the backdrops that I make, I'll design them on like a 3D software.
Okay.
And then I'll like even like some setups and stuff that I do in a client's house where the space is a bit tight, I'll kind of model it a little bit, and then I'll
Do you find
figure out
that people are more likely to go ahead with a job if you've given them that?
Yes. So I think now at the stage I'm at, it's a bit different because they'll look at what I have done in the past.
Okay, true.
And then they'll look at it and they'll just be like, oh, can we swap these colors, or can we do like X, Y, Z? And I say that's fine. If there's a completely new like theme I haven't done or like a bespoke design, then I mock it up for myself, but I always do it for them as well, just like for their own sanity.
I just wondered, do you do it in their house? Do you get a photo of the room that they want to do it in? And then
Yeah, so usually they send like, if it's in a venue, I'll get measurements and stuff. Usually if they know it's a tricky space, they'll send pictures and they'll send me like measurements themselves. Okay. Or like I'll ask, can you just send me that measurements of like this wall or that wall? Yeah. Like a doorway sometimes if it's in the way, those kind of things. It just helps you, I think, visualize it a lot better. Yeah. Especially with things like this, because they can like span out or go wide as you need them to be, especially with balloons. So it's always good to be mindful if you can.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, that's other questions. What is best to use at the bottom of your backdrop to keep it secure when doing outside displays?
So the reason I use the pipe and drape system again is because the actual base plate is weighted. It's like I think 10 kilogram weight on the base plate itself, so it's already weighted. But if it's like an uneven surface or you want to add more weights, you literally just use like sandbags or like lifting weights, anything like this, just to like kind of support it down. But generally speaking, a lot of the times I've actually done the setup outside, and I've had the backdrop just like that with the base plate because it's strong enough itself. The backdrop doesn't weigh too much anyway, and the balloons and everything keep it in place as
I guess it's just if wind happens.
Even with wind, to be honest, the base plate is fairly secure because it's about like 50 by 50 centimeters. So it gives a good enough circumference on the floor.
I remember when we've done aeropole systems, they've got big base plates and doing arches and things outdoors, and we've had to put paving slabs on them as well to hold them. But that's like 20, 30 mile an hour.
To be honest, sometimes it's a good little trick to have. If you don't have the weights and stuff, I usually obviously take a lot of like IKEA boxes to jobs. You fill them up with water and they are very, very heavy. They're really, really good to like just use as some sort of weight if you don't have anything.
Somebody called Rebecca Phelps. Okay. I'm not sure who she is. That's Bex. Do you double stuff all your balloons?
Yes, all my balloons I double stuff. Even if it's sort of white, because for me, I think it just gives that like very like solid color to the overall solid look to the color. Overall, so I definitely always double stuff mine. I just think like any sort of lighting condition and stuff as well, it kind of helps.
It looks great.
To not make it. It definitely gives it more of a premium look. But again, I think like Allison was saying, just it comes under like down to cost and everything, what it is that you're trying to provide.
As long as you price correctly.
100%. I don't think there's as long as you're pricing it correctly and you're going to be making a profit from it and you're not losing out, then by all means, I'd say double stuff. If you can. Is there any other questions? Because I'm kind of at the end of.
No, I mean, I think
anyway. Sorry, I'm going to step back a little bit.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just getting to that. All right.
No, I was meant to drop it in, wasn't I?
So what was the question?
Sorry, I'm gonna let you go back to
What
your-
was the question? It was what colour
Did I
were you using?
style? Oh yeah, for last year's TUFTEX UK tour.
Yeah. What was it? So what is the answer?
What do you think it was? What new colour did TUFTEX release this time? Was it this time last year?
I think it was last year. I don't know.
Yeah,
If it was this
sometime,
time last
yeah,
year,
yeah.
but it was
It
last
was-
year.
It was very. Actually, it was a very good Halloween colour.
Yeah.
I'd say I actually used it in my Halloween setup that I did outside once. It actually worked really, really well. Do I give the answer now?
Give the answer.
Okay, it was Aloha.
Aloha.
So that was the new TUFTEX colour last year.
So if you answered Aloha and put that on our Instagram post, you're in with a chance
To win.
of winning a selection of the balloons that Saud has been using in
And
this.
then actually, I wasn't sure like how the malted and stuff would turn out. I was trying to double stuff it with a different colour, but it's actually, I think it looks nice.
looks
how it
great.
is. That's the
It
original
looks absolutely
stuff.
amazing.
Yeah.
Well, Saud, thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much for having me. It's
That's
been
great.
great.
Look at the time. Look at that.
Oh,
Perfect.
perfect.
Oh, I couldn't get any better than that. Anyway, everybody, I hope you enjoyed that. We are going to have a little bit of a break now, a little bit longer than we have been in between the segments, and then we're going to get the sofas in, and then we're all going to sit down together with a drink. So we'll see you in a while.
Thank you.
I'm only joking. We're live, everybody. Sorry, just wanted to freak out the mics and Alex. So, and I have successfully freaked them out. Just got a thumbs up. So, hello and welcome back to the Graham Norton Show. I am not Graham Norton. I am not Graham Norton for sure. Anyway, everybody, thank you for today. It's been amazing.
Thanks for having us.
What the? Where did you come from? Where did you come from?
Cheers.
Oh my God! And Howard has had to go home. She's got a long journey, 6 hours of filming, and Bex just hangs around here. Well, you do, don't you? You just sort of rock up sometimes.
You rocked up to my studio yesterday
What,
and told me to come down here today.
Yesterday, when you messaged me first thing in the morning and said, Greg, I'm doing a masterclass, come down.
I said,
it's like,
if you want to come down,
not even could you, would you mind? It was literally come down.
You're lucky I didn't tell everyone you can bring their orders down.
Okay, oh well, yeah. Well, I would have done. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't
I don't know,
offer
you
that.
moaned
But
last
anyway, everybody apart from Bex, have you enjoyed it today?
Yes, we've had a good day.
Yeah.
Very good.
Amazing.
It's
Very
been
well organised.
really
Thank you to everyone
good,
who's
yeah.
been part
All
of
the
that. Well
production.
done.
Yeah,
Well done, team.
It was all me.
He did nothing. We
To be
know.
fair, you did do a lot of talking today. So.
Yeah, a lot of talking.
You lot did a lot of talking as well, but thank you so much. Right, I wanted to have this sit down and talk to you all and see if anybody's got any questions from today. So if anybody out there has got any questions for any of our guests, for all of our guests, including the interloper, please feel free to just ask us some questions on YouTube, and we'll pass them on. But I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the industry in general and get you all sort of telling me what you think. And the one big thing that I think is common in everything, you've all mentioned it at some point, is pricing. And how people in our industry sometimes get it right, but sometimes get it wrong. What are your recommendations for anybody starting out or anybody that's been doing it for a while that isn't getting it right? What do you say to them?
Educate yourself with the people that know what they're talking about.
Okay.
I think
Get an education on how to price
Okay.
and learn how to trust yourself that you are worthy of earning that money. Like
Yeah.
it's not, you're doing something amazing, it's a talent, so charge for that. But educate yourself.
I think that's one of the things. People don't think enough of themselves, and
Yeah.
Know their worth, kind of.
Yeah.
Break it down into what's the cost of what we're spending, then the cost
Yeah.
of your time. And sometimes people don't always break it down to that, the cost of your time. And your time includes going to pick up orders, placing orders,
Thinking
not
about
just
how to do it.
Yeah,
planning
thinking
it.
about how to do it, planning it, talking to your customers, writing the emails, replying to DMs. All of that is your time, and there's a value to your time. It's not just the cost of each balloon,
Yeah.
and then what you think that might look like. Behind your display, whatever that may be, is all of the other bits that make it amazing.
The love that's poured into it as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like a lot of people forget to charge their time. They don't
Yeah.
The
think
time
about an
is
hourly
just
rate.
important. You forget, and it's all the little bits,
Yeah.
and then it's the banking that you have to do every month, the
Yeah.
accounting, the balancing, all those bits and
Yeah.
pieces, the emails, the marketing, the Instagram. It's all your time which gets you from A to B.
Yeah.
Yes, charge
And
for
when
that.
we rock up at a job to do an event, we do make it look easy because we've got 10 years of experience. So you're kind of paying for that as well. We'll make
Yeah.
it look easy because
Yeah.
we're
It's again your
pros,
worth,
so
isn't it?
yeah.
Over
Yeah,
the
yeah.
years, that's how you develop it. And stuff.
Yeah, but I don't want people just starting out in the industry though, thinking they don't have a worth and undercharge.
Yeah.
Because if you start off like that, it's really hard to charge your worth eventually because you've just attracted people that will pay you less. Like you've devalued yourself and your product. So I don't want people to like come into the industry and think, oh, because I don't have that experience, I can't charge that.
Yeah.
I don't want them
I
to
think
feel
it's-
like that.
They're
I
selling-
want them
they're
to
selling
the
start
story,
as you
yeah.
mean to go on.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
about them knowing as well what the cost of, for example, like you said, or what they're spending. Because a lot of the people that come, they're like, oh, I didn't realize this cost this.
Yeah.
Or I didn't realize this cost that. But like you said, you going to, let's just say, pick up like a balloon order or something, it's not just you paying for that balloon order, it's your petrol to and from to pick up that
time
balloon
as
order,
well.
it's everything, your time. So it's just them getting the understanding of that, and then obviously how they want to charge. And obviously I think profit is, and what you want to make is quite personal, because I've spoken to some people who are like, I'm happy if I just make X amount extra, and some people are like, well, no, I want to make so and so extra. So that is kind of like personal as well.
It is.
I think, but just the actual basics and like what profit and stuff you should be like making on something is definitely something they need to like.
Would help the rest of us as well.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't be competition to each other. We would all just be, singing by the same hymn sheet. And if you haven't got, so some clients I think can come to you with an unrealistic expectation of what it should cost because someone's quoted them £25, and I'm like, but it's not worth. The £25 isn't priced correctly, but because it's the lowest price they've got this unrealistic expectation, and then it puts us like we're overcharging and that we're trying to rip people off. I think it makes it difficult for everyone in the industry. When you undercharge, it's just making it worse for everyone, isn't it? And I don't know, I've got a lot to say on that subject.
So what do you say then if somebody contacts you and you've given them a price and you are considerably, seriously more expensive than, it's ridiculous, I've been quoted a third of that. What do you say in that situation?
Go with the one.
Go
for it.
Just say, okay, I hope your event goes well. I've never tried to backtrack. I've never even tried to provide like an itemized cost, to be honest, for things, because like my cost is like, I've built up my cost off my own basis kind of thing. There's a reason what that cost is. The minute people start asking for like itemized cost is because they're looking at things to pick up, be like, I don't want this, I don't want this. I'm not here really for that. Like I'm trying, like I said to you, it was like the finished product that I'm trying to like provide. So I think the minute you start doing that, you're almost making yourself sound a bit unsure, and then they can like pick up on that and be like, oh, so I think it's just like you said, being confident 100%.
And I think for me personally, the confidence in pricing comes from knowing what it costs to produce that, how many hours it takes, and I can confidently say that's fine. This is our price because of X, Y, and Z. I can justify it if I need to. We don't go into that detail.
The whole justifying thing is
it's just like that's our.
I'm totally good if someone says it to me. You never used to be. You have to get a thick skin to it, and you practice the mindset and you do all of that. I'm totally good if someone tells me that you're too expensive, whatever. And because in my head, no, they just can't afford it, and they're not my client. So I'm totally good with it. I've
always thought it's very odd, because if somebody comes to you and says, I can get it for £100, it's like, and you're doing it for £300, it's like, but you obviously want me to do it because you've come to me asking for it cheaper. So
it's that champagne lifestyle on a lemonade budget.
I think it's also just social media in general making people believe that they can get the world like literally for nothing, because people obviously, social media and just anything on the internet is accessible to everyone, and they naturally think, okay, well, so and so has it, so then of course it must be affordable within my means and stuff as well. So it's about managing your own expectations before you're disappointed.
We've got lots of products which try to meet different people's budgets, because we realise people have got different budgets. Not everybody can afford £500 for balloons for a party or whatever it may be. So then there's the balloons that we can send out on the click and delivers that we can do, where you don't have a setup or an installation. So we try to accommodate different people's budgets to say, well, actually you could have this, there's a little bit of work you do your end and it will cost you less because you haven't got the team on site. So it's just recognising, do you know what, you can have this, but we're going to do it this way for you, or there is this option. So it's not always saying, no, we can't give you something, but we'll do something that fits your budget.
That's exactly what I say that to my students, like, don't create a premium bouquet that's worth this much money and the client doesn't want to pay it, they want to pay less. Lower the product, not your price.
Exactly.
Lower your product, not your price. Hashtag, we should hashtag that. Hashtag lower your product, not your price.
That's just literally what I say to them. Like, don't feel like you're so desperate to get that client, you're like, oh, I'll just lower my price. No, you can still get that client, just lower what you're giving them and say, this is what we can offer you for your price. Just that kind of mindset's really important, and then that's when you're running a really
sort
good
of add
business.
the value to, you can give them what fits a budget, what they can afford. It can still be amazing.
Yes.
Still get, we're just working with them so we can then work together.
For
There's
sure.
a way around it.
I've said to people before, we used to do balloon printing or more balloon printing, and we weren't the cheapest, and people would tell us that, and my answer was always, oh God, no, we're not the cheapest. If you want the cheapest, go with the other quotes that you've got.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
That's absolutely fine. I'm not offended at all.
But you were so confident
you-
in your product.
But that's the thing. You've got to be 100%
Yeah.
confident
Yeah.
and not care if you lose the job or not,
Yeah.
because
Because
as
you
you
know
say,
the next one's coming.
yeah, but
that
you're
will
not,
pay.
and they're also not your customers.
Yeah.
And not
So-
everyone is going to be your client. To be honest, if
No.
everyone
No.
was your client, you'd literally be on the go 24/7.
Yeah.
Like not,
And
that's
making no
okay.
money.
Yeah, literally,
yeah,
that's-
exactly. That's the thing. You need to be
Yeah,
making
burnt
money at
out,
the end of the day.
on to go,
Otherwise, you're
yeah,
not
yeah.
doing.
What's the
Why are you
point?
doing it? If you're
Yeah.
not making money, you know,
Yeah.
you've got a
And
business
avoid
just
that
as
whole scarcity mindset. There
Yeah.
are lots of people out there who are your clients, so don't worry
100%,
about
yeah,
it.
Yeah,
if
and you
somebody
just got to
isn't.
be confident that they're coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Because they are. People do pay your prices because they want you
Yeah.
and they respect you.
Yeah.
And it happens for all of us.
So one of the things I want to do is try and give people confidence in starting their business, growing their business, and I think you all would like the same because our industry growing is a good thing. But people look at you guys now, you've got 50 employees. Look at you guys doing work for celebrities, and you've created your own brands in very few years, relatively speaking, in business terms. And people just think you guys have always been great, always been good. And I know we alluded to it earlier on as well. But what I'd like is for you to talk about some of your biggest mistakes. Tell me about the biggest mistake you've ever made
Gosh, Greg, that
in
is
business.
hardcore, isn't it?
It is.
business.
But I want people to understand that you got it wrong, we got it wrong, everybody gets it wrong at some point.
question.
But what?
I think.
I'll
I know,
go.
I need to think about that.
I think that we're always
Okay,
making
right.
mistakes. As
That's
well.
also very true.
That's
Yeah, that's
the
actually-
kind of.
You're always learning.
Yeah,
There's never.
and if you're not, then
School day.
and you can
it's
never
time to
assume
hang
you
up
know
your
it
hat,
all.
I
You
think,
can
and
never
say,
assume you have all the
No.
answers.
My
Because
kind
things
of-
change all the time, so you're
Yeah,
always
that's very
learning
true,
something.
yeah.
yeah.
Come on, what specific examples?
So my biggest
Sounds
mistake,
go
to
on.
be honest, I think was in the early days. It was like the way I was spending things, and I think I touched on this previously as well, that you sometimes get caught up with thinking, okay, I need to buy this and I need to buy that and I need to
I
have this
agree.
prop and this
Yes.
backdrop and these, and
Yep.
even I remember when I first started doing florals, I'd go around and I'd be like, okay, I need 10 stems of this and 10 of this,
You
and
had
I
to have it.
literally just had
Too much.
just piles of just
Yeah.
nothing at the end. And I remember it's only recently now I've just done a massive clear out, and you actually then start thinking strategically, because if you want to scale up your setups, you need to have some form of it needs to look like what the word is, but unity and stuff, in your
Yeah.
overall setup. You can't have just random bits. Huh?
No, is that what you were thinking? I'm trying to think of the
Oh,
word
okay,
that
the
you've
word that was-
lost in your head.
So yeah,
but-
I think just obviously be wary of what you're spending and how you're spending, and don't always think that you need to make big jumps and spend 500, £600 on one backdrop. Start small. If you want that confidence and you're still unsure, start small, work off that, because you can create a really nice display even from a small panel, as opposed to a massive 3D backdrop as well. So there's various ways around it. It's all the details and stuff you add into it. And I always say details are sometimes more cost effective than the actual bigger impact thing that you're purchasing.
Yeah. And I think our mistakes have come, and I think we talked about it a bit earlier, from overcomplicating things. And actually, it's a little bit like you're talking about, too much of everything.
Yeah.
Just keep things simple. Keep things as simple as possible.
Stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane.
Definitely.
We backdrops was base plates was a thing for us in the early days, getting the right. It took us a while to get to the stage where we make our own base plates for the kind of quantity that we're needing them for, and being confident in what we were doing. And we actually got some made, do you remember, from that steel yard? And they were super expensive. We had to go and pick
Really
them up
heavy.
every time, and we were covering a big area, so to go and pick them up all the time was a nightmare. And we didn't have as many vans as we do now out and about on the roads, so it was just such hard work. And then we got to the point where we were making these base plates with MDF and this pole that comes from, that gets delivered to us. And it's just it's just so simple, but it's so effective. Just keep it simple
Disposable as well.
and don't underestimate what you can do yourself.
Yeah, yeah,
With your
100%.
backdrop with the dowel,
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
that's amazing. It's a bit like us
Yeah.
with our base plates.
100%,
If
yeah,
you can
yeah. I
figure
think
it out
there's
yourself.
such a misconception that no, I have to, and I obviously this is no discredit to any, obviously, because there's a business for everything and stuff. But again, at the end of the day, you're going to look at your own costs as your own business. So if there's ways around it that you can DIY, or you can do, it all comes down again to confidence, and 100% do it.
Yeah.
There's tons of money
Yeah.
you can save with these things, especially if you're starting up.
Yeah.
Can nobody tell me about a very specific mistake? Something that
Oh,
you've messed
We
up.
forgot to take helium on the
Oh,
helium.
yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a good one.
We also
Yeah.
took an empty canister of helium on a job.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
What did you do
helium.
then?
We had to turn around, get my dad to get out of bed at 5 in
Meet
the
at the
morning, jump on the
services.
motorway with the helium in the back of his car, drive up to the services, meet us at the services, threw the helium in the back, rush it. We got it done in time though. We won't mention the client's name.
Okay.
No, it was an important one. But we got it done in time. But it was just hectic. You know, it was in the early days where life was crazy.
We were also nearly late for a wedding, somebody's wedding.
Oh yeah, that was
And we were
awful. But there was
supposed
an
to be
accident
doing.
on the M4. We couldn't do anything
We were
about
supposed
it.
to be doing, I think it was letter balloons
Mr.
or
and
something
Mrs.
in the garden area, and literally it was when we didn't have vans.
Yeah.
So
We
I
were in
think
your
I was
car.
driving, or no, you were driving, and I was in literally the boot, blowing up as we were driving along. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
We had some hairy moments. Let's just
Trying
put it
to do
like
it,
that.
and literally as we're trying to put it up, some of the guests are walking through the gate. That wasn't fun.
Oh, and I've got another good one.
Here we go. Have another gin. Have a bit more gin.
See, there is many. When we were based at my mum and dad's house, and I had my son who's 10 now. He was only 2 years old at the time, and we had the girls were out on a setup in London, so I was on my own because it was just the three of us at the time, and we had all of these balloons ready for the postman who was coming to pick them up, and they were going to a corporate order. They all had the perfect circle tails, and he found a pair of scissors and a moment on his own, and he went along and just cut them on the tails, so all the balloons just bounced onto the ceiling, and the postman was like literally 10 minutes away, and there were 15 bubbles that should have been going in boxes on the ceiling. And I was like, oh my
Sewing
God,
them all
Jude,
together
I can't
last
even talk
minute.
to you. I had the sewing machine out, sewing them and fixing them with the postman waiting outside, and Jude was just,
Oh wow, that must
Yeah.
have been really stressful.
yeah, that was a fun one.
Oh my God. Oh, at least you made your son happy.
Exactly. That's why we
Winning.
do this.
That's a mum moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I haven't really got anything that dramatic. I spelled someone's name wrong, but
Oh,
because
done
I
that.
send pictures beforehand, I
Oh, well
fixed,
done.
like I always send pictures beforehand. I've done a wrong number, sent a picture, and she's like, I love it, but it's meant to be a 2. And I should know because I'd done the first birthday. So, you know, just stuff like that. But it can be fixed because I send a picture before, so I
You've never
Yeah,
done,
haven't
that's a
really
good
got anything
tip.
very dramatic. So
never done any blue instead of pink or pink instead of blue. And,
I don't
We sent the wrong
think
Mr.
so.
and Mrs. balloons before, and done a Mr. and a Mrs. and turned up to a wedding.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Done
right,
that.
okay.
That's awkward, isn't it? Or done
Bit of a folks
for
pass.
or for
Yeah.
a Mr. and a Mr. and we sent them Mr.
But
and
again, we
Mrs.
were able to
You
fix
can fix it.
Yeah,
We've got
there's
drivers
fixable
out and about, so
things.
they can. It's all fixable.
I've got nothing. It's good.
Bex,
Perfect.
come on.
Perfect.
She's
I don't
perfect.
believe it
Perfect.
at all.
I'm trying to think, but I honestly can't think of anything.
We did some balloon printing years ago for Grazia, and it was they were little walking balloons. I can't remember if they were dogs or pigs or something. I can't remember. And it was supposed to say Grazia on both sides, and
What did it say?
no, it did say that, but just on one side.
Oh, okay.
And it was somebody that worked for us at the time that had done it, and I was on holiday, and it was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to, you know. She called me and said, Greg, I've messed up. I was like, okay, well, contact the printer and see if they can, because they were foil balloons, you can just print them again. And I contacted the client, and the client was like, nah, just give us them cheaper. So that was a bit of a moment.
Few moment.
And they did appear in the magazine, and people just walking these little. They must have been dogs or something. I can't remember, but it was quite funny. But that was a big, because that was like, this was in the early days. That would have cost us at least another £2,000 or something for us to get them reprinted or something. So. Yeah, it was horrible. What about embarrassing moments? I mean, arguably they're a little bit embarrassing,
Turning up
but
to wedding like this.
Yeah, that was awful, wasn't it?
Embarrassing.
We did
Oh,
it.
God, I don't know if I've
Embarrassing.
got one of them either. I don't
God,
know.
dude,
I know, it's so
maybe you've just
boring.
all wiped them from your memory.
Yeah,
That's
we
very
just
true.
can't. So traumatised by it that we can't remember.
Oh, I know
Um,
actually.
to
One of
fix
mine
that,
was when I actually, the only
Everyone
time
else
I
is
did
like,
actually
no, we haven't
purchase a
had it. No,
backdrop
we haven't
from
either,
a
never.
supplier.
Yeah.
And it was remember like when everyone used to have that like round acrylic thing that used to come in 2 halves.
Yes.
And I remember like
Yeah.
I obviously had purchased it, and it was a supplier. I'm not gonna obviously mention the name, but obviously I'd heard like funny things about them, but again, like, you know, at the time when you were just like, okay, I can't find it, there was not many people that did these things. So I purchased it, and I was at the job, and I just couldn't get it like inside the like base. It was at 2 halves, so one half goes in, and because it was made from acrylic, it was just and it just wouldn't go in. So like, thank God it was a venue, and I had to like get like oil from them, like to try and oil the bottom, and it just would not go in. Literally for about 45 minutes, I just stood there, and I thought that was a bit embarrassing. Like, I was thinking I'm going to do like a really nice display, take pictures of it. I was embarrassed to even take pictures afterwards. I just thought they wanted me to get out. But yeah, so I think that kind of put me off from buying backdrops from people.
I think as well,
I'll make my own. I'll do my own. I've got this.
when you have something embarrassing happen, particularly if you're in a venue, you've just got to go along and pretend you know what you're doing.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and even it's worse when they start asking, "Are you okay then?"
This is all part of the process.
Trust the process.
I forgot one of my squares for my sequin wall once, and put the whole sequin wall up, and there was a whole bit at the bottom, and I was like, how did I not pick it up? Like, how has this happened? So I just filled it in with balloons. Like,
nice thing,
I
isn't it?
mean, is that embarrassing? I don't know. It did, obviously, in the video,
balloons
there's
are
a
good like
square
that.
missing when I was like filming the before and after. And I
But
was
don't
like,
you think we're good at that in our industry? Is you're just good at fixing problems
which is
because
probably
they
why
have...
we don't feel like they're embarrassing.
Exactly, yeah,
It's probably
maybe.
what it is.
Maybe.
I do feel like balloons are really good to work with to hide those mistakes.
And florals, you know, if there's
anything
like
that you like add to the
cover that
backdrop,
up.
like LED letter, anything. Like, I missed a bit of paint there. It's fine. I'm gonna
there's a
stick
scratch there. Let's put something over the top of that.
Okay, we've got a question. In the celebrity world, who would you most like to work for, effectively? Do a design for? That's from Andrew.
Rihanna.
Why?
Straight then.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah, go on.
Why is that?
Just love her.
Okay.
Just love her. Just Rihanna. I think she's a boss babe.
Okay, good.
To be honest.
How about you?
That's a really hard question.
They're not. This is Andrew. What do you want me to ask you?
That's really tough, Greg.
It's
Elton
not.
John.
I'd do a Beckham's party.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You've probably
Beckham's
done
good one.
half of the people that other people want to do jobs for.
Yeah.
Go on, okay, list all the celebrities you've worked for.
NDAs.
No.
Everybody who hasn't signed an NDA, right?
They all have.
Oh, you signed for them, yeah. But you've done quite a lot of celebrities, haven't you?
Yeah. It's good fun.
Have another gin. Go on.
We have done a few.
All right. Balloon Twist has said, it's good to know everyone has these problems and embarrassing moments at some point. It is very, very true. So again, trying to give people confidence to, talking about resilience there and finding a solution to problems when they happen. What do you think the most important trait is to being in business?
Being in business. Focus on yourself.
Oh,
Only
so you can answer that one. That's good. Oh.
Yeah, because that was me at the
Oh,
beginning,
like-
focusing on what everyone else was doing.
And just be yourself.
Yeah.
Don't compare your
Be
day
real.
1 to someone's day 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't run through
Again,
the
just
walk,
don't
all
be
these
so
cliche
fixated on
things.
what you're seeing every day, because again, it just comes back to things that you're seeing, isn't it? On social media? 'Cause that's
Imposter
where you-
syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to be flexible as well and to be adaptable. And we've had to change a lot in what the three of us do within the business, and then learning and growing and managing the team that we've got. And you have to adapt to when a job goes wrong, when COVID hits, when anything. And if you don't move and change with those things, then life becomes really difficult.
Yeah.
And you can see at times when we've struggled to change with things, or one of us has struggled. It's hard. It's really hard. It can be all consuming if something else is changing around you and you're not quite ready to adapt. And it's so much easier if you can just go with the flow. And I think that just makes it all just a little bit easier.
I think that adaptability is something we are good at in this industry. I mean, we've had helium crises.
Yeah.
Did you experience? You were probably a bit late for the first helium crisis, or
We've had a couple. We've had
They've
been fun.
2008.
No, I missed that one. I
would've missed that one.
2009, something
Missed
like
that
that. I
one.
think. But yeah, the first time it happened, it was like helium running out, and everybody did helium balloons.
Yeah.
But then we all adapted. Everybody,
Yeah.
and look at how much airfield.
It's
People's
mainly
businesses
airfield now,
built
isn't
on airfield stuff now.
Yeah.
It's
You've
just
got no choice.
phenomenal. But yeah, and COVID. I mean, I think our industry coped. I mean, for some reason we managed to do really well as an industry, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
But it was scary. I don't know what you guys were like when Did you close at all or not during COVID?
Like for a few
We
days.
shut for a short
literally.
time just
Yeah,
because we had
we-
to get our heads around what was going on
we
and
did
just
as well, and then it was-
understand. But very quick, only like a week, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Right.
Then we were
Because
realised
we had people's
retailing.
orders in the
We-
diary
we
to
were
get
going
out.
in.
So yeah, the three of us just kept going.
Yeah.
Sent everybody home for a few days and then tried to figure it out from there.
Yeah.
Put
I
yellow
think that
tape
the
everywhere
important thing
and-
with running your own business is you've got to love it, because it isn't like
Yeah,
if
it's
you
not,
don't,
yeah.
then just go and work for
It's not
somebody
like,
else
yeah,
and do
9
9
to
to
5,
5 because it's a
yeah.
lot easier.
Doesn't feel like work when you love it, does it?
Yeah.
No.
But also, I think it's really important for people to know with their confidence as well that you don't have to have loads of followers to run a really successful business.
Absolutely.
That I was running a very successful business before all the numbers happened. And I think it's really important for people not to focus on that and think they have to have that, and that the social proof is that the only way to be successful, because it's not.
Yeah,
Part of
absolutely.
growing, isn't it? You've
Yeah,
got
I
to
think
start
it's
from somewhere and then
important.
things will develop and grow with that, and
Yeah.
you can grow and push yourself further
Yeah.
out your comfort zone, which might take you up another level.
Yeah.
And I think it's part of the growing to increase things like that. That comes with you getting bigger or more.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But
It-
don't focus on, I have to have that many, that's when
No,
I'm
no.
successful, because
Yeah.
no, I think that
When you get
you
those
can run
big-
a really
Yeah.
good business
Yeah,
with
yeah.
like 1,000 followers or 500 followers. Like I've got students that are smashing their goals that don't have all of that, because you don't need it. And I think that's important for a confidence boost, that you're doing well and meet yourself where you're at.
Yeah.
Right, meet yourself where you're at right now, and that it's okay that you're there right now, and so many amazing days are yet to come with your business.
Yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, it is weird that people think that way as well.
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
think it's natural with social
It's
media.
okay.
though.
So
Yeah,
social media is so
media,
big
yeah.
though, isn't it? It's such
Yeah.
a, it's hard not to.
Get
but
sucked
you-
into
yeah.
it, and it depends what personality you are as to whether it affects
Yeah.
you or doesn't affect you, how strong you are, and
I guess it's not weird. I think it's, but you can buy followers, can't you?
I know,
And-
which
But
is
then-
awful.
Which is even
Because
then
then
it's
that's just defeating the
Yeah,
object.
but it's not
What's the
real,
point?
is
No,
it?
it's not,
And-
you're not the
and-
right. It's not the right people you want following you anyway. So
That's
like, it's
it.
not making
So
you any
it's-
benefit at all.
No, it doesn't make your business better, because if you've bought them, for example, they're just bots, or if you've got people following you from like another country, unless you're in the education world, it's pointless.
Yeah,
You need
exactly,
people
yeah.
to be following you from your town, so you
Yeah.
need to advertise in the right areas,
Yeah.
and
1,000
there's-
people following you within 10 miles of where you
It's
are.
incredible.
If you're in balloon
I-
decor,
oh,
it'd be
yeah.
far better than, a
1,000
million worldwide.
Thousands
Yes.
spread over the world
Yeah.
that we're never going to get a business order
Exactly.
from.
I always say
Yeah.
to the girls in the coaching group that imagine a room full of the amount of followers you've got, whether that's 200 people. Imagine 200 people in here right now, and they're following you. How amazing is that? And then every day there's another one that comes in, and the more work you do, another one comes in, and just keep imagining that room, and eventually you're filling stadiums. Like, imagine that.
Yeah.
They're all there for you.
Yeah.
Isn't that just incredible? And I like to sort of get people to like come back down to earth and imagine that room of people.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
500 that you've got is flipping amazing.
Well, this is really interesting, talking about social media, and we touched on it yesterday about social media and running a small business. Do you think social media in business can actually affect your life negatively?
I knew this was coming.
Sorry.
When you said you were going to ask a deep question,
I
thought you were
didn't
gonna
intend
chime
Yes.
in.
I
I
think
think it can, but
Yeah,
it just
I think it
depends
can.
how you.
Yes.
And how in what way?
Yeah.
It depends when you can switch off from it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Your social media could be all consuming, and if you've got a family and kids and at home, and we've all fallen into the trap, and you're sitting there and your kids are like, oh mum, can you get off your phone, but you're stuck in this sort of world of who's following and what's following, and you're following, and that's damaging to your home life and to the other people around you, and you're not giving them your time, you're giving the people on your phone your time, and at what point do you stop? And it's hard because it's so much a part of your business as well. But if you're not able to switch that off, then you're damaging probably the most important part of your world, which is your family and your friends around you. And if you can't sit down and have, dinner or whatever with your kids or your friends without looking at that phone, then it's damaging to those
Yeah.
other people because you're not giving them your attention.
Yeah. I totally like relate to that. I've experienced that burnout a couple of times because I struggled to switch off. And I don't know about you, but how I feel is sometimes I feel a pressure to perform.
Because you feel guilty.
Yeah.
So like I feel guilty with the academy. That's solely on my phone.
Yeah.
So when someone messages me, they're investing in me. So I feel guilty if I don't reply. I'm like, well, they're investing in me. I need to invest in them.
Yeah.
And then I've got my husband's like, get off your phone, and I'm like, I just need to reply.
Yeah.
But then
That's it.
I'll openly put my hands up and be like, yeah, like it's nearly cost us our marriage or our relationship because I'm solely on my phone all the time. But you drill into my head continuously, don't let it ruin your relationship, don't let it ruin your relationship. I'm not as bad now, I'm not as bad, but I probably could be better.
You just have to put boundaries.
Yeah, I was literally going to say the biggest thing, that the lesson I learned, because I haven't let it affect any of my relationships, but it's definitely affected my mental health, which is why I'm really strong on that subject within the coaching and how I care about people's well-being, because it definitely affected mine. But then if you listen to my podcast and hear my story, you'd know why.
Okay.
But it definitely affected mine and still does, because I'm human. But I feel a pressure to be there for people, and I feel a pressure to perform. I can't, it's about the only way that I can explain it, because I want to keep them happy. And I don't know, like you've seen that people say, oh, you know, you inspire me, you do this, you do that, you want to carry on making them feel that way. So I suppose that you just get this pressure. But the biggest thing I learned was boundaries. I never used to be able to switch off at 6 o'clock, or I'd be replying to messages at midnight, and it's ridiculous. We shouldn't do that, and I was doing that. And boundaries is huge, and it's something I teach to do. Set a time, like I've actually put my Instagram into quiet mode now. It switches off at a certain time, and that's it. And I've never done that before. It's brand new. I'm doing it now. But boundaries is huge.
As long as you tell people what your business boundaries are. It's like if
let
you've
people
got a
know when
Facebook
you're going to
group
come
and
back
stuff.
to them.
Yeah.
If you're out of
Manage their expectations.
Yeah. So then they know. So they're not sort of sending you a message at 5 p.m. and then sitting there at midnight thinking, where's my reply? If you put your boundaries in, I'll come back to you by 10 a.m. Monday morning or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly that.
You've bought yourself that time, and they know, but then meet those expectations, get back to them by 10 a.m. Monday morning.
Yeah.
I can see how it is a grey area, particularly for with the academies, because people feel they know you.
And there's different time zones, so it's worldwide. So that's a huge struggle, because
I feel that
when we're at night time and we're going to bed, people are just waking up, so they're on their phones, and like if they're at a job and they need help, I'm always like, if you need help, message me, I'm there. They're messaging me and I'm like 11 o'clock at night, I'm like, right, all right, I need to reply because they need me.
I feel
it's very difficult.
I know that feeling,
but the best thing I did was set up the WhatsApp group on the academy, because then that relieves a little bit of the pressure, because there's like 400 odd people. They all help each other out, so I'm like, right, okay, that's a little bit better. And I just say now, I'm like, right guys, I need a week off, because emotionally I'm done in, mentally I'm done, so I'm on a week off.
That's good though that you can do that. So you've effectively set your boundaries, and you've got everybody together, and you're saying, guys, I need a week off. So,
well done.
Supporting that really is.
Yeah,
but they
really
actually
good.
Respect it, and they're like, so I've had like quite a few stuff going on at home with the kids, like personal stuff. So I've at the beginning of it, I was like, oh, do I tell my academy, because is it professional or not? Is it a bit too personal? But then I was like, no, this is me. This is what's going on. You guys need to know as to why I'm quiet. And then I told everyone was like, take as much time as you need. So then I was like, oh, actually, there's not that pressure that I need to reply. Everyone understands and cares for me. Family
they
unit.
feel like they're your friend, don't they?
Yeah.
So they care about you.
Yeah.
So they want.
And then
you
you're
to
like crying. You're like, oh my God, it's just so lovely.
And then it relieves the pressure, and you can go and be with your kids.
Exactly. Yeah.
So what advice would you give anybody regarding social media? Obviously, you've all got different levels of social media interaction.
Don't take it too seriously. Don't worry about it too much. Just let it do its thing, I think, really.
Okay.
As long as you're posting with intent, is that what you were saying earlier?
Yeah,
Like, you gotta
post with the right intent.
Yeah.
Post because you want to post, not because you should.
And post stuff that feels like it's your business,
aligned,
not somebody else's.
Yeah, aligned
exactly.
to you.
Then it's okay. I think for us, the pressure of the kind of out of hours stuff is because it's a 24/7 events business, so it's not really about messaging someone or looking at something on social media. It's more that, you know, we've got a team that are on a site at midnight wherever, like you were saying, and they need help, so you have to kind of be available because it's 24/7 and it's your business. I think I don't know at what point that changes. I don't know whether it ever would. It's just it's your business. I don't know about that
when it's your
I
business.
think when you've got a team out there, you can't
exactly.
not be there.
And you want to be, and
you're
you're worrying
there to
about them
help.
and thinking about what's going on anyway. So.
Well, that'd be a situation that something's gone wrong, effectively,
Yeah.
because your team know what they're doing in the majority of cases, and if something goes wrong, that's when they would call on you.
And
so
there's
it's
a
not gonna be
client
every
that's got an
day.
expectation.
No, exactly.
No,
That's
it's
true,
a
Greg.
client
That's
with an
true.
expectation as well of that.
Yeah.
You know, with live events, it's like you've got a few hours to make it right, and if it's through the night, then there's a time pressure to it and all of that stuff. So
So don't worry about it. That's what you're saying.
Well, I think with the social media, you can't look at what everybody else is doing too much because especially with the amount that's out there now. Obviously, when we started, nobody was doing it, and there wasn't really anybody on social media for us to watch. There was like a couple of people in America, maybe Geronimo Balloons or something, but now there's absolutely hundreds of people. So if you spend your time getting caught up watching what everybody else is doing, when would you ever do anything? I don't know that you could do anything. So
you
you
then
just
go
have
into the comparing yourself then, aren't you, to things which is just damaging to you, for your own self, and you're not focusing on you, you're focusing on them.
If you're doing something that you love, you're making something that you love, and you can post about something that you've done that you're proud of, then that should be the motivation behind it rather than anything else. Like, oh my God, and then that comes across. You're like, this was such a cool event, and how nice is it to be able to share it with everybody?
I agree.
Then it feels like it's nice, right? Don't stress about it too much. And if you haven't got the clients to do the cool events for, then you just start doing things, playing around with things, starting to showcase it. Yeah, exactly.
My advice is mind your own business. Mind your own business. Like, it's just as simple as that. And I also recommend, I don't know if this is a bit controversial or whatever, but you don't have to follow everybody. I don't follow a lot of people, and someone be like, oh, do you follow so-and-so? I'm like, oh, I think I've heard of them, but I don't follow them because, I don't know, I like to follow the people I've met in real life people that I've built relationships with. Otherwise, you are going to compare and you are going to get sucked in, and should I be doing that, and should I be doing that, and you're not minding your own business then. So I think follow like a mental diet of who you follow online. And
I love all you. I just put a hashtag in front of a lot of things you say. Mind your own business.
Yeah, mind your own business in the nicest possible way. It's just something I live by, and follow people that inspire you rather than people that you're comparing yourself to. Like, I don't like people following my page if they're coming to my page to feel bad about themselves. Like, just unfollow me. I wouldn't want you to feel like that. I want you to feel inspired, and I want you to feel connected by following my page, and I want you to feel better for coming to my page. Like, I just think that's important. So my advice is that follow a mental diet, and you don't have to follow everybody on social media. Follow who you want to follow. That makes you feel good.
And unfollow if they don't.
And don't be afraid to unfollow. Yes, like, unfollow, block if they're not great people. Like, if the button's there for a reason, don't worry about it. Like, they're never gonna know, and if they do know, you've blocked them anyway. Like.
Sam, what about you? What about your advice?
I think just follow what you want to do on social media. I know there's like this whole pressure of like, oh, like you should show your face on social media, you should do this, and to be honest, I've never done it. I think I've only just like 2 or 3 like.
I did it with you today.
Yeah, today actually, but I've never like gone on. So I think once I did it, just about like a link to one of my workshops and stuff. But I feel like there's that pressure of, oh, you must show your face on social media. If you don't want to, like, don't do it. Like, it's fine.
Take the pressure off.
There's
Do
no
what feels
like,
right for you.
there's no rules as to do it. Don't do it. Like, I always wanted to keep like the page very, I wouldn't say like professional, but I just wanted to keep it like very like seamless and stuff, and what I put up.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
So that's why I think that's quite good, because I know some people generally feel uncomfortable. They're like, oh, like, don't want to show. If you don't want to show it, don't show it. If you do want to show it, great.
100%.
Then there's the dark side of social media and the internet, where people just start saying negative things about other people. And
I think but I feel like that, if anything, when you start like the more vocal you are and the more open you are on your social media, then that is what gives them then the right to do that kind of thing. Like, no one's ever said like anything negative. I think because there's nothing to say anything negative about. Like, I think the most I'll put up is if I'm on holiday, I'll be like, I'll put up a picture saying like responses will be delayed,
Out of
but no, like a
office.
week, 2 weeks, whatever kind of, and that's it. So yeah, it just depends, isn't it? Everyone's different. But
Everyone is definitely different because
yeah,
I've got
and
the
people are just
total
weird
opposite.
who want to like sit
that.
down and write weird, like negative things under your post, or like reply to someone like for whatever reason. Like if you don't like it, like you said, just unfollow the person.
Yeah, don't
And
be
the
afraid
best
to
tip about
unfollow.
if anybody's saying anything negative about you, just ignore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've had some weird
Yeah, retaliating
DMs.
is probably like the worst.
It's what
'cause
they
just,
want.
Yeah.
Like I've had some weird things that people have said, and I'm like, just, I ain't got time to respond to you. I'm too busy minding
The
my
funny
own
time,
business.
actually, the time I did was when I did something for like a celebrity, and it was under their post they were like saying stuff about like my work, but more because they obviously didn't like the celebrity, and I'm just thinking like,
That is so weird.
what is it, like
People keep
like,
on
what,
judging
you're
us.
that bored, like
Exactly. Get
Yeah,
a job.
well-
Get a job.
But people will do that. They'll always do that.
or come
So
to my workshop.
one of the things.
Yeah, come to my workshop. Are you okay? Come to my workshop, mate. No, I'll help you.
I just think you've got to be positive.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in this, it's like a
Yeah,
fun thing that
probably
you
have a
do.
bit of thick skin, I suppose.
That's
We're
why I
human.
say be positive at the end of every BMTV. Be positive.
I love that.
Yeah, it's true.
I
Great.
love that.
Be positive.
Hashtag.
Hashtag
Right
be
there.
positive.
There
Right,
we
we've
go.
got a question.
We've got a few. We've got a few.
Tough question, it says here. Are you concerned balloons will go out of fashion?
No, never. I think they're just going to revolve and get better and better.
Flowers with,
Yeah,
isn't
go
it?
out of fashion. There's just different ways of doing
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
You just involve with the times, but
Yeah.
a specific
And you know,
product.
people
doesn't
keep
go out of
saying
fashion.
to us, we've been doing it for 10 years, they're like, oh yeah, they're really coming back into fashion. I'm sorry, when did they go out?
Yeah.
Of fashion? Like, we've been doing it for 10 years.
Same.
How long are they going to keep coming back
You
in
haven't had a
for?
balloon in
Yeah.
a box, have you?
Yeah,
no.
so I think we
No, we're
are
not
an
worried.
absolute nope. We're not worried about that. None of
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
As long as you're
Absolutely.
prepared to evolve, like we said, adapt, go,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
be
yeah.
challenging
Stay
I
yourself,
can't wait
look
to
for new
see
things.
what's going to
next?
happen next.
Yeah.
You know, like
What's
when
going to happen next? There you go, that's the question.
that is the
Oh,
question.
is that the next
Don't ask
question?
me.
That's
I
the
don't
next
know.
question.
We don't know, Greg. We
I don't
haven't got a
know.
crystal ball.
Don't.
Halloween's going to happen next.
Rubbish answer.
Oh,
Halloween,
don't
then Christmas.
Yeah.
And then it'll be Valentine's Day.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Mother's Day.
we really should talk a little bit. I know I've asked you all about TUFTEX balloons today, but Alison's not in the room. What do you really like them?
We really like TUFTEX balloons, and we really like Alison.
She's in the room, really, everybody. She's right over there. She'll be coming on. In fact, Alison, do you want to come on now? Do you want to
Squeeze up.
come on? How are
are
we
you
going
going?
to
It's
do
fine,
it?
she can sit
Oh,
here.
there's
Oh my
room.
god, we're all
Yeah,
going to be
there's
like
room.
so close
Alison.
together.
I know, so there's
Only
actually
a
a
little-
space. She's not. She's really skinny. She can fit.
Hello.
There's no space for you, sorry.
Are you okay?
Perfect.
Is it? Are you
All
comfortable?
squeezed on.
Yeah. Do you need a teddy? Yeah, I'm good.
So, Alison, how have you thought? What do you think about today? Have you enjoyed it?
I think it was wonderful. It was really fun. Something different. We have lots of different, styles, colors. I love the set. It's all, it's like, so that's what I love about this industry is everybody has like their thing.
Yeah.
And then I think everybody is kind of open to doing different things, and that's what a day like today is about. If you're, Saud, you might normally not do premium bouquets, but I know he was watching Loretta, and he probably was like, well, geez, I might do this or I might do that, and that next time he's on a job, he might just think, I need to throw in a bat.
Be police.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to see that next.
But the flower thing.
Make
That's
sure
really
you
cool.
tag me. Though.
Oh, I'll be like bat inspo. Perfectly popped.
I
Actually,
think
I did the bat.
that's the whole thing is that, it is, truly, it's kind of a cliche, but community over competition. And the more that everyone can kind of learn from each other and, not pay attention to, kind of how can I do it better, but just how can I learn from that person and apply it to myself, and the way that I do things. I think not just in the balloon business, not just in business, but in everyday life, it just translates, it translates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have to say I've really enjoyed today. Good. You've all been quite good. No, you've all been amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Nice
Yeah,
to meet you. I bet
yeah.
Yeah,
anybody wants
thank
left,
you.
Greg.
I mean,
Yeah.
Bex,
You must
you're
be
just
talked
taking the
out.
adulation.
Just here for the booze.
But no, I've thoroughly enjoyed talking to each and every one of you. It's been great, and seeing the different styles and meeting you two for the first time.
Yeah, no, it's
You
been
know,
a
thrown in
pleasure.
at the
Thank
deep
you.
Yeah,
end
it's been
live, and
wonderful.
it was
Thank
great.
you
But
for
yeah, I love the
having
different
us.
styles.
Yeah.
All I mean, Alison chose everybody really well.
I didn't
So
see anything.
Yeah.
It's actually
Well,
pretty
thank you to everyone
No, I didn't see you to
involved,
finish
once
it.
again, to the BMTV crew, to Greg, of course, and then just for everybody here. They've taken a whole day out of their businesses, away from their kids or their houses or their whatever they're doing for the day, you know, and so I really appreciate it. It's great.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for
us.
coming over
Yeah,
and being with
thank
us.
you for asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really inspiring.
That's
And
been
Yeah.
amazing. And
I thank you for doing
Thank
something
you.
different.
Yeah.
hopefully TUFTEX is going to be more available.
Readily available
very
if you need
very
it.
soon, and I think we're going to see a lot more of it in the
Yeah.
future.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's great.
definitely.
What new colours next?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Well, if you want to drop some comments in what colors you want, I'd love to
Yeah.
read those.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's have some
Yeah, tell
comments.
Alison
Good.
What
That
colours
was
you
good.
guys
What
want.
colours do you want? Oh God, they're going crazy. What colours do you want? What types of colours do you want? Pop those in the comments, and Alison will see what she can do. Don't forget, everybody, if you are spending £50 plus VAT on TUFTEX balloons, a balloon market, and you put hashtag Team TUFTEX, thank you, then the first 20 people that do that will get one of those goodie bags that is over there somewhere that I talked about
The
earlier
really
on.
pretty bag.
The really pretty silvery bag.
I love the
There we
bag.
go. Thank you. No, don't. Good catch.
It's a cool bag.
Oh God! I just
My
saw
gin is
gin and
later.
tonic flying all over the place with all the bits and pieces in. I'm not going to get them out again, but yes, do that. And thank you to everybody that's watched, and thank you to Andrew, who I think has gone now, but he's watched all day, and a few people have.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on! Now we've got a question.
Oh.
How do you select your
oh.
colour palettes to use for your setups? Okay, Saud, you already answered that.
Yeah, I already
Basically, go buy your clothes.
Yeah, basically whatever I'm wearing that
Depends
day.
what I'm wearing that day.
I'm not wearing any pink. Quick, give me this. It's got pink in there. Oh, you want actually?
yeah,
actually,
well,
Yeah,
yes.
mine matches. I should have had this in
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, me is whatever foils I'm using. I'll pick out those colours from the foil.
Okay, Bex.
I actually follow cake making pages on Instagram.
Oh.
Yes,
So
like it.
there's a specific one that I follow that her colour schemes are insane.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it, so I get all my inspiration from her.
Tell her, like, I
Do you
actually
let
follow
her know
like
that?
Dulux and Pantone because
Yeah.
you know they put
Oh,
up pictures
right.
of like
Yeah.
that's actually a good tip
Yeah,
because they
tag photos,
show
yeah.
pictures of like rooms, don't they, like
Yeah.
living
Yeah.
rooms and
People-
stuff.
Yeah.
So
Get the
that's
hues from that.
We love
IKEA
it.
is actually a really good place to get inspo because you know even like things like cushion covers and
Yeah.
like it's all coming out now, isn't
That's really interesting.
it?
though,
No, because
isn't
it's true. She said the bakery. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's true. It's basically the same.
Yeah.
That's a clever
What's
one.
that
as
I'm
well,
just
about
really
actually.
boring. It's like whatever foil I'm using. Like you must have all just gone, oh, that was a really
I don't
disappointing
use
answer.
foils, so it's a bit hard for me sometimes.
We love it
to
when we've got a
find-
corporate
But that's a
client
good
who's
one to
asking
use,
us to use their corporate colours, and then you put together a colourway that you don't think should work on paper,
Yeah.
but when you put it together, it just looks amazing, and you're
Yeah.
like, that was just incredible. One of the ones that we did earlier this summer was outside the I can't remember what it's called, the Institute of.
Oh,
you know, with the
sculptures,
statues.
sculptures,
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, the Royal Institute of Sculptures, and they gave us this colour palette. And we were like, wow, that's crazy, but it looks amazing. So it's
Oh,
just when you
wow.
get pushed outside your comfort zone to do
Client
something that
driven.
works with somebody's brand, and you're like,
Yeah.
yes, that
Yeah.
looks amazing. I
Because
love
you're still
that.
learning. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
think in your minds that
We're
that's
like,
never going to work. That's
Yeah.
rubbish. I know colours.
And
I
then
know balloons.
suddenly,
And then you do it. That's
Yeah.
fantastic. Oh, that was a good answer. Oh, okay. Is this going to be a yearly event? You know what? We'll do it monthly. I don't know, Nikki. I don't know. I mean, it'd be up to Alison if you're going to come over every year. I think you should, Alison. I think that'll be good.
I think when we have double the supply, we can do double the time. So it'll be 2 days.
Excellent. Excellent.
She's put it into existence now.
She's planted the seed.
Chris has asked, how do you win the goodie bags? You've got to spend £50 plus VAT on Balloon Market on TUFTEX balloons, And you've got to put hashtag Team
Team
TUFTEX
TUFTEX
in the comments.
We also have
And
the
first
product
20.
packs too.
And then don't forget the product packs as well. So, well, we've got
And
to,
some
everybody's done that
portfolios.
because we're giving the answers now, haven't we? So,
We also have some portfolios
Oh,
that we're
okay.
going to randomly give out to people who have, you
Made
know,
an
put in the comments about the artist product packs that we're giving away.
okay, all right.
Everybody loves these, don't they, when they get
Yeah.
one of them?
Yeah.
They're brilliant.
Yeah.
Great. All right. I think we're done. No more questions. Have you guys got anything you want to say? Anything or any questions for each other? Or
No, it's just lovely to meet you all. And
Yeah,
thanks for
lovely.
having me.
Yeah, that's a
Thank
nice
you so
thing.
much.
Been really nice to spend time
Thank
with
you.
new faces.
Yeah.
Really nice, and just it was inspiring doing this
Yeah.
stuff. So yeah,
well, thank you all.
thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
mate.
Alison.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you guys over there.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks, guys.
And thank you to everybody in the office that's helping out. And thank you to all of you for watching. Stay happy, stay positive. Look forward to seeing you all again soon. Bye.
Bye.